final day of the 2016 North America Winter Championships, live from the Red Bull Esports studio in Santa Monica, California. I am Playoff Beard, here with forecourt jester and our resident player analyst, Rome. The group stage is over. The double elimination is done. We're down to the final four teams. If you lose today, your tournament is over. And Rome, it's the final four. The top four seeds are the final four teams. I guess we got that right.
Yeah, either it's a coincidence or pretty much it comes down to like how the matches were played out, and these guys were just more prepared than the other teams.
All right, let's take a look quickly at the schedule here and see what we have in store today. All these games, so these semifinals, these are all best of 5 now. And the team coming out of the winners bracket will start up 1-0 in each of these series. That means Halcyon Hammer's Velocity starting up 1-0, Gangstar Sirius starting up 1-0 over TSM in these phenomenal games that we are going to have here today. And forecourt jester, I know that while Rome and I have been looking forward and anticipating these semifinals to come, you've spent a few minutes looking back on the action to date, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, I got to give Chrome a little bit more credit. The 1, 2, 3, 4 seeds are great, but yesterday we started off with Rage Pingers and Liberation X, and I mean, that was a really hard-fought game. It went all the way to the 24-minute mark, but it was a cracking win to put Liberation X in the lead, and even a crawl for Rage here in game number 2. Still couldn't pull out a win for them, and the Rage Pingers, unfortunately, they did go home. Now, into the second matchup of Kinetic versus Vertigo Black. It was the Vox Ringo powerhouse coming out from Kinetic that really did kind of seal the deal for game number 1. Some super solid game fighting mechanics from these guys did put themselves on that board, and into game number 2. Even with that crawl, even with that that Chrissy on that scarf, it just ended up being way too much to handle, and Vertigo Black got eliminated as well. Now, into game number 3, it was Team Solo Mid and Velocity. A lot of eyes on these guys, and probably the best teams for that job. But TSM and Velocity, they got all the way to this last hit. The ace on TSM and HH Velocity, they do actually hold. They come back, they reverse sweep into this first game, and they take that crystal. Now, game number 2, not the same story. Dienzio, even on Vox, not enough against this Ringo. Mixi playing the game of his life. You see Veins there. It was a repeated story. Just kept getting caught into the third blind game, and Dienzio on that Ringo was an absolute monster. His mechanics are out of this world, and they actually take these world champions down into the lower bracket. Now, the El Clasico matchup, Gangstars and Nemesis Hydra. Fuji leading the way here with this team that he used to be with. He gets a double under this, brings them into that game number 1 win, and Gabe Vizzle just juggling out turret aggro so very well. But game number 2, that Nemesis Hydra Hardic, he did so much work to bring it to the blind pick, but this is where the roaming Vox and the Adagio combo brought the win for Gangstar Sirius, and they moved on to the winners, and Nemesis Hydra then got a fight into the lowers. Now, into those lowers as well. You see, well, all right, Fuji's going to chase out and try to swag a little there. But into the lowers, it is TSM and Liberation X. World champs versus NA champs. But the Ringo play from Cole the Meek is just so spectacular. He lives so long in these fights, doing so much damage. It did bring them into that first game, but this second, Status Baked is a monster. He picked up that glaive, and he showed us why. He is the best at that hero. They go to that blind pick, but he did it again with the glaive, with the Catherine, and TSM, they learned from their mistakes, and they actually sent Liberation X home, and Team Solo Mid will play today now into those semis. And the last matchup of the day was Nemesis Hydra up against Kinetic. One of these guys can only move on, and Lost Boy Toph, the god himself, making those plays. Doesn't matter. Is there a turret on him? I couldn't tell. He still got the double anyways, and it was a sweet now game number 2 with Kroll on Hardic, or Hardic even playing Kroll, and it was a 2-0. These guys just did so much work with a lot of these picks. Even Inane finally coming onto the stream for his first appearance, it wasn't enough. And with that last game, that puts now Nemesis Hydra into the semis, and they're up first.
All right, thank you so much, forecourt jester. It was an amazing day yesterday. So many close finishes. That TSM moment, like 1 hit point from taking that first game. Huge momentum shift, and then Halcyon Hammer's Velocity ends up winning that. TSM fights their way through, and Rome, that takes us to today. First up, we have the 4-seed Nemesis Hydra against the 3-seed Halcyon Hammer's Velocity. Let's talk about Nemesis Hydra first. This is the last team remaining that isn't a pro organization that is paying their players. These are players that said the more they're trying to wing it here, and it's unbelievable the type of raw talent that they have jobs. They're not spending time like all the other remaining teams just training all the time and still performing at this level.
And this is exactly why like Nemesis Hydra is one of the fan favorites. Coming to this, they have a long history with the community, and they've always stuck with each other. Going to this match today against Halcyon Hammer's Velocity, they will have a challenge up for them. And to be sure about this, they had to review last night. They had to come into this prepared.
All right, let's talk about Hardik and about that Krull. It has been unbelievable throughout this tournament. And as you take a look there at the work that he's done, it's also just been his presence in the fold, surprising people with this pick overall. And really, is it time? Does Halcyon Hammers have to say, you know what, regardless of how strong Adagio is or anyone else, we just got to get Hardik off of this hero?
Yeah, and gameplay-wise, like they have to be very prepared coming to this. They're strategizing against the Nemesis Hydra team. They do know that with the compositions built around this Krull, they have to find a way to either ban it out or pick a composition that greatly counters it.
All right, and on the other side, we have a player who has been just as dominant for court, and that is Dienzio, whether it's a Sky, whether it's a Vox. At this point, it's a similar computation for Nemesis Hydra. They have to think, do we have to take this Vox away at this point?
Well, it's going to be at least one of those power picks that they have to. The Sky, the Vox. The Vox has been the favored ban against him. The 12-year-old superstar is just so mechanically gifted when it comes to this game. The tablets do him very well, and he really shows. I mean, they brought TSM to their knees and put them into the lowers. There's a good chance that if you give him this Vox, they're going straight to finals.
All right, and Rome, we do know that it will be Nemesis Hydra, so they're starting down 1-0 because they are coming out of the elimination bracket, but that does give them the right to decide if they want to be Team A or Team B. That means whether they want to pick and ban first or they want to have 2 consecutive hero picks. They have opted for Team A, which means they could, if they really wanted to work it, orchestrate something like ban the Sky away and pick the Vox away from Dienzio. Is it time that a team forces Dienzio onto a third choice hero?
Yeah, but the thing is, we do know that Dienzio is amazing on Vox, and yesterday he proved it. After taking Vox out, he landed on that Ringo and he took down TSM. So what else does he have up his sleeve? We do know like for lane carries, Dienzio is one of the best, and for sure like every other top laner, they have plenty of things up their sleeve.
All right, so as we anticipate this first game, is there anything that you're expecting, or is this just completely unpredictable?
Both teams, I feel like, won't get their comfort picks in terms of grabbing that composition. For Velocity, we know like grabbing that Vox all the time and playing into that late game is one of their strengths. And for sure, Nemesis Hydra will be targeting against this.
Now, for Halcyon Hammer's Velocity, you know, we've talked about them as the rising stars of Vainglory, but, you know, did you really expect them to be able to step up and perform this well in their first time in an experience like this live in major tournament play?
But we have to look at this. They started this tournament very strong, and it's been going uphill ever since. They haven't had any faults. They haven't made any big hurdles or any mistakes that's really recognizable for their opponents.
All right, so forecourt, as we look ahead, I'm going to put you on the spot because then I don't have to.
Nah,
you've been watching these teams all tournament long. If you had to pick now, you know, which team do you think comes out of this now best of 5 semifinals and why? Well,
if it is going to be, you know, that Vox, that Dienzio focus in trying to outpick. I don't think you're actually going to be able to do that. As Rome said, you know, Ringo was his blind pick yesterday. Like, usually that's where you bring out your strongest. But he went Vox, went 1-1, then Ringo. And the Sky out there, like, it's too much to handle. So if they can focus on getting Lost Boy Toph into that Arden, into that captain, 2 of his strongest roams, and he can go with a chicken on one of his best comforts. I mean, these are the guys that I talked to yesterday. Nemesis Hydra said they're going to wing it. So they need to get their comfort picks. I don't think they're going to focus on Dienzio, but if they get that comfort, there's a good chance the Nemesis Hydra will do this.
Wait, so are you picking Nemesis Hydra? That was a very political answer.
I'm putting it with Nemesis Hydra.
A Nemesis Hydra Rome. I think for a lot of people out there, that would be considered the upset right now, not just in terms of seeding, but also in terms of just the absolutely astronomical performances we've been seeing at Halcyon Hammer's Velocity. I'm going to put the same to you. What do you think is going to happen when all said and done in this first series?
Well, just because Forecourt Jester had to choose Nemesis Hydra, I have to go the other way. And I've been cheering on this young group of talent, and they have so much potential. Seeing them first time on stage in front of a live audience, they've been presenting themselves over and over again, just stepping up that game.
All right, and as you might notice, there are 2 players on stage for Halcyon Hammer's Velocity. You'll see this as well later with Gangstar Sirius, although maybe they'll bring that proxy back out again. But we have made just a few exceptions for this tournament to make sure that teams could stay intact. Iraqi Zoro with an immigration issue couldn't be here. Fortunately, that's now solved, so we should be able to see him in spring season. But that's why you don't see all the players on the stage. D'Enzio at an off-site location as referees watching him will be the same for Zoro later. Let's go to the draft for this first game. Best of 5. It is already 1-0 in terms of games up for Halcyon Hammer's Velocity. It's as if a game were already played, and no surprise, Rome, there will be no Vox for D'Enzio.
Yeah, and coming up from this, like, the Velocity team, they have an option here where they should have banned, I think, the Kroll. Because here, we know that Nemesis Hydra, they do not play that Adagio that often.
And there is no Adagio ban. Is that just because you think that this Nemesis squad, they prefer to play different heroes and now they're kind of stuck?
Yeah, and preference overall, like if Lost Boy Toph was to grab one of those roamers, most definitely he will be grabbing that Arden.
All right, we'll have to wait and see. So they do feel forced to go Adagio. We'll have to see if that is actually Lost Boy on Adagio or not. Forecourt, are you surprised?
It's not going to be Lost Boy on it. I talked to these guys. They said if they can get an Adagio, they're going to do it, but it's not going to be a Lost Boy. I would fully expect to see an Arden now with the Catherine locked in.
All right, and Halcyon Hammers, they of course have been thinking this through. Are they going to pick the Kroll away and deny Hardik that way? That's one more way you can go about it, Rome. We'll wait to see if the pick comes through. But first, how do you like Veins on Catherine?
Veins has been exceptionally well on Catherine, mainly due to his commanding lead. And with Catherine, you're always in that front. You're always trying to make plays and instigate for your team. I think with his voice over the team, they have a great chance of initiating these team fights.
And there it is. They take the Kroll away from Hardik. They must have planned this all out in advance. We'll let the Adagio go through. We'll force them onto that. We'll pick the Kroll away, and it's Nemesis Hydra countering with a Black Feather.
So with Nemesis Hydra, they're going after this bump composition where they're pretty much going to be relying heavily on this Black Feather to stand up front and pretty much do as much damage as possible.
And how would you think they should round out this comp, seeing what we see on the board?
Well, ideally with this one, now they have to grab themselves an Arden, and this falls perfectly into the laps of Lost Boy Toph, where he's gonna step it up with that Vanguard, and be sure to watch his gauntlet.
Oh, it's a Sky! Forecourt, they led you astray.
The power of winging it, man.
I'm sure they told you that, but things are changing fast on the fly. It will not be a Sky. This is what we talked about. They ultimately did ban the Vox and pick the Sky. How are Hardik or Chicken on a Sky?
This is going to be really well for them. I think as long as they're able to mechanically position themselves where they can receive as much of the benefits coming out of the Adagio as they can, they're sure to actually engage on proper terms.
All right, and D'Enzio is going to be forced either onto that Crawler or more likely that Scarf. This is going to be interesting. Let's take it to our casters and find out how match 2 goes. It's already Halcyon Hammers up 1-0.
All right, thank you very much, Playoff Beard. I am Tasty Bacon. Alongside me is the one and only Humanist, and we are going to be calling all the action of this very first semifinal match. Halcyon Hammers taking on Nemesis. This is sure to be thrilling, especially with that Adagio coming out from Lost Boy Toph. He has not played this hero yet in the entire winter season, so there is nothing to watch for video from this one.
Yeah, we didn't expect that to be coming out. Also very interested to see how the Scarf's going to work out for Velocity as well. And I think this is a very fun composition, very aggressive, huge damage potential as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the Kroll and Scarf is a composition that Halcyon Hammers, whether it's Kinetic or Velocity, they're very familiar with. They both of these teams run this composition multiple times throughout the qualifiers and the tournament, the championships here. So it's nothing that they're strangers to. It's one that I personally, it's so frustrating to watch because it seems to struggle early, and then all of a sudden it just hits a second gear at like the 12 to 15 minute mark and just takes over the game. So it's so difficult to play against. You have to snowball extremely hard early on. Unfortunately, it does look like we have a bit of a pause here to start things off. So we will be getting into game once that gets sorted out. But for now, we get to do a little bit more, analysis of these team compositions and what we have here. I mean, like they were saying on the desk, banning away the Vox, picking the Sky, it gets D'Enzio off of one of those super high mechanical heroes. But, I mean, the Scarf, we know how much the Scarf is about the positioning. That's going to be something big to watch, but it's from Aloha. Dienzio is actually on this Krull. So the question is, will that be a lane Krull? I know we have at least one person watching who's a big fan of that one.
We got a big fan back there. Of course, Audie loves that lane Krull, and you can be used to huge potential. I think a lot of people underestimate what you can get done with that hero. Even if you have a rough start,
Absolutely.
it's very easy to come back. You just got to get that good gank off, get that good positioning. But of course, if we look at Nemesis Hydra, they have very good ability to be mobile, to get on top of that Scarf with Blackfeather, with Sky. So, like you said, it's very, very important. Vanes, of course, an incredible player. He'll be on point with all of those silence, get that blast tremor, get that stun to peel him off. But at the end of the day, it's all about where the Scarf is in these fights.
Yeah, it's going to be so tough. And because of the fact that Blackfeather and Sky, like you were mentioning, they both have the ability to dive onto that back line, to try and get past the front line of Catherine and Krull, to blow up the Scarf immediately when a fight starts. It can be so difficult for a Scarf to stay alive. I mean, there's so many different things that we're going to have to keep our eyes on in this game. It makes it so exciting.
Definitely. And also, when I'm thinking about these teams, they have very deep friendships based, you see Hardek, Lost Boy Toph, they go back a long time. Vanes, Aloha, when you talk to them, both of these guys, it's very similar when you talk to both teams. They say there's so much synergy, we almost don't even have to talk to each other. Of course, they're in communications. They're going to be talking about their cooldowns, targets who they're going to go on. But a lot of times, they're just doing the same thing. They're playing off of each other, and that's something that you can only develop over time.
Yeah, and looking at the compositions, going back to that, this is something that, while it's surprising a bit to us, I have to assume that it's not at all for Halcyon Hammers. We saw during the analyst desk, we kept showing shots of Halcyon Hammers at their desk. It was Vanes had that notebook out, was writing down notes. They do that before every single game. What they're doing is actually writing down, okay, if they pick this hero, we're going to pick this hero. And they plan out multiple different possible outcomes.
I feel like
that's
like the Magic playbook from like Waterboy.
Yeah.
You know how the coach had like his playbook, it got stolen, and then everyone's winning all the matches, or it's like the Warlocks dark secret book.
Yeah, it's
whenever
they write. I want to get a look at that one game.
Yeah, we're gonna have to sit down with
They keep
Vanes
that notebook pretty well under wraps.
Yeah, I got that under guard over there.
There's got to be such a wealth of information written down there, because again, they do that before every single game they play. They plan out their draft. They try and figure out, okay, if we pick this, they're going to pick this. If this gets banned, this is what's likely to get picked. Things like that. But it looks like we are going to be getting back into the game pretty soon.
Yep.
So sit tight. We are going to be back very, very quickly. It's just a minor issue that is being sorted out internally by our wonderful, absolutely phenomenal production and technical crew here at the Red Bull Esports studio.
Yeah, these guys have been awesome. It's been really a pleasure to work here, and it's been so smooth. Everybody's just doing incredible work in the background. So we got to get a shout out to production, of course.
Yeah, without everyone behind the scenes, none of this happens.
Yep.
And the game has been unpaused, so we are going to be getting ourselves onto the fold and finally starting things off for game technically number 2 of our first semifinal matchup. And this is what I want to see, is where do they go on the side of Halcyon Hammers. It does look like it will be Aloha in the lane with Dienzio roaming the jungle. So once you get them off of the Vox, once you take the Sky away, looks like their backup plan is just to completely change things up.
Yeah, but I mean, this is something that they've prepared for. I thought it was very interesting in the draft. They essentially let all of Dienzio's best heroes, best known heroes, get picked or banned away, and then they just throw this curveball. But we've seen Scarf Krull so much, and just used to great success. Lost Boy, Hardek, posturing down here. Gonna go ahead and put a little damage out with that forward barrage. Dienzio Vane's gonna back up towards lane. And when we look at these early engagements, can you let me know, Tasty Bacon, how do you see these playing out?
I mean, it's going to be tough for Halcyon Hammers in the early 2v2 fights in the jungle, because Sky is extremely strong early on, while Krull has one of the slower clear speeds in the game. So we saw right there, they went down, they didn't even go to the shop, they immediately went up into the lane just to try and avoid this fight. But Nemesis, they stuck around, they wanted to take it, and Vanes is going to fall. First blood going over to Lost Boy Toph on this Adagio. And I guess if we had any questions about if he can be a playmaker on it, That's a pretty good sign right there.
It's so easy to underestimate what this Adagio can bring to a fight, even early in the game. And you just get a couple levels, you get hit, burn with that fire a little bit, and the Agent of Wrath damage coming out is just insane.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, for anyone who's tuning in, who's like, hey, I thought this started at 1 o'clock Pacific, what's going on? This is the first game that is being played today because Halcyon Hammers went undefeated through the group stage. They do start with a 1-0 advantage in this best-of-5 semifinal. So you're not seeing things, you didn't miss anything. They do just get that one game advantage.
Which is a pretty big deal. You essentially start with an uphill battle.
Yeah, exactly.
And, hopefully it hasn't changed their mental game too much. Dienzio slapping around Last Boy Toff here, gonna get a couple stacks up, but really nothing to come of that. Hardek's up here ready to pump out that forward barrage damage. These guys really just poking back and forth, looking for that opening that they can capitalize on.
Yeah, Chicken123 doing a great job in the lane right now on this Black Feather, sitting at 25 CS compared to the 16 of Aloha. So they've been doing a good job of trying to keep this Scarf down, and that's going to be a big step back in the right direction. Will he fall? He will not. The shield and the healing from Lost by Toff keeps Chicken alive.
Yeah, that's unbelievable right there. That's the power of the Adagio, the power of Black Feather combined. And I'm sure that we'll see a lot more of those plays as we go through the day. It's really hard. You put out all of this damage potential, you play against all these compositions, but you get a little fortified health and a heal on top of it, and it goes a long way.
Yeah, really smart play thus far by Nemesis. They're putting a lot of attention into this lane, making sure Blackfeather stays safe. He has a pretty weak early game. He does do very well against ranged heroes, but he doesn't have that escape to get out. Obviously, his dash is just to an enemy target until he hits level 6.
Right.
And because they know that Krull has a relatively slow clear speed, they're able to just keep Lost Boy up in the lane with Chicken, keeping him safe, which is why he has this lead. Meanwhile, Hardek is just farming the jungle freely, much like Dienzio is as well. So when you have both junglers able to farm freely and you know you need to give a little bit of help to the lane, the fact that they're just aware of how things are playing out, that's why they're able to make those plays, make those movements, and it's leading to a pretty nice gold lead already.
That's exactly what I was going to mention right here. I mean, we're 4 minutes into the game, almost a 2,000 gold advantage, but they're just stealing away so many camps, and the efficiency out of Hardek moving through the jungle constantly is what's giving them that advantage.
Yeah, and it's 27-18 in terms of the farm for the junglers, 40-32 in the lane. So just farming advantages across the board for Nemesis Hydra here to start things off. So looking very strong early on, but as we know, the Scarf Krull, that's a late game composition. They can afford to fall behind a little bit early on. As long as it doesn't snowball out of control, they will be okay.
Interesting. We got an early minion mine pickup here coming out of Nemesis Hydra. Chicken engaged onto. Dienzio's locked onto him with Veins as well. Are they going to go up for it? Oh, just on the edge. Oh, and he burns down. Aloha going to be credited with that kill. So now 1-1 at the 5-minute mark of this match.
Yeah, well, great job there. The Spectral Smite, wasn't sure if it was going to be enough, but now Veins, he's the one in trouble. Death from above comes out, but it doesn't really catch anyone. It was a great job just to keep them from engaging further. Spitfire not quite having the range there to clip Hardek, and he will be able to recall to safety. But a good fight there from Halcyon Hammers gets them a little bit of security in this lane and allowed them the confidence that you kind of need going into it. They didn't get a whole lot after the kill. We talk about a lot when kills aren't worth a lot of gold,
right?
But it's all about what you do after the kill. But it does give a lot of value in terms of the mental advantage. If you're constantly fighting and not quite securing those kills, it can really make you question, how strong you are at that point in time. And if you're giving up kills like that, even though you have a 2,000 gold lead, if you give up kills, you really start to question, are we actually ahead?
Well, actually, I think it's very interesting and something to keep in mind with this series. Of course, we talked about the psychological aspect of being a competitive player, and I feel like Halcyon Hammers Velocity do have a massive advantage when it comes to keeping their cool and not tilting in a very serious game like this.
Yeah, definitely. They're the team that, when we were talking to everyone, they're one of the only teams that has actually support staff specifically for the mental aspect of the game.
Right.
They have a mental coach who is there for between games games. They talked to him. They reset, essentially.
Oh,
But we're
Hardek's
gonna have a
engaged
fight
onto. Death from above comes. It lands onto Dienzio. It's a 3 versus 2 Hardek. He's got good damage coming out. Nice positioning. Chicken's here to back him up now, and Halcyon Hammer's velocity just have to cancel out of this. Vane's taking a lot of damage, but it just wasn't there with the strafe. Hardek will continue to chase. Will he look to get that target lock? Surrey strike forward. It looks like they'll just be able to get out of here, and but that's massive damage coming out there. Dienzio sticking around. Are you kidding me? Surrey strike, and they're gonna get it. Chicken 1, 2, 3 through the wall. Kill does go over to Hardek on that Sky, but you see the aggression out of this team. And when we talked to them also, they said we feel that we are extremely confident diving turrets, and we can push these heroes to the absolute limit.
Yeah, that was a really good aggressive invade there from Nemesis, and Dienzio got a little greedy. You know, they knew they were coming. He wanted to take that back, and he did actually get the gold from it, but was it worth his life? It was only 33 gold that camp provided. I'm not entirely sure if it was really worthwhile, but the early damage from Nemesis Hydra, they are aware that they need to get ahead early. They need to really push this advantage that they have. You look at the item builds, the only one that's really building defensive is Chicken 1, 2, 3 up in this lane, as Lost Boy Toph is going very likely for a Shatter Glass or a Frostburn for the first item with his build here, and that's a little unconventional in terms of a roam not building that Fountain of Renewal first like we see on Veins.
Yeah, we see that so often. But you know, when we look at this this composition, what they really need, they need Black Feather up in that front line, diving deep. They can then use Hardek on that Sky to get the damage done, kind of dance around the fight. And as long as Lost Boy Toph has a lot of action, then they can get it done.
Yeah, and what they're planning here is they're actually building this tank Black Feather because, like you said, he's going to have to be on that front line. The immense gold payout coming through from Nemesis. They're going to have that big tanky Black Feather diving into the team, getting onto Kroll with that Atlas Pauldron, and then have Lost Boy Toph going with these Crystal Power, the Shatter Glass just getting completed there. That's going to allow that buff that comes out. It's going to be used to buff up the attack damage of the Black Feather. So most of the damage will be from the
We do have engagement. Dienzio found in the jungle. Hardek doing good damage. Dienzio almost got him down, but that 2 versus 1 was just too much for him to handle. But you look at this, we're only 9 minutes into the game, and the fact that Dienzio almost took Hardek down there, it's pretty impressive. And if you go forward with this Krull, he's only going to get stronger.
Yeah, starting off with the Shiver Steel, it's all about keeping the target in place. This is, again, we saw almost this exact same composition yesterday from Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic, and it's all about just keeping the opponent away from your Scarf. And it's going to be a tall task because Chicken, obviously, with that Black Feather, can just use that Rose Offensive to dive through. But it's going to be very, very tight as things continue to shape up. The gold lead is up to about 3,000 now. So Nemesis, they are playing so well here in our first game of the day, second game of the set.
They really are, and you see small things like, you know, how Hardek, as he walks up into that bush, there's no vision. Vanes is actually hanging out there, but what he does is he puts that forward barrage into the bush, walks forward, it's not hitting anything, he knows it's safe to get in there.
Yeah, that's, you know, the vision, it's any ability that can help with trying to figure out where your opponents is such a good utility, and you know they're seeing them. But we're going to constantly see that throughout. Is that forward barrage? Oh, it's going the full distance, not hitting anyone. It's safe to move in. When they don't have a flare to check that brush, when they don't have a scout trap in it. And speaking of scout traps, look at how many are down right now from Nemesis and where they are. They have vision in the opponent's jungle. They have vision in the middle of the map. They have vision in their own jungle. It's so easy to try and figure out where your opponents are just based on where they're not, where you know for a fact that they aren't.
Yeah, I find it very interesting how some, even our top teams, will either choose to just go all in with scout traps or none at all. And it's going to be able to go over to HH there, and now Lost Boy Toph in a bit of trouble. They're going to be able to lock him down. That kill going over to Scarf.
Great blast tremor.
Yeah, great blast tremor. Hardek, death from above him. He tries to Surrey strike, but he can't get away there. Now 3 threes. We approach the 11-minute mark, and Chicken 1, 2, 3 able to get out of that. But Halcyon Hammer is putting together a very nice fight.
Yeah, they just turned that around extremely well. The death from above with the Surge Strike, he was trying to get the opponents to say, hey, you're mostly, you're a lot of melee, come chase me onto the step from above, but they were having none of it, and now they're just going to ignore Chicken. He's tanky. Without that Adagio, he has almost no damage, so they don't care about him defending this turret, and they take it down. That's a big gold swing. Just like that, this gold lead has been chopped down to a third of what it previously was.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's all about. You win a fight. If you're in position to take the objective, that's what you got to do. Halcyon Hammer's Velocity so good at capitalizing on those mistakes.
Yeah, that's really one of their big strengths is, it's one of the things that we talked about them in the qualifiers. They always seemed to be playing from behind, but they always seemed to win. Their early game was usually, that's the one question mark with Halcyon Hammer's Velocity that we can say is, a regular thing, is their early game. Sometimes they do end up playing from behind, but they always come back and they always make it interesting or just completely take over. And now that we're getting close to that 13, 14-minute mark, this is where we usually do see Halcyon Hammer's Velocity take over the game, and it's what they're going to look to do here now, but looks like Nemesis, they're going to be wise to that, and they do decide to back off.
Yeah, Chicken123 feeling exactly what you're saying, Tasty, and this is the early infusion coming out, so if, he feels they got to defend turrets, he's got to be able to fight. He has no damage, but a lot of tankability, so he buys this infusion up. They have to essentially not get pushed anymore, not lose a fight, because if he does, that infusion is just wasted gold.
Yeah, absolutely, and there is Broken Myth completed on Aloha, where Hardek is still working towards that second item. Going back to the farm numbers, it's still heavily in favor of Nemesis. You look at 81 for Hardek, 45 for Dienzio, but the lane has significantly tightened up. Aloha has done so much better after the first couple of minutes here. He's now only behind by about 10 CS, so a great job by Aloha getting himself back up. Once you get a little bit of damage onto the Scarf, it's a lot easier to farm as well.
Oh, yeah.
But he's doing a great job of keeping himself relevant, and again, going to be that big late game threat that Nemesis has to deal with.
So what are the power spikes that we should be paying attention to here in this match?
Honestly, the big one, a lot of the big ones have come out. Once the Broken Myth is now completed for Hardek, so that's another big one over there. Dienzio is going to be looking to just continue building defense. He wants to just be this big tanky Kroll that you can't deal with, and getting those stacks onto his opponent, getting the, lowering their overall damage. That's really what he's there for. It's the utility as opposed to the carry damage style Kroll. That and this is what we normally see. This is the typical Kroll build that comes out a lot. It's all of this entire composition is just all about keeping Scarf alive.
But not our typical Dienzio, because this guy is usually pumping out the damage and not really that kind of just frontliner, doing utility things for his team. But very interesting to see how they've switched things up here. About 35 seconds, we will have Kraken appearing on this map. So if these guys are able to secure a big fight, either way, it could lead to Kraken.
Yeah, there's two Atlas Pauldrons on the side of Halcyon Hammers. Their big concern is just stopping those basic attacks from Chicken, because when they're powered up by Lost by Toph, they do so much damage. And it's just all about keeping him weak, keeping him basically incapable of killing the Scarf.
Yeah, it's a great item, and as long as they can really time those well, use them in the proper position in the fight, they will do a lot of work with that. And we see Kraken appearing on the map now, gonna kick that gold miner out of here, ready for some action, and she looks mad.
Yeah, definitely does not look to be too happy. We'll have to see whichever team can claim that objective will get some serious work done right now, because honestly, with the exception of Scarf and Sky, they don't have the best Kraken killing because of the fact that obviously Chicken and Dienzio are not building a ton of damage. Chicken going a little bit more damage now after the Serpent's Mask is completed, but for Dienzio on this Kroll, his damage to the Kraken is going to be actually really low when all things are said and done. I'm really surprised actually Lost by Toph still sitting on an Iron Guard contract, has not upgraded it to the Storm Guard banner. It gives so much extra damage, that true damage coming through based on how much gold you have, and he has more than the full stacks, but he's just been so focused on getting that utility, being able to buff up Chicken 1, 2, 3 for these fights, that he's completely sacrificed his own damage because he knows that he's not going to be his basic attacks are not going to be what wins them the fight. It's all about keeping his teammates alive.
Right, and kind of the same story for both sides, very similar. Death from above gonna come down. They say make it rain on top of us. Either way, that ability is down, pretty short cooldown, so not that big of a deal.
I mean,
but
it's up in
they
5
see
seconds.
an opening, and Vanes does get that stun off, but no one to follow up on that. It's interesting, you know, not a huge net worth lead at all, really, but it does feel Halcyon Hammers do have a strong advantage here. Now, Death from above as well. The silence is going to come out, and DNZO's locked, getting those stacks up on Chicken 1, 2, 3. Burst of Judgment's going to come out, and oh, this stun is there. Aloha wanting the ultimate coming through. DNZO, is he going to be able to get out of here? They've got it. They're going to be able to get the ace here. It's the ace for Halcyon Hammers Velocity, and they can take whatever objectives they want right now. They just blew this game open.
Yeah, Aloha on the Scarf, completely untouched in that fight, was just peppering in so much damage, and it worked to perfection. Their plan here, DNZO, was nothing but a distraction. You know, Chicken 1, 2, 3, he couldn't get onto the back line because he was just locked up in place. The silence, the stuns, everything was coming out on top of him. And again, Aloha was entirely untouched that entire fight. And if you can't get onto that Scarf, if you cannot kill Scarf early on in a fight or completely isolate him, you're not going to win. We talk about it so many times. We've seen it multiple times.
Oh yeah.
The Scarf is so dangerous. You know, everyone coming into the championships is Adagio. Adagio is the big thing to watch. I gotta say, I think it might be Scarf, because Scarf has such a strong win rate, and he completely changes the way that you have to play the game just by his presence on the map.
Right, and I mean, we were talking about it in the draft. It's all about the fact that they can get on top of them. Yeah, Vanes has found Nemesis over here. A little bit of forward barrage coming through the bushes, and Hardik gotta be kind of careful here. He is backed up by his allies, but the damage potential out of Halcyon Hammer's Velocity is huge if they catch him. Stun onto Hardik. DNZO's there. The silence on 3. Now Scarf's winding up his ultimate. They're gonna get Hardik on that Sky, looking for more. They'll probably get back to their turret here. I don't know if Velocity, well, can they catch him before he gets back to real safety? And it looks like
so clutch by Chicken. Chicken with those rows of fences twice. One of them was blocked out the From Hell's Heart. The second one blocked out a Spitfire, but with the Frostburn, if that Spitfire connects, it slows him down more than enough for the rest of the team to catch up. So by using that real defensive to dodge both abilities there, that is the reason that he is still alive. That is the reason why this game is not going to be over necessarily off of this Kraken. I mean, it still very well could be. Kraken is going to be, it's such a tough defense right now as Nemesis. They came in to try and look for a steal, but just not going to get there fast enough as Kraken goes down so quick with a Scarf. Double infusions onto Aloha, infusion onto DNZO and Vanes as well. This could very well be the final push of this game for Halcyon Hammers. They are looking so strong.
Yeah, I mean, and here in the last couple of minutes, this was their first net worth lead of the entire game. But of course, they do have that late game composition. They weren't too far behind. You see the mass infusions coming out here. These guys are ready to fight. And you got to give props to Vanes, because he's been landing these blast tremors and doing massive work with that. Yeah,
this is going to be a valiant last stand for Nemesis. If they cannot win this fight, then the game will be over. So this is what it's all about right here. This is the tough one. As the Kraken coming in, they're going in for it.
The death from above does come down. The silence comes out, but is it a follow-up? They land onto Hardik. They've got him every time. Hardik was the first to fall in every fight. Now, as long as they keep this Kraken alive, this is probably going to be GG. Chicken 1, 2, 3 trying to do his best. Can he fend them off? Big Verse is going to come out. Nice block out of Halcyon Hammer's Velocity. They get the ace. They're in the base, and they are going to take the first game here. And a quite impressive victory.
Yeah, Halcyon Hammer's Velocity now up 2-0 in the series, thanks to that one game advantage that they started with. And they are just one game away from punching their ticket to the finals later on today. Such a strong team, and that was exactly what we were talking about at the start of the game. Once they get rolling, especially with that composition, 12 to 15 minutes, that's right around the time frame. They just take over the game, and they got it with, it was started off with a gold mine fight at the 12.5-minute mark.
Yep.
That is always their time to turn things around and take control, and they did exactly that.
That was beautiful. And Aloha 8-0-2. perfect game out of him.
Yeah,
really
absolutely.
positioning, the fights, everything.
Yeah, but to go over some of that positioning a little bit more in depth, I mean, it was just absolutely on point. But Rome, Playoff Beard, what are the secrets to keeping yourself safe on that Scarf? Hopefully the answer to that and more that they can go over right now.
Thank you very much, Tasty Bacon, and I'm sure Rome will have a lot to say about Aloha. But before we talk about that, Rome, very interesting choice out of Lost Boy Toph there. He, on the Adagio, he goes straight Crystal, he goes Shatterglass, he gets a Chronograph. Clearly, they wanted to play that style that we've seen with Rona in the past, where you just try to make Blackfeather really tanky, Blackfeather unkillable, and just getting buff from the Adagio. But Adagio was so squishy and was dying so fast.
Yeah, and this all comes down to positioning, especially we saw that this last match, both of these teams did an excellent job in terms of rotating S3, and every single team fight, starting from like the early levels, was always done like with every single person present. And looking at the items here, I just specifically want to point out Dianzio on this Cruel. And I think how he built this Cruel pretty much made the way for Aloha to always like reposition himself and getting to that right spot. Having that Atlas, that Aegis, and that Shiver Steel, we saw so many times that the Nemesis Hydra team would constantly be diving on them. And Dianzio, he just baits himself out, gets into a different position where Aloha would come in, follow up, and clean everybody else.
And talking about Aloha, let's take a look at some of the highlights of this. And as they play, talk about how Aloha was so good in this game.
Yeah, we have to see the position here. Take this one, for example, where he's making sure that he's staying far way back, especially behind that Kroll. And as long as he has his goop up, he makes it like it's an available skill that he can always save till the end. He doesn't need to engage with it because he has the stun coming out of Cather and he has the Cruel who's always leeching onto the enemy.
And we talked about in this game through the picks and bans, would heroes end up, or would players end up on heroes that they're less comfortable with? You know, Lost Boy maybe wouldn't prefer to be on an Adagio. Chicken maybe wouldn't prefer to be on a Blackfeather over at least a Ringo. And certainly Hardic, not necessarily on that Sky. They were getting split a lot. It was tricky for them.
Well, initially, when we first saw the Adagio pick coming out of the Nemesis side, I think that they were going for the buff composition, and I feel like this would have worked a bit out better for them. But seeing the other team grabbing those heroes, they had to try and counterpick this, which is why I think that last pick, save for the Sky, totally messed up their ideal plan coming into this match.
Yeah, and it was interesting. So Dianzio, throughout this tournament, has been such a superstar, but it's always been on very elusive heroes like Vox, like Sky, and in this time going for a much more brute force hero in Krull still made it work.
Yeah, and this is one of the specialties coming out of him. Like, we saw him just going down to that jungle, playing a different position and a whole different role. Usually he's that mage or he's that heavy damage DPS dealer, always standing in the back. This time he's in the front line. He's grabbing up those very tanky items and he's making sure that nobody gets past him towards Aloha.
All right, and just again to make sure everyone is picture perfect clear, both of the semifinals today, whoever loses, they're done. But because getting here, one team went undefeated on their road into the semifinals. The other team had to come through the elimination bracket after losing a prior series. And so because there is no more double elimination, we are now into single elimination semifinals. We are giving the team that won out, that went undefeated, they get an advantage in the semifinals for having not lost, and they start up 1-0. So for those of you who are wondering, wait, why is it now 2-0 for Halcyon Hammer's Velocity? It's because they got the advantage of starting up 1-0 because of going undefeated. And because of that, Nemesis Hydra now facing elimination, all the pressure on them, but time and time again, they've performed well under that pressure.
Yeah, and it all comes down to like, so Velocity has an extra bonus credit earned, basically rewarding them for performing extremely well so far, having not lost any of their matches. But we have here like Nemesis Hydra, they've been in the tournament scene for so long, they've been playing in front of live audiences, and every time like they always step up their game and they're just playing out of their mind. Going to this next match, they have to make it. They have to be sure that their compositions are well thought out. And I think that as long as they don't stray away from the original plan, following up and just listening to the orders coming out of Hardic, especially with him being their primary shot caller, they're very dependent on him and they trust him. So it all comes down to how they work as one team.
All right, and understanding all of the machinations that went on in that first draft, where clearly Halcyon Hammers was trying to make Nemesis uncomfortable, how does Nemesis approach this draft?
Well, I saw them like they started off very strong last match. They had the confidence. They were doing a lot of 3-man invades, especially early into that game, where we saw like level 4 Blackfeather just going under that turret already on the velocity side. Things started to fall apart though when it got towards that mid game where when Scarf and Crow just pretty much they hit those early power spikes and things started to really turn around. Although Nemesis had very strong Blackfeather last game, I felt like he could have done a bit more in terms of making sure that he takes away a lot of the opponents' and abilities coming out of the velocity side.
All right, and now if you were in the corner of Nemesis Hydra and you wanted to talk them through this draft, what do you do?
Well, securely, when I look at Nemesis Hydra, they have one of those biggest strengths that a lot of people leave Arden free. And if Lost Boy Top is able to pick this up, they can build a composition around that, starting to counter Velocity's composition.
All right, we'll have to see what happens there. We're ready for the draft. And it is, once again, now Halcyon Hammer's Velocity picking first and banning first, and there will be no Krull for Hardik, clearly a strategy going in.
Yeah, so they know that they're going first, and they don't want to deal with it. After studying the game footage from yesterday's match, they made sure that they have a composition ready for this or want to counteract against this really well.
And once again, whatever's on Vane's clipboard, it seems like it is going exactly to form. Nemesis Hydra, they have to take the Vox away from Dienzio, and Velocity ends up with an Adagio that they love to play.
Yeah, so what we have to notice here is Ringo is still open, and if Velocity do get their hands on it, they have that very strong buff composition in terms of super aggressive early game power.
Oh, all right. It is Akashka who has fallen a little bit out of favor in update 115 after getting some nerfs, but we know there that Hardik, kind of like how we saw yesterday Status Bait going to the Glaive and transcending the meta with his play on a comfort pick, this is the quintessential comfort pick for Hardik.
Yeah, and what you see Nemesis Hydra here is they're planning it out from ahead after seeing that Adagio pick. With the silence coming out of Catherine, you're able to jump in as Koshik and lock somebody down. So look for them to follow up with somebody that is very strong burst damage if they are range. But for melee, they'll have to have a gap closer for the Hydra team.
All right, and I'm sure Chicken would have loved to have played Ringo. Didn't get it, and instead it's Velocity, not just with the buffs coming out, but with a very strong early game comp.
Yeah, and with Velocity, it's a well-known buff composition where they're very strong early game. And with Nemesis Hydra, they're gonna have to grab somebody that's very quick for bursting down. Ideally here, I would actually pick up probably a Glaive, which works out really well, or a Blackfeather. Due to the fact that they're able to...
You didn't say Blackfeather till he hovered it.
No, I was gonna... Blackfeather would usually go before Glaive, but I had to give Glaive some credit. But
all right, this is going to be an elimination game for Nemesis Hydra. They must win, and for all of the action, it is Tasty Bacon and Humanist.
All right, thank you very much, Playoff Beard, and this is it. This is potentially going to be the finals for Halcyon Hammer's Velocity, and what a composition they just drafted. This is the exact composition they ran in their blind pick victory against TSM. The Adagio Fortress Ringo, it absolutely dominated. And we'll see if Dienzio can get a repeat performance. Remember, he was 18-1 in that game.
Oh, yeah.
And Fortress, that's their most picked hero as well. So this is just, they have to be so happy with how that draft went. On the other side, Kashka, what a surprise to come out here. We've only seen it once thus far at the championship. Will Chicken 123 be able to make things happen with it?
Yeah, I mean, only time will tell, but yeah, I'm very curious about how the draft plays out. But at the end of the day, when your tournament life's on the line, you have to do something that's comfortable to you, that's fun. And maybe that's what we're going to see here with this Koshka, because these guys, they need to play a very, very good game, and they can't just play to the meta or counterpick all the time, you know? And if they can, they could get a lot of work done with this. But across the board, Dienzio, just an absolute monster, freak of nature when it comes to Ringo, buffed up with that Adagio.
Yeah, and it looks like Nemesis, they did their homework. They watched those other games with the Fortress Ringo. They saw exactly how Velocity likes to start. They skip that shop camp and try and go for that really early invade, try and get a kill right off the bat. But Nemesis, they sniffed it out. They got that flare down. They saw it coming, and they go up to the lane. But they may be having some trouble in the lane. Lost by Toffel, he will be okay as he gets underneath the turret. But really good pressure coming out from Halcyon Hammers to start things off.
Yeah, I mean, essentially there were two heroes being zoned out. Aloha zoning out Hardek, and then they were chasing down onto Lost Boy at the same time. Huge damage potential. Now Aloha getting chunked down by Chicken. Is Chicken going to be able to clean this up? Turret damage is there. They do trade. That's the first blood going the way of Nemesis, but the return kill going to Aloha on that Adagio.
Yeah, so they end up with the 1-for-1, but while that was happening, Dienzio in the opponent's jungle saying, hey, you know what? You can have some pressure in the lane. I'm just going to take all of your farm, and that's going to be a pretty good advantage for him early on. 12-5 on that CS, and you can see, despite the fact that it was Nemesis that tried to go really aggressive for that first kill, they're behind just a little bit in gold.
Yeah, that's just not going to be too big at this point, but as long as they can keep stringing fights together, it can grow. Aloha getting chunked down once again. Chicken 1-2-3, very aggressive on this Koshka. Of course, we know that is the power of this hero, but a lot of teams staying away from her after the changes. Hardek.
Oh, Dienzio.
Big damage.
People I think it seems like, you know, despite the fact that everyone knows Ringo, everyone has played against Ringo in lane, it almost feels like people underestimate the slow when he's coming out of the jungle, because Dienzio has caught so many players by just coming up into the lane, firing off that Achilles shot, and just it's enough of a slow to secure a kill. He has done it consistently.
Well, you have that comboed up with the Fortress. So essentially, Fortress giving your team, with the proper buff, that move speed. Then you have the Achilles shot to slow down the enemy. I haven't seen, like, when they run this composition, it is so hard to get away from that.
Yeah, and it's such especially early on in the game, you know, before you really have a lot of ability to escape. And there's so much pressure in this lane early on as everyone is back up there, except Dienzio, obviously just going to continue farming. He is more than happy with the way that this game has started off. He has more farm than anyone in the entire game at the moment as a jungler.
Well, would we expect anything less of Sir Dienzio?
I definitely wouldn't.
He is so mechanically strong when we talk about players.
Really securing his spot here at the championships as one of the top in the world. But it's Halcyon Hammers going aggressive onto Lost Boy, onto Hardek. Not quite able to secure either kill, but it forces them to have to continue to play this extremely defensive style. And they're going to take a lot of damage on this turret now.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they have to do. And is he going to go under turret? He is. Dienzio taking another kill. And it's like, it's at will for this guy sometimes. But of course, Nemesis Hydra, you can't they're not going to lay down for this, you know, so you cannot overestimate at any point. But Dienzio obviously knew that he could go ahead and get that one. So it's a kill, it's a turret, and Halcyon Hammer's velocity came out the gates here in game 2, looking very good.
And also a really small thing, but is actually really huge. They started that off by having Veins to get the first attack to get the turret aggro. Veins then backed off and waited, let Dienzio secure the kill, and then as they backed away from the turret's still firing on Veins. Dienzio stood there and continued to put damage onto the turret until they had to all back out to reset the turret aggro. So it was that little bit of extra damage on the turret, allows them to take it that much quicker, allows them to get that lead a little bit faster and keep this pressure on.
Yeah, it's really beautiful to watch how these players can juggle that turret aggro so well. And we see it time and time again. Of course, Velocity, one of the teams that do it best.
Yeah, and, you know, a lot of times you'll see what I was talking about there is that the players, once they have turret aggro and they want to reset it, all three of them will just run away fully. But only they waited until, you know, the one who had aggro was just about out of range before the rest of them moved away out of range. They didn't just all leave immediately because they would have literally wasted time not getting damage on that turret, and those small little precise things are so crucial to being a top team here.
They found Hardek. He's going to get jumped on by Veins on that Fortress. Achilles shot's there. Hardek could be in trouble. Look for Dienzio to be pumping out that damage. The damage is real. The damage is there, and that's Hardek going down for the 3rd time in this match.
Yeah, it really looks like Halcyon Hammers, they are putting so much focus on taking down Hardek. It was the same in their previous game as well, where they were just constantly jumping onto his sky. They know that Hardek is such a big focal point of this team. You know, Lost Boy Toph is the name that everyone knows for being that big playmaker. Hardek is the emotion, is the heart of this team. And if you can take that away at the start, you can really make a big mental factor in the game. And of course, Halcyon Hammers, they are the mental team. That's going to be the burning.
Is he going to tick down?
It's going to be close. Will it
Call
go?
it, Bacon. Call it.
No, it's not quite. Yes, it will.
He goes
down. He thought the last tick of the Hellfire Brew is enough to secure the kill, and Dienzio 3-0-1. He is on pace.
Man, you hear the crowd getting fired up in the background there. It looks like a lot of Velocity fans out here, and for good reason. I mean, when these guys came on the scene with this roster and they really started playing to their potential, it was just like a storm just taking over. It's really...
It was very, very quick. That Velocity kind of took over the scene with the winter season, and this is just, it's so tough to play against a team that is this strong. I mean, again, they've played early game comps. They've played late game comps. They've had Dienzio be a mechanical carry. They've had Dienzio play a utility. It's the amount of things that they can pull out from up their sleeve is just so overwhelming. And 5-1 right now, but a 4,000 gold lead at 7 minutes. We were talking about the lead that Nemesis had in game number 1, but it wasn't quite this large.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was just constantly, it was a 1K, maybe 1.5K net worth lead. Here we're seeing a much bigger lead going the way of Velocity. And of course, these guys, once they're ahead, they really like to push that advantage. Now they're kind of putting a little bit of damage here onto the turret where they can, but being very careful not to get stunned, locked up under that turret. And Blast Trooper's going to come out, land on 2. Attack of the Pack in return. Dienzio locked down to the heels there. Verse is going to come out, stuns 2. Harduck did dodge that. Dienzio will fall. Nemesis Hydra is on the chase. Chicken 1, 2, 3 locked onto Aloha. Aloha, will he be able to make it out? Chicken 1, 2, 3 down. It's a 2-for-1. They get him. Vane's the last man standing, and the Nemesis Hydra showing signs of life here.
Yeah, and this is the Nemesis Hydra strength. This is how they can get back into this game, is with just full brute force fights. That is how they play the game. They are so aggressive, and any time that we've seen them winning, any Nemesis highlights, it's always just a full 3-on-3, just going all in onto a fight. And we saw it was Nemesis they were getting poked out a little bit, but as soon as they had an opportunity, they just jumped in for the fight, and that's what they need to do. They cannot let the harassment from Dienzio do too much of their health before they go for those fights. It's going to be so. It's such a small window of opportunity they have. But they are one of the best teams at finding that window and jumping in it.
Yeah, definitely. And you saw them just dump everything onto Dienzio and then start switching after that. But, I mean, that's what they have to do, as you said. Vanes is going to be in the front line for his team. He jumps onto Harduck. Harduck locked on Dienzio once again. Now the damage is coming back out in return onto Harduck. Dienzio, look at that damage coming out. Stutter stepping around, but he does go down. Harduck, just on a sliver of health, will try to make it out. Fortress gets that, but Aloha forced out towards the west. He's isolated in a 2v1. He goes down. Now Vanes gonna try and teleport out. He's through the blitz, but Chicken found him. They're looking for the ace. Nemesis Hydra, if they can secure this, they are definitely in this game. And they've got it. There's no way Vanes gets out of this. Can he get a kill, though, in return? Chicken 1, 2, 3 is bleeding. Vanes doing big work here. He does eventually go down, but Nemesis Hydra string together not one, but 2 very impressive fights in a row.
Minions are on the turret, though. Is it going to go down? It will. The minions take down the turret.
Minions.
So that gets a little bit more gold back in favor of Halcyon Hammers. But again, Nemesis, like you said, they are right back in this game now. 2 consecutive team fight victories for them, and it's all about just taking down Dienzio as early as possible. It's going to become a lot more difficult to do once the Crucible is finished from Vanes. Obviously, the reflex block is there, but when you have that Crucible to give another block and the healing that's going to be coming out, it can be so difficult. But right now, Harduck, he is doing such a good job of soaking up that damage, using the on point to get that shield, and of course the Rose offensive to block some of the damage as well. He is really playing well with the Black Feather in these last 2 games.
Yes, he most certainly is playing extremely well. And as we get past the 10-minute mark of this game, you start to think that if we get to the point where Kraken comes out on this map, if Nemesis Hydra take it, all the turrets are still up for Velocity, but Velocity have already taken down a couple, so that means that they're going to be pressuring that base so much harder.
Yeah, we see the rotation right here. Which team is going to get the jump on the other? Looks like Halcyon Hammers, they have the advantage, but it's just a couple of shots before they back off. And now they're going in fully, though.
Well, it's a silence to land on Vanes, and I don't know if they want to commit with having Aloha backed up and not silenced in the background. Harduck jumps forward very aggressively. They want Dienzio. Can they get him? These guys, look, they're just standing on top of each other, but the verse is going to come out. It's Dienzio down. Now Harduck to fall. He was the second to fall. Can they get more out of this? Aloha the next
target. You got to get a dodge go down. Are you kidding me? They're going for Veins. Are they going to go into tower to get the Veins? Yes, they are. Chicken, can he get out of here? With that buff, he will. And look at Nemesis Hydra. These guys, they said they don't care if their back's against the wall. They're bringing their game, and surely they're doing it here.
Yeah, they are absolutely bringing their A game into this one. On the verge of elimination, they are feeding off of this energy, and they are just looking so strong in these last few fights. But we are hitting that, we're getting near that 12-minute mark. This is where Halcyon Hammers, they always seem to hit another gear right around this time in the game. We'll have to see if they have it in them here, but right now it is looking so strong for Nemesis. They get that gold payout, the immense gold payout. They now have the gold advantage. It's very small because this game is so close, but now the Fountain of Renewal and Atlas Pauldron for Chicken. Chicken hasn't really been putting out a lot of damage because he's been building this defensive build. It's all about the utility coming out from him, and so much of the damage is being relied upon by Hardak on this Black Feather. He only has the Serpent's Mask, but somehow they're doing enough. And it's just the fact that they're able to lock down Dienzio in these fights. Even with the reflex blocks coming out, they're able to take him down early enough that he can't just melt through their entire team. But the Bone Saw is there for Dienzio, so that's going to help shred through that armor, shred through those Atlas Pauldrons. 3 Atlas Pauldrons on the side of
oh my goodness, these guys, are they focusing Dienzio, you think?
Yeah, it's all about just stacking up that attack speed debuff and just keeping it on throughout the entire duration of the fight.
Yeah, with Dienzio, with that bone saw up, he'll be able to do a lot of work, whoever he locks onto. But as you talked about, I mean, we might have an engagement here. These guys posturing on each other. Velocity, they're going to lead with the Hellfire Brew. The damage onto all 3 of Nemesis Hydra, and they're looking for the chase, but these guys just a little bit out of range to really follow up on that. Attack of the pack, and that will maybe do a little bit of zoning here. Yeah,
all they want is the turret.
Zone them out, take this turret, and now a massive advantage when it comes to objectives in this game for Velocity.
Yeah, not only the objective, but the map pressure that comes out. When you do not have any turrets left in the lane, you have to play significantly more defensively. You have to be so careful because one misstep can cost you the game at this point. And this is being played so well. This is such an intense match. But Veins, he's going to be caught a little bit out of position here. The rest of Halcyon Hammers is there, but will they look for a fight is the question. And there we go, onto Hardak. He's going to get dropped so low, and he goes down early on. The Yummy Cat of Frenzy comes out and does lock up Dienzio, but Dienzio is dancing. He will fall. The Burst of Judgment gets blocked, but right now Chicken is doing absolute work. They do trade out 1-for-1. It's now Veins versus Lost Boy. Who is going to try and make this hero play? It looks like Lost Boy, he wants this, but will he have enough? They're both so tanky and so difficult to kill. I think they're just going to finally have a gentleman's agreement and go their separate ways.
They secretly agree and shook hands and walked away there. But yeah, another great fight coming out of Nemesis Hydra. You see that if they can get on Dienzio, they do a lot of work, even with Hardak dropping early in that fight. But Bacon, you know, you talked about Velocity having another gear, and as we're past that 12-minute mark, we're actually closer to the 15-minute mark, what do you see as that second gear? Is it a lot of times their item composition is coming together? Is it them getting the proper leveling? Like, how do you see that second gear getting hit?
You know, it's almost like one of those intangibles. You really, it isn't anything specific. It's not that they complete items at that time. It's not that they hit those levels. They just always seem to step it up when it counts. But right now, it's Nemesis Hydra have been answering blow for blow. Every single time that Halcyon Hammers has tried to make an aggressive move, Nemesis is right there to rebuff and push back and have kept it even. Looking at the scoreboard, 11-10 in favor of Nemesis. The gold is just about even. 200 gold separates these two teams at 15.5 minutes. And now with Kraken on the field, Dienzio, he's looking to start this up.
Yeah, Dienzio is stunned up, but he is healed. Attack of the Pack comes out, and they just destroy Hardak. Absolutely deleted off the map. Chicken 1, 2, 3 to follow.
Goodness.
Dienzio gets another heal. Lost Boy top dropping low. They just ate them alive. That's the ace. That's the Kraken. And with these guys being down 3 turrets, they are going to have huge damage in their base.
Yeah, this is looking very similar to the end of our previous game. They will be up in time. The death timers are not terribly long at 16 minutes. They will be up in time to defend, but they only have 2 turrets left. With Kraken, with the infusions coming out from both sides now, there was only going to be, at the moment, 1 double infusion. It's, of course, on Dienzio. Who else? But this is going to be such a difficult defense here for Nemesis. I mean, they've been really aggressive. They've been able to take fights to Halcyon Hammers previously in this game, up until that last one, really. But now, with Kraken bearing down on their base, they need to make a decision. Do they go for the fight? Do they go for Kraken? It's the toughest call to have to make, especially on the facing elimination, but this is where it's going to be, and there they go.
This could be the decisive fight. Dienzio locked down. Yummy Cat and Frenzy is going to come through, blocked off, but they do get him right there. Kraken hammering on the turrets. Aloha's going to get that burst land, but it's only Vane's left standing. Now Nemesis Hydra going to move back and start chunking down on this Kraken, but 1 turret has fallen. And looks like Vane, he turned around on the chicken. He was like, bro, you don't want to be chasing me. Anyway, he's back in there. They're going to be able to take this Kraken down, but this base is very much wide open. And if they take a good fight, if they can ace these guys right next to the base, they could essentially go through without minions, take that turret and end the game.
Yeah, it's going to be so tense now. I mean, it's been tense already, but it just stepped up to another gear with that 1 turret going down. Of course, Kraken will be back to the fold in a few minutes, but until then, let's see, do they go for a fight? If you're the Halcyon Hammers, I don't think you do. You've been having struggles with fighting against Nemesis, other than that one that you had right before the Kraken, but every other fight has been going in favor of Nemesis. I think you just hold off, wait for that objective to be there, and try and find another fight around the Kraken and go for the finish there, especially, as you mentioned, because you have all 5 of your turrets up. Even if you lose a fight, you will be able to come back before they can win because of those the death timer reductions upon a structure being destroyed. But Halcyon Hammers, they may, what they have to do here, I feel, is look for a pick. See if they can find someone out of position. There goes the attack of the pack. It's going to find all 3 members are in the base area, so they just immediately back off. The cooldown on it is still pretty high, as he opted to go for the overdrive on both Law of the Claw and Truth of the Tooth. So the cooldown is still about a minute, but they can feel pretty safe in knowing that they're not going to need to fight within the next minute.
Yeah, I think for people watching, Attack of the Pack is a very useful ability in team fights. The Wolves do so much damage, but if you just want to do a little scouting across the map, it's so easy. You just pop that ability. They're going to show you exactly where your enemy heroes are standing, and essentially you make the decision if you want to fight based off that. These guys, such an even matchup. Of course, a small net worth lead going to Nemesis Hydra, but even with their flares, they're drawing Venn diagrams here. And now Nemesis Hydra, they're moving through into the bush. They're going to clear out some of these scout traps. They don't want to have any remaining vision around this area, especially if you take a big fight here. It's Kraken.
It's going to be so important to keep our eyes on these infusions. Nemesis did just pick up 2 crystal infusions for their side. There's only 1 double infusion right now, and it's on Hardek. And actually, no, Dienzio did also get one as well. But just a crystal infusion for Aloha, Vanes, Lost Boy, and Chicken. So this is so tense. Both teams just sort of dancing around. Kraken is on the fold once again. And it's just, they're trying to get this poke damage. They're trying to get any advantage they can before the all-out brawl begins once more.
Yeah, you see Dienzio kind of dancing around, just stepping in front of Vanes and stepping back, a little poke damage. It feels like he's trying to bait Hardek onto jumping on top of him. Attack of the Pack does come out here, and this could be a fight that follows off. This Hellfire Brew is going to go onto Hardek. A bit of damage blocked there. Now the silence out. They're onto Dienzio. The Yummy Cat and Frenzy does come through. Dienzio taking a lot of damage, but the verse is going to come out. Now Kraken's joined the fight, but Dienzio's down. Nemesis Hydra have Halcyon Hammer's velocity on the run. Aloha will be next to fall. Can they get an ace here? This is going to be Kraken for Nemesis Hydra. If they get this ace, they're going to be taking multiple turrets. Chicken 1, 2, 3, under turret, no mercy.
Chicken gets the kill. Cat beats dog. The first one, as they are going to be taking this Kraken. They still have so many structures to take down, though. This is not over. Halcyon Hammers will be respawned before they can get the win. But Nemesis Hydra, they're taking the fight to Halcyon Hammers. They have this much better sort of flow of these team fights, it seems, in the past, 10 minutes or so. And there's going to be the first turret. Kraken's going to continue its way on down the lane. They're going to be guaranteed this second turret. And once they're on the third one is where we'll have to see, does Halcyon Hammers look for a fight? Do they just go for taking out the Kraken? Again, if they get a fight, if they can get an ace, they can go end the game, regardless of Kraken's health. But they need to be so careful with this one. It looks like Dienzio, he wants to just get another infusion there. He's going to have double infusions. Kraken is now into the base. This is so close. This fight can determine the game.
All right, Attack of the Pack does come out. Chicken jumps onto Dienzio, but he's going to be just blown up. Now, they do have Kraken in base. They're on Dienzio, but Hardik, he's left for dead. Here's Lost Boy Toff says, later, bro. I can't do much to save you. Out of energy, and now on the run. Achilles shot will slow him down. They're just going to dodge that Kraken right now and continue to chase Lost Boy.
We're going to have a base race.
Is this going to be the full base race?
Kraken got one turret. This is going to be a full-on race right now. They do get Lost Boy Toff. Kraken is still in the base and still healthy, but they're going to go try and end this. This is going to be so close. Halcyon Hammers trying to secure their spot in the finals. The turret is so low. They are just getting into the base now. No one is going to be alive to stop this. Kraken takes the turret, but Dienzio is on the opponent's turret. Kraken trying to take down the crystal. It's not going down fast enough, and Halcyon Hammers are going to secure a spot in the finals, beating the Kraken, beating Nemesis Hydra. What a game! What a fight! What a match! Halcyon Hammers Velocity take it home, going into the finals now in dramatic fashion. It was a 3-0, but it did not feel like it.
I mean, that game was so back and forth, and Nemesis Hydra did massive work towards the end of that fight, but Velocity just keeping their cool and securing the victory, and you wonder how much of it is their synergy, how much of it
How do you possibly look as calm as they do right now?
Look at that. These guys,
they
man,
are absolutely stone-faced calm right there. I don't understand it. Like, I would be like jumping up and down and screaming. I mean, it's not you didn't win the finals, but I would just be so happy after that. But they're just completely calm.
Terminator.
They're probably already talking about the finals coming up. But what a game. What an incredible game coming out from Halcyon Hammers Velocity. And Nemesis, you cannot discredit how well they played that game. It looked like it was going to be going in their favor. They were winning almost every single fight down the wire. They did such a good job of canceling out Dienzio. Dienzio, last time he played this Ringo, he was 18-1. He was 8-6 this time around.
Yeah.
So they had a plan for him. They were able to shut him down really effectively up until that very end there. And just what a game all around.
And that Koshka was a big part of it. You know, a lot of people questioning, kind of surprised by that pick. It did a lot of work.
Yeah,
and,
it was easily the best Koshka that we've only seen 2 at the championships, but so many people were down on Koshka, moving away from Koshka after she was dominant in the autumn season. But with those changes at 1.15, so many people completely wrote her off. I think Chicken may have just made a very strong case for her coming back. But to continue going over this game, there's so much to talk about. Rome Playoff Beard, as we see the great sportsmanship there being displayed by Nemesis Hydra. Rome and Playoff Beard. Have fun with this one. There's so much to cover. There's so much to go over. But take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Tasty Bacon. Yes, we will have fun with this one, and there is a ton to cover. First, valiant effort by Nemesis Hydra, the closest of base races as they seem to have time and time again. This one doesn't work out for them, and it is Halcyon Hammers Velocity advancing to the best of 5 finals. So many things I want to talk to you about, Rome. Let's take them one at a time. The first thing, the triple Atlas Pauldron trying to focus and nullify Dienzio.
And pretty much like the Velocity team, they're banking everything on Ringo. And if he were to die first, or if he gets negated by all these Atlas Pauldrons, then it pretty much shuts down their whole composition. What Nemesis Hydra did right here was they grabbed a bunch of gap closers, they had that stunner, and every time they came in, like they tried pretty much locking down Ringo, but something we have to really notice, and the crucibles and reflex blocks coming out of the velocity side, especially like Dienzio would be using his reflex block initially for either like the Catherine stun or the initial engage, but Vayne on Vayne's making sure that Crucible for the Koshka ultimate was always on point this one, and it was extremely fun to watch.
Yeah, and it really felt like the fights where the Yummy Catnip Frenzy was reflex blocks are the fights that Velocity won. The fights where it wasn't are the fights that Nemesis won. Interesting decision earlier on in the game, a couple of them. On the side of Halcyon Hammer's Velocity, it was an alternating current on Adagio, not a Shatterglass, and on the side of Chicken, opting for a real Tanksha, didn't have an aftershock until after one of those pivotal fights at 16 minutes. That's a very long time to not have an aftershock on a Koshka.
Yeah, and just looking at Chicken 123 first, like he pretty much wanted a build on that Koshka so he can get in deep, pretty much soaking up as much abilities as he can before Hardik just dives to that backline with the Black Feather. But you mentioned the alternating current on the Adagio, and I feel like this was a smart move on their part. They knew that Hydra would be just collapsing and diving onto Dienzio as much as possible. So Aloha here, he opted out for more damage over time in terms of grabbing an item for that shows the presence of Adagio instead of just grabbing that quick Shatter Glass and banking everything onto that Ringo.
And as you saw, that really cool play out of Lost Boy Toph, he actually used a Blast Tremor that aggroed the Kraken, put up the Stormguard banner, reflected damage onto Halcyon Hammer's Velocity. These players are playing very next level. But as we see the final moments here of this base race, I wanted to ask you, you know, Hardik is known for that Koshka, and Chicken is a very accomplished Black Feather. It was an interesting decision to swap the heroes there.
It could be, but the thing is, like, I've known Chicken 123 for a long time, and I've seen Hardik play. Both of them are very well known for Koshka, so they have the limitations, and they do know the characters, the heroes enough to actually just execute it in this last match. But what I felt here was they just got outplayed by the positioning on Dienzio. In terms of having that Ringo, we noticed a lot of times he just wasn't kiting backwards. He was running over and back on top of his allies, trying to create that body block where it would confuse the Hydra team.
Yeah, so for Halcyon Hammer's Velocity, they're skyrocketing through the winter season as a whole continues, making it all the way to the finals, knocking off TSM along the way that has fought their way into the other semifinals. For Halcyon Hammer's Velocity, who is the one player who really stood out most to you?
For this last match, like, I had to pretty much pick out Dienzio based on the fact that in the first game, he did so strong playing that Cruel, making sure that his positioning was always correct for Aloha on that Scarf in the back. And in this one, he showed up as that Ringo. And I love the mechanics on him, especially like just how he uses his stutter stepping, how he's always able to like just dance around the map, pretty much weaving and baiting out as many of the enemies as possible.
And there you take a look at this young rising star of Vainglory. What a show this kid has put on throughout this tournament, throughout the winter season. As a whole, it has really been something to behold. And now moving on to the biggest stage of them all in the grand finals for that entire team. And I believe with part of the team, it's Super Sub Shinkaigen with an interview.
Thanks, Playoff Beard. So I'm here with Vanes and Aloha after an amazing game. So tell me, what does it mean to you to have secured your spot in the finals? I know you guys have worked super hard at this.
I think it's huge that we proved to not only ourselves, but the community and whoever's watching that we can compete here and that we're here to stay. Also, it proves that Dienzio ain't just some random kid playing VG.
Yeah, I'm positive that you guys have just tons of new fans after your performance now. So tell me, right after game 2, I saw in your face, you were just stone cold. It was just, I couldn't even tell what was going on in your head. So give me a little bit of insight. What was going on in your head right after the Vayne Crystal went down?
2 things went on in my head. The first was that I have amazing teammates in Dienzio and Aloha that can carry me through when I had a tough game. The second thing was that, oh, wow, we've been in this situation before. The Kraken's at the turret, and I just wanted to execute, kill that Vayne Crystal, and get it over with.
Okay, so you guys have just one more match ahead of you, and it's going to be against either Gangstars or TSM, whichever one wins. If you could choose, which one would you prefer to play against and why?
I would prefer to play against Gangstar Sirius because that would prove that we can beat any team here.
Nice. Guys, just give it up for Halcyon Hammer's Velocity. Back to you, Playoff Beard.
Wow, all right. So calling out Gangstar Sirius. Tremendous job out of Halcyon Hammer's Velocity there. And Rome, I want to ask you a similar question. We now know who Velocity would prefer to face, but which team actually suits them better? Which team would they be better set up to actually win this North America Championship?
To be honest, I think they have an advantageous situation where if they were to play TSM again, they have that mind game where they almost beat them in the second qualifier and they beat them again yesterday. So going to this is the it will be the finals for the grand prize, and I'd rather take a safe bet than none.
All right. So before we get to the next series, I want to take a quick moment to thank our sponsors for this event, SteelSeries. All the players are wearing SteelSeries headsets. Amazon Coins, thank you for your support. And of course, we're at the Red Bull Esports studio here, and the NVIDIA Shield K1 tablet, a tremendous device for gamers. And we will be giving away an NVIDIA Shield in the chat before today is over. So be sure to stay tuned. For that, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it's going to be the world champions, the #1 seed Team Solo Mid against Gangstar Sirius, the #2 seed. Do not miss this match. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome to the Academy.
Yep.
With a powerful quad-core processor and 7-inch screen, all for just $50, kind of makes you wonder, why buy just one? The $49.99 Amazon Fire tablet.
Welcome everyone to the Esports Arena here in Santana for the 2015 Vainglory Autumn Season Live Finals!
Going to seal the deal here at 2-0, or will they? They take down the Kraken, one hit from win. Remember that there are no Vayne turrets available. They might look to try and end the game themselves. That's it. That is game 3 from Liberation X. Liberation X! Oh man, what a fantastic game. I just can't believe it, I'm lost for words. What an amazing series we have.
Welcome back to the 2016 North America Winter Championships live from the Red Bull Esports Studio in Santa Monica, California. I am Playoff Beard here with my player analyst, Rome. And now we get to turn our attention to the #1 seed Team Solo Mid, the current world champions, against their arch rivals, the #2 seed Gangstars Sirius, who were the first world champions. It doesn't get any more distinguished, any more powerful than this for a matchup. And with these two teams, they have battled time and time again. We had in VIPL over in Korea, they faced each other. And of course, it was then Alliance coming out on top. We had in the first winter qualifier, it was Gangstar Sirius coming out on top. And then in the second winter qualifier, it was TSM. So they've traded back and forth. They know each other well. But and they've even traded players with Coldamique moving from Gangstar Sirius to TSM. It's going to be a great one to watch today, Rome.
Yeah, and it just shows the long history that both of these teams have with each other. And this was before the Alliance team, before the TSM was bringing onto the esports scene. And we have to look at this, especially they just have that common fate where they would play each other either in the country or overseas. And this just shows the level of competition between these guys and how well they know their opponents.
Let's take a look at Gangstar Sirius now. This is the revised roster with Fuji, Gabe Vizzle, and Araki Zoro, who had an immigration issue, wasn't able to be here live in person. We have accommodated that for him as well as for Dienzio. So he will play remotely. We have a referee there on site with him in Canada. And talk to us about these three players.
And something I just really want to highlight here is the average KDA across the board for this team. And it's just one of their main specialties where this is their biggest strength in terms of making barely zero mistakes where they're always capitalizing off their opponents. And I think going into this match against TSM, they do have that head start where they know that the other team, Coldamique, Mixi, they do have that tendency to be very aggressive, very approaching. And as long as Gangstar Sirius is able to sit back, make the correct plays, and engage on that, they have a great chance to actually blow out the win.
Now, it's so interesting because with Gangstar Sirius, they're not that flashy. They're not making those kind of highlight reel plays like Dienzio might, but it's just all excellence of execution. It is just superior play, superb decisions. Gabe Vizzle is a good example of that. He will reflex block or crucible every blast tremor. He will use all those activatables at the exact right time. He knows when to Warhorn and put his team into a fight. They make so many good decisions, even if they're not the flashy plays that you might see from other teams.
Yeah, and this just shows that it shows the Gangstar Sirius team and how well they play with each other. Not only do they stand out individually, but the best part is especially when they're engaging in team fights, they're always going in as one, and they play so fluidly where no one really stands out on them.
Let's talk about this interesting road for Team Solo Mid coming into this as the world champions and the #1 seed, the second qualifier winner. And they've had an interesting road where they've looked very dominant. Then they, ran into Velocity and ultimately lost, went down into the elimination side of the bracket, fought their way through, defeating the North American champions in Liberation X. At times, they've looked incredibly dominant, the best in the world, and at other times, they've made uncharacteristic mistakes. I'm sure they spent all night preparing for this one.
Yeah, so mechanically, this is one of the best teams in the world, and they've actually have a bunch of achievements to show for it, but for the first and second day of the tournament, I do have to question some of the compositions coming out or some of the comfort picks that they've been actually playing. I feel that if they didn't really address this yesterday, especially going up against a powerhouse team like Gangstar Sirius, they might be getting penalized on that.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Gangstar Sirius can do more of the same. TSM has to come into this with a different game plan if they want to get a different result here today. One of those things that I'm curious about, do you expect to see any more Sky on Coldamique? It's a hero that obviously he can play any hero better than most people, but doesn't seem to be a hero that plays to his strengths quite as well.
I actually like Coldamique, especially when he plays those melee heroes, just due to the fact that they have that natural tankiness. And because Coldamique he has that tendency to actually dive deep down and try and outplay somebody. That is something he's excellent at. So grabbing somebody like Blackfeather, like Glaive, it works out really well on his end.
All right, so we are ready for the draft in Game 1. Once again, it is Gangstar Sirius. They are coming out of the winner's bracket. That means they start with a one-game advantage. So technically this is Game 2, but you haven't missed anything. There will be no Adagio, and there will be no Fortress.
So the Adagio pick coming out, they're making sure that there is no buff compositions, and preferably they're looking back at the yesterday when Gabe Vizza was playing that Roam Vox.
And it's very interesting. Solo mid, they got the choice. They chose to be Team B here. They decided to let Gangstar Sirius pick and ban first so that they could have 2 picks together. Does that mean they have a special comp plan for today?
Yeah, so coming out with this, they knew ahead of time that as long as we ban this Adagio, we pretty much negate a bunch of compositions that we think the Sirius team can run. We're putting them onto more of their comfort picks. And by picking up this Vox ahead of time, we will be seeing Iraqi Zoro up in that lane.
And it is going to be an Arden and a Ringo. They look good on Ringo in this tournament.
Yeah, and the thing that we have to notice here is there was a couple of times yesterday when Mixi was playing that Ringo, he did get punished a lot, and that's something they have to really look out for. If they can get through that early game and try and snowball as much of it as they can, it doesn't give Vox a chance for that late game punishing.
But maybe Call the Meek is also certainly capable of playing that Ringo. Has looked pretty good there. On the other side, Gangstar Sirius chooses Blackfeather.
So with this composition coming out of the Gangstar Sirius side, I feel like if they're able to get to that mid game, they have a great advantage. But I have a feeling here, Team Solo mid, Call the Meek will most likely be playing that Ringo in that lane, and with Mixi in that jungle. I feel like they do have that early game presence, and they will try and initiate as much as they can.
Keep an eye on Rhyme in this game. For all the action, it is our casters, Forecourt Jester, and Z-Kent.
Well, for a split second there, I was very curious to see if we were going to get another roaming Vox Zekin, but just at the last moment, Catherine comes out. But a heck of a draft for our second technical game going into the semifinals.
Oh yeah, I would have loved to see another roaming Vox. However, they did not have the Adagio this time, and Adagio is going to be a seriously important pick in this series. It just fits so many team compositions for both of these teams.
All right, so no Adagio, no Fortress. I was curious to see who would actually get that Arden. And well, coming into the semifinals, this is a matchup that we've been seeing repeatedly here in the North American qualifiers. The first one was these two teams into the finals, the second one into the finals. At this time, they meet in the semis.
Yeah, I'm very surprised. This is a matchup that I think most players expected to see in the finals, not the semis. And this time around, Mixi on that Rhyme, this is going to be really interesting to see.
All right, so Call the Meek, they're into that lane. They talked a little bit about his Sky earlier, and he's definitely looked a little shaky today, but his Ringo has definitely been on point, and Mixi has really shown some really good colors into these last few games, over the last few days as well. So it's really hard to call this one, but there is, a little bit of a silver lining for Gangstar Sirius because they did come into this undefeated. They do got that 1-0, and we'll have to see if that mentality will help them to look for those wins.
Yeah, however, this is a little bit dangerous for us. Gangstar Sirius as Call the Meek comes down.
Yeah, it's all three actually going deep into the jungle here, and Fuji, well, he just has nowhere to go, unfortunately. So a first blood for Team Solo Mid with that 3-man rotation. It's not often you get to see really 3 dedicating to putting down Fuji.
Yeah, one of the great things about the Team Solo Mid team composition is that they have such a powerful early game. They have the Rhyme, they have the Arden. Those two together are so hard to take down, and especially because Cole Meek is going up against Iraqi Zoro's Vox, he is going to be able to pressure him in lane and rotate down as much as he wants.
All right, we're looking for those steals. Looks like one does actually go to Fuji. The other, maybe not so much, but Mixi and Flash, they're still super healthy on this one. Iraqi Zoro is going to come out from that lane as well, but Gabe, he's getting turned on. He's going to be dropping a little bit, and oh, good dodge there. Mixi's not going to get this kill, but he will eventually get that trade. Now Fuji, will he actually drop? Mixi's turning into a very powerful opponent here, and Fuji, if he's not careful, one more Spire might have been actually it, but again, we've seen Mixi and Rhyme a lot this weekend pulling out these plays.
Yeah, Mixi doing extremely well in that 2v1 situation. He was just zoning his opponents away. If Fuji approached just a little bit closer, he would have gone down, and right now, Cole Meek has a lane pushing towards him, and it's going to deny the side Gangstar Sirius quite a bit of farm.
Man, it's just kind of dancing with the devil at this point. Fuji, is he going to actually look for this counter? Gabe Fizzle's coming into this one as well, but Mixi has drunk a few of those potions. He's not exactly in killable range, and well, Fuji gets the damage, and then you see him just exit out. He does not want to get caught.
Yeah, it's really risky for Fuji to go in against that Rhyme. If the Chill Winds comes down, if Fuji gets rooted, he is going to go down extremely quickly. The Winter Spire from Rhyme just does so much damage early on.
So overall, 2 kills to the award, one of the backs, and a little bit of momentum here for Team Solo Mid. They are now leading in gold, but they're not going to be living out of the jungle for Sirius, at least for now. They are going to be keeping up some pressure, but they do have their own backs to farm out, so they're likely to be retreating. Iraqi Zoro in lane. I mean, you see 3 up there. Could they actually pick up something for Cole the Meek?
Let's see. Iraqi Zoro coming in, but Cole the Meek just runs right back out as Flashix is there to support him.
We got the double crystal bit and an energizer for Mixi. He doesn't need help in that jungle. That's why Flash is going to be sitting here. He's also stacking that Iron Guard contract, getting some of those monies. And, well, in terms of that, I mean, you do like to keep an eye on them. Right now, they're pretty even.
Yeah, both these roamers doing extremely well at picking up that Iron Guard gold. However, right now, Kolomeek, as soon as he hits level 6, I expect TSM to go for a power play, and they are definitely going to be out-leveling us at Gangstar Sirius very early on.
Now, Rakizoro in lane, he did come down once, but he's kind of been left to his own devices. Look at the difference right now. Raki's at 15 last hits compared to that of Cole, who's doubling.
Yeah, and this is really expected in this matchup because Team Solomid has such an early game powerhouse team composition, Gangstar Sirius is going to have to watch out.
Now, that was a steal right there. Gabe Vizzle and crew not actually going to be picking up that. Now hit the backs. Victory and Flash, they get one, they get the other.
Very nice steal coming out from the side of Team Solomid. However, they are in the middle of a fight right now. Mixi might be going down. He's extremely low. Fuji goes down first low. Mixi gets dropped. And right now, Flash X is just fighting Gabe Vizzle and Araxizoro on his own. Can he take down Gabe Vizzle? He does finish him off. Araxizoro is not even going to go try to finish him off.
Even with these trades, Team Solomid still coming out far ahead because all that time, Ringo, he was able to get a little bit of farm. Now you can see he's going to steal out some of this jungle. And look at the gold difference. We went from like within 400 to now over 1,000 with not only the steals, but 2 kills to the Team Solomid name.
However, one thing to watch out for is this is exactly how early game should be playing out with these two team compositions. The moment Gangstar Sirius gets to mid to late game, they're going to be extremely powerful. The Black Feather and the Vox can both dive onto Kolomeek and explode him so quickly, and it will really be up to Mixi to peel for him.
Speaking of, Rakizoro actually still has quite a bit of cash in his pocket. He hasn't really left lane since, you know, well, all right, he comes in for some of these ganks, but I mean, with those last hits, he does not exactly overflow with cash, but he needs to get a shopping spree in.
Yeah, he definitely has to go by very, very soon. Right now, he has just no help to his team whatsoever as TSM invades the jungle once again.
And they're just trying to live out of it, and so far it's not really been too shabby to them. They have picked up a little bit of a gold lead. Rakizoro is still refusing to leave that lane, but Fuji and Gabe, they're going to go a little bit wandering. They are going to find Flash. Now, where's the Rhyme? He's not exactly close, but here he comes in. And Kolomeek, if they don't know that he's missing, and they do now, he's going to be part of this one, and Fuji's the big focus target. Look at that crit! Fuji has nowhere to go.
Yeah, right there, Mixi was level 6. He had the Valkyrie. He did not even need to use it. And right now, Team Solomid has such a big power spike against Gangstar Sirius.
Gabe is level 3, and he's about to find a 4, 5, and 6 opponent. They're going right under this tower. And Flash, yeah, they're really going to go for this one. He's going to take up another shot. He's going to now have to exit that scene, but it's not going to be a kill. The Gangstar crew are able to retreat very tactically and very well, but a lot of this pressure, you notice, is on their side of the map.
Yeah, and right now it's really up to Team Solomid to continue pushing their advantage. Right now, they are able to live outside the jungle of Gangstar Sirius, and as long as Gangstar Sirius is able to get a little bit of farm for themselves and not fall too far behind, they still have a very solid chance in this match.
All right, so they're trying to push up this lane. There's actually nobody there to contest them. Flash is going to come round, at the very least, to pick up the experience. It's actually Ringo now off doing the backs, and Rhyme had already now stolen out the other side of the jungle there, for Gangstars doesn't really have too many options of revenue right now.
Yeah, right now, as long as Gangstar Sirius is able to dodge around the side of Team Solomid, they should be able to pick up a little bit of farm, but it's going to be very, very rough for them for the next few minutes.
5-2 for the score, and 2,000 gold now lead. Team Solomid's coming into this one. Might be down a game, but they're putting up a big early game front. Now, as you said, with the mid game, what do you really expect to be the kind of the breaking point? Level 6 for Gabe Vizzle, or maybe level 10 for Fuji?
We need to wait for Araxizoro to get his alternate current and his broken myth, and at that point, they might be able to fight.
Well, there goes the wait for it, and Mixi's going to be dropping low. He does get the silence off with that Valkyrie. Fuji into the back, looking for that pickup kill. He uses the Rose offensive. He will pick up one, but will Flash actually drop? No, looks like he will make that exit. Kolomeek's a little bit more important now, but by the end of it all, it is going to be a 1-1 trade, and not too bad from Gangstars.
Yeah, and that was a really, really good fight coming out from Gangstars. They caught Team Solomid pushing up a little bit too far against their turret, and they were able to collapse on them. Mixi, the Valkyrie, didn't do as much damage as he would have liked, and right there, even though Fuji went down, a 1-on-1 trade, especially for the lead that Team Solomid has, it's not too bad for Gangstar Sirius.
And Kolomeek's not going to pull any punches. No tension bow early. It's a Sorrow Blade now at the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, Sorrow Blade pretty early on. He's going to be hitting really, really hard against the side of Gangstar Sirius, and it's really up to them to build a little bit of armor, negate a little bit of that damage early on, because right now, Mixi, he doesn't hurt too much, but he's still going to pack a punch.
Now, we do got fountains on both sides there as well. Mixi, now we've actually seen Eve of Harvest first items. Is that what Mixi's going to be going into here?
Almost certainly. Ryan picking up Eve of Harvest makes him such a huge threat. He's so hard to kill, and right now, the goldmine is going to be the point of contention.
Yeah, okay, here comes that gauntlet. No gauntlet. It's actually going to be the immense gold payout going over to TSM, but can they actually get out of this one with their lives? Flash, he has that fountain going, and they've taken down Fuji. He went a bit too far. Now Iraqi, he has Mixi right there on top of him. It's going to be enough for that Spire, and now Gabe, he makes an exit for an ace, and Team Solo Mid now up 9 kills and a heck of a lot of gold.
Yeah, this is the exact play that Gangstar Series does not want to make. Even though Team Solo Mid was occupied by that gold mine, Gangstar Series, they just do not have the power to fight yet. Iraqi Zoro, he was low on energy. Gabe Vizzle, he's not level 6. There's absolutely no reason for Gangstar Series to take that fight.
And a turret on top of it as well. It's a pretty nice cherry for that cake, and 5,000 gold now accrued in 8 minutes.
Yeah, right now things are looking a little bit rough for Gangstar Series. However, they will still be able to hold out. It is still up to TSM to push into the side Gangstar Series, and even though they do have a very large lead, their team composition is not that great at pushing.
Well, Gangstars is kind of just starting to fall a little bit here on pretty much every aspect. The lane, not looking too good for Iraqi Zoro. He's sitting at 54 compared to the 78 of Cole. They've lost out their turret, and the jungle situation is just not any better for them. Fuji is at 29 last hits, and he's possibly even going to go down here. Mixi is right there to slow him down, looking for the Spire. Good Rose offensive. Will Fuji be able to sprint out of this one?
Yeah, he's Blackfoot. He's going to make it out of there. No problem whatsoever. And one interesting thing to note is Team Solo Mid, they have picked up both the minion mines. That means the lane minions will be pushing up against Gangstar Series. And if Team Solo Mid doesn't take advantage of that, it's going to be really tough.
Fuji gets that hit with the Achilles shot. Does he actually have a Rose offensive charge? Doesn't even need it at this point. So Mixi and crew, that was like a cross right there. But into this back, I mean, all right, almost the timing there, Mixi. I'll give you some credit, but still, the jungle is dominated by Solo Mid.
Yeah, and one thing to point out, as you said, I do like to bring up those Iron Guard goals, and look at it right now. Flash X about 2.5k, Gabe Vizzle sitting at 1.4.
When Flash is 1,000 up, you can see in the items as well. We have those fountains, but it's a Warhorn now for Flash. Can you imagine the damage with this Eve of Harvest that Mixi's going to get with that movement speed? I mean, Mixi at this point looks like he's the one caught, but Fuji now, big silence. The Blast Tremor will bring Mixi down low, but it's just, all right, he will live. Fuji is going to drop, though. He held on at the end there. That's a gauntlet, gets the one stun. Hellfire on top of it as well. Is that enough to bring down Iraqi? I think it is. Yeah, Flash will pick up that kill, and now Gabe Vizzle, he is going to be running, but there's an Achilles shot on him. Here comes Flash, looking for the blood for blood, looking for Cole. He's going to take this up, and they're going to get it for another ace.
Yeah, another ace coming out for a side Team Solo Mid. They are playing these fights so well. They are not happy that they went down into losers bracket yesterday, and they are definitely showing their stuff today.
Could this be another turret? It's only Fuji here for the defense. Those are ace buffed minions. Flash could actually tank this out, and if Fuji doesn't go anywhere with this turret down, they could turn on him, and well, a little bit of damage. You can see it right there. We had one Rose offensive from Fuji, but oh man, he's down half, and it barely even touched him.
Yeah, and this is the danger of picking a later game team composition. If you aren't able to hold yourself up in the early to mid game, Team Solo Mid is just absolutely running rampant in this match.
6,000 gold. Now another gold mine going their way. Might be up 1-0 for Gangstars, but this first game, I mean, I talked to TSM just a little bit before this. They're pretty chill about it. They've done this matchup. They know what to do, and they're very confident. It's really showing.
Yeah, most certainly looks like it right now. Team Solo Mid up so much gold right now. Cole Meek sitting on a Star Blade, a Tornado Trigger, and a Reflex Block. He is going to be absolutely a monster in these fights. And right now, Iraqi Zoro, he has his Alternating Current, but he doesn't have that much yet.
Man, with Cole on a Sword Blade and a Tornado Trigger, I mean, it's just going to be crits for breakfast, and it's going to be a machine gun mentality. Once he gets that Twirling Silver going there as well, how do you stop this?
Yeah, right now, Gabe Vizzle's going to have to stun Cole Meek. They have to get the silences out. However, another turret is about to go down, and there's nothing Gangstar Series is going to do about it.
Fuji has an infusion, but yeah, with that turret already done, he's into the back now. He's going up against Cole, but at the same time, Iraqi and Mixi, they're dueling out. There's actually no kills yet, and Fuji eventually will get the kill. Silence with that blaster. Mixi's going to drop. Fuji finally hits the floor, but now Flash in a 2v1 situation. There's just nowhere for him to go unless he wants a gauntlet over the edge. He just got it up.
Is he going to do it? He does. Flash X makes it out. Gabe Vizzle is on the chase, though. Will he make it out? He's going to run away, and that prevents the ace from Team Solo Mid.
The timing of that gauntlet couldn't have been better. Flash played that one extremely cool, calm, and collected, and he made it out, denying the ace. But again, the damage is done. There's so many turrets down for Gangstars.
A little bit of a regression coming out from the side of Team Solo Mid. However, it's only 12 minutes in the match. The Kraken has not spawned yet, and Gangstar Series, they're just going to let the minions continue to push to their side, farm a little bit of gold, and hope to stall out to the mid to late game.
Now, a little bit of an advantage going into this this next team fight. It's a small window for sure, but there will be a point where Gabe Vizzo has that Blast Tremor and Flash still doesn't have that Gauntlet. If we can make something happen there, Gangstars might be able to start turning this around, but it's going to be a narrow window.
Yeah, I sincerely doubt that Team Solomid is going to look for a fight in that 10-second window, but they might. And as long as Gangstar Serious is able to capitalize on that, they might have a chance, but I don't expect them to look for a fight anytime soon.
That 6,000 gold is going to be holding. Fuji actually does get noticed. Mixi, though, he's going to be the target. He does have a lot of that fortified health. The Evo Harvest, look at that Hellfire on top of Iraqi. He's going to be burning out. There's the wait for it, but it does get reflex blocked, and Fuji just can't take down Cole. He's going to go deep for it, gets paid for it, and now Gabe to make the ace again. Team Solomid have 2 turrets between them and victory, and looks like they're going to push up this lane.
Yeah, that was very, very questionable coming out from the side of Gangstar Serious. They needed to wait for that Blast Turner. The science is so important, especially against that Rhyme, especially against that Ringo. The Twirling Silver, the Valkyrie coming out from Mixi, it was just absolutely devastating in that fight.
Cole the Meek is sitting at 517, 111 last hits. I gotta say, he's probably just rolling in the cash. Look at those crits! Look at that Tornado Trigger just doing work on that turret. Now a little bit of a fight. We do got those minions there, remember, as well. But Fuji, Achilles shot. Cole is just doing so much damage, but he's too far forward. He does drop, and now Fuji and Iraqi, they're trying to dodge his head. Flash doesn't actually go over that well, but he turns around anyways. He gets one. Can he actually pick up Fuji? It's gonna be close, but it's just not there. Fuji dashes back in, gets the kill. Would have been a heck of a Lost Boy top play if I ever seen one.
So close. Once again, the exact same play came out. Team Solomid, they are trying to push into the side of Gangstar Sirius's base. However, Gangstar setting up a perfect defense, protecting their turret. It takes almost no damage, and once again, they pick up 2 kills for themselves.
Now, Gangstars is starting to finally put some points on the board. 17-8, though. They're still pretty far down there, but still, pay attention to the goal. 6,000, 6,000. Now it's closer to the 5 mark. So they're clawing themselves back into this, but a few more unfavorable trades. They're not going to have any turrets still standing, and we have a Kraken coming up in 40 seconds.
Yeah, the TSM special not going to happen this game round since there only are 2 turrets left. What I expect to happen, though, is Team Solomid, they're going to wait for the 15-minute mark. They're all going to double infuse, and they're going to go for the game-winning push.
Yeah, they have the money for it there as well. All Flash needs is a little bit of a boost, but even then, 30 seconds, the passive gold gain might be enough. You can see them holding onto that cash as well, and you know what, Zeke, and I think you're just going to be absolutely right about this in the next few.
Yeah, and right now, Cole and Meek just pushing up the lane. They have nothing to do they don't have to do anything until a Kraken spawns. And as soon as it does come up, they can either go for it. If they bait out a fight against Gangstar Serious in the open, they have a huge advantage.
All right, Flash actually opting for a little bit of armor. He picks up the Atlas Pauldron just before this, but there's one set of double infusions. Ooh, a Tyrant Monocle to go with this Cole. Cole, does he have 100% crit at this point?
Yeah, right now, Cole just hitting so incredibly hard, and it's going to be really exciting to see the Kraken has spawned. Will TSM go for it? It's going to be a good question.
All right, so Kraken is on board. We got one set of those doubles. Flash is not going to be joining him on that one, but Cole the Meek with that item choice, he can still actually pick up one more if he really wants it. The bigger thing here to talk about, though, is that Gangstar Serious, they know this Kraken's up. It's going to be an objective, but they are absolutely letting it slide. They're not even out of their base.
Yeah, the main thing for Gangstar Serious is they know they cannot take a fight outside of their base, because if they don't have the turrets, if they don't have the base walls surrounding them, it's going to be so hard for them to win a fight. And right here, let's see what happens.
All right, Party Bush. Now, TSM likes to actually sit into the top one. Flash, though, is going to find him here into this one, but Flash isn't who you want to be focusing. He still has that gauntlet. Everything is ready to go, but the Kraken is still advancing. If you want to take a fight, you got to try to get some kind of jump on him, and there it is, the jump with the gauntlet. Flash is going to go low. Lots of reflex blocks going out. I don't think the wait for it is going to get that silence, and again, with these reflexes, they are standing so long. Flash is still alive. He does so much damage before dropping, but it doesn't matter by the end. Gangstars, without that engage, they get engaged upon, and TSM are going to take this 20-9, and the Kraken will provide a first game in their name.
Yeah, valiant last attempt fight by the side of Gangstar Serious. However, it just was not enough. Team Solomid an absolutely crushing victory in this first game.
They are repping their brand well. They are here to win. That trip into the lowers might have actually sharpened their senses. They were doing their homework, and they have the confidence here to bring this into the finals to rematch up against Halcyon Hammer's Velocity.
Yeah, and that's another match I would really love to see once again. However, Halcyon Hammer's Velocity, they are looking forward to fighting Gangstars. So it's going to be a really interesting thing to see. What will Gangstars do to adapt to what TSM just brought out?
Well, I mean, there's definitely a lot of tools left in the pockets of both teams. I mean, we saw support Vox yesterday. We've seen support Glaives from Gabe Vizzle as well. I mean, there's a lot more than just the standard comps, and the only Game 5 is going to be blind. It's going to be just all the drafts until then. But the Ringo, I mean, Cole the Meek, he could actually be the next ban in this next game.
Yeah, it could be really interesting. However, we do have to watch out for that Dojo ban once again, because it's such an important puzzle piece for both of these teams. And whichever team gets it, they have so many options for the draft.
Yep, Gangstars being the B team onto this this next matchup, they are pretty much going to be forced into that Adagio ban.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting unless they have something really good planned out for fighting it. So let's see what they bring out.
All right, so it's up to them to keep this kind of momentum going here from Team Solo Mid. But Gangstars, again, this is not a new matchup to these guys. The first NA qualifiers, 3-0 to Gangstars, second to TSM. Actually, both of them won by Cole the Meek. He holds 6-0 when it comes to these finals.
Yeah, and Cole Meek, such an incredible player. In this last game, he was just absolutely dominating in that game. He got 7, 2, and 9. He was doing so much damage on that Ringo, the twirling silver, just absolutely wrecking everything. And I really need to see what will Gangstar Series do to adapt.
And the last hits, of course, were just out of this world as well. He is one of the highest last-hitting laners that we do have here in the Vainglory League. But as we set up for this next game, we're going to get the thoughts of Rome and Playoff Beard back at the desk.
Thank you very much, Forecourt Jester. Rome, that is the TSM that we all expected to see in this tournament. That is the TSM that won the World Championship. And that is the Flash X that we expected to see coming in, getting his favorite hero, Arden, and playing out of his mind in that game.
Yeah, and definitely there was many great jukes coming out of Flash that one. He took like evasion to a different level, especially the way he played both Iraqi and gave Vizzle in their own base. And a couple of like small items that I do really want to have to point out here, especially on Mixi. He opted out grabbing that Eve of Harvest really early, and this gave him that opportunity to actually sustain himself out, and it works out with his fortified health.
All right, Flash X, let's take a look at him and his KDA in this game. This is the roamer, but he's 8-3 and 11. Boy, did he show up in this one.
Yeah, and he was always out there up in front, using that Stormguard banner to secure them those kills. Especially, you see Arden with that blood for blood punch. He always put himself in the right position, even when like he was standing out front. He was in front of the Sirius team. He would turn it around, throw out a punch before he maneuvering around to a different position.
So many big stories in this game. Another one right from the outset. It was actually Call the Meek out farming and out dueling Iraqi Zoro.
Yeah, so this one is actually really funny because both of them used to play on the same team together, and now Iraqi Zoro versus Call the Meek up in that lane. It is one of those matches to watch, but Call, excellent expectations coming out of him in terms of taking Ringo in that early game and just putting on all that pressure towards Iraqi Zoro on that Vox. But TSM this last match, like one of the things we have to really look at was how they finished like their jungling really fast. It gave Fuji no opportunity to actually do any counter jungling, and he wasted so much time in their base.
And that's such an important point because what happened there was one member of TSM would invade enemy side, the other member of TSM would farm their own jungle, and when Fuji looked for camps to take, there were simply none to be had, starving them out, giving them big problems. Another person who gave them big problems was Mixi on that rhyme.
Yeah, and the positioning coming out of Mixi this last game was excellent. We always notice that as long as he stays up front and he can get off those auto attacks, he sticks to the enemy, and getting that fortified health, it gives so much time for Call the Meek on that Ringo just to stand that back line. With that tornado trigger on Call the Meek, he just kept spamming away, twirling silver, and nobody had a chance to really run away from that.
All right, and of course, if you're wondering why it says 1-1 now when we get into this match, it is because Gangstar Sirius, they get the benefit of having make it through the winner's bracket, so they started up 1-0. TSM now has tied it at 1 in this best of 5. So going into this, it will be, an even series now, even though TSM has the momentum. What changes, if any, does each of these teams have to make for game 2?
Well, I love how TSM actually approached this first match, pretty much correcting all the mistakes from yesterday, especially starting from the drafting phase. They made sure that they grab a composition that works out really well. And it highlights every single player's suits. Like we saw Call the Meek playing at Ringo yesterday, and it showed really good faith in them. Something I do want to see that TSM steers clear of is that buff composition. I feel like it doesn't work out for them so well. So going to the second match, I do hope that they ban Adagio first, since they are picking and banning first.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Obviously, Flash X, he's most comfortable on that Arden, but it's a very difficult hero for Gangstar Series to ban because of Adagio, because of other priorities. Bans. Does Gangstar Sirius have to go that far in order to put Flash X on one of those heroes that he struggled more with in the first 2 days of this tournament?
Not so much, but like on Flash X, I do see that he does throw out the gauntlet. Necessarily not at the best times. And
what?
Yeah, that was yesterday, but today it was more on point, but it's still not on the same level as Lost Boy Toph, where he maximizes as much as he can out of landing that gauntlet down.
Well, that said, though, Flash X was clearly much more comfortable killing people with blood for blood. I don't know what you want out of this guy. He goes 8-3-11 on an Arden. He looked very confident. He looked very decisive in that match. And I'm sure if he could get Arden again, he would want to get Arden again.
Yeah, and he played him out so well, but my expectations for these guys are pretty high up there. Going to the second match, I feel like Gangstar Series has like a couple things that they want to make sure of, especially during that drafting phase. I felt like Vox and Blackfeather together didn't have too much synergy, especially with the Catherine, although they are very strong into that late game. It leaves them so much vulnerability in that early game where they have nothing to actually really contend or fight back against like the heavy aggression coming out of the TSM team.
Okay, you're known for your predictions throughout these drafts. How do you see this ban phase going, perhaps?
I do hope that TSM starts off with an Adagio ban, pretty much because I don't want to see them playing Adagio, and for sure they don't want to be giving the Gangstar Series team that Adagio. On the second hand, like, we saw a bunch of different compositions coming out of TSM so far, and it feels like even though they rotate Mixi between the lane and that jungle, he plays a big presence. So grabbing a comfort pick on their side works out really well for them.
All right, and if you were in the corner of TSM, it's one of those interesting moments where this match went really well. Do you just keep doing what you're doing, or do you have to keep showing different looks to a team that has been a world champion in their own right, has such good players that will take advantage of any opening you give them?
They can't like walk into this like empty-handed. They have to know 2 more wins and they're going to the finals. So they have to make sure they're bringing their A game. They're bringing out those compositions that they have been practicing so hard for.
Now, tell me one player to watch here really quick, and then we're going to get into the draft.
For this one, we have to watch Mixi because he showed us like different versatilities and how he's playing out these different comps, and their gameplay has been excellent on his behalf.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. I think we are ready for the draft. It is technically 1-1 now. So really, match 3 going into this. It will be TSM now picking and banning first, and we'll have to see how all the permutations play out. They decide to take away a Blackfeather.
So I'm not too sure what the Blackfeather does really here, unless they're planning to play like somebody that does a lot of damage in that backline. But then again, like I just recently spoke about this Adagio pick coming out and the buff comps for TSM. I'm not too sure that they're going to be able to execute this out as well.
Yeah, this is so interesting. So it is Flash X forced off of the Arden, and now the big decision, do you put Flash X on an Adagio where he maybe doesn't have quite the historical success as on an Arden, or do you put Call the Meek on an Adagio or even Mixi, but put, Call the Meek, it doesn't fit his playstyle. He wants to be menacing, he wants to be moving forward, and Adagio needs to be on the back line.
Yeah, but actually looking at the Gangstar Series team, and they picked up that Vox and that Cruel, so this actually gives Team Solomid a great chance in that early game. And here actually, like in this one scenario, grabbing up a buff composition and working it out does do really well for them, although I do want to see Mixi playing this Adagio.
All right, we're going to see. Call the Meek is on the clock. A few seconds left. They do go back to that Ringo. It has worked really well on Call the Meek in particular, and that is the early game comp you were looking for with a Fortress as well.
And this one, I have to give the advantage here already to Team Solomid based on, I don't even need to see the last pick coming to the Gangstar Series side, to be honest. Just because I see so much early aggression coming out of them, and it doesn't matter. You have a Crow, you have a Vox. You will need to get to that 10 to 15 minute mark before your damage really starts to show.
It is Akashka. Wow, we got a trend going for all the action in this third game, technically. It is Forecourt Jester and Zken.
All right, guys, we're back on the floor, and Zeke and I, we were watching that draft. It's like Rome's like, I don't even need to see that last pick, and as soon as it went down, Zeke's like, yes.
Yeah, this is the perfect pick coming out from a side Gangstar Series. The Kashka with the Kroll together in the jungle is actually extremely effective because what's going to happen in this match is Gabe Vizzle, he is playing that Rome Kroll, and all he has to do is be slightly tanky and get in the face of the carries of the side Team Solomid and just shut down their damage.
Rome Glaive, Rome Vox, Rome Kroll.
Just everything, right?
Just everything works for these guys as we jump on in to the fold. We got TSM here loading up on the left. It looks like Flash is going to be that Roman, as he said, Gabe Vizzle, Roman with Kroll.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. I love the adaptation coming out from the side of Gangstar Series. The Rome Kroll is going to be so good in this matchup, and it's going to be really exciting to see how it plays out.
All right, so Iraqi Zoro last round didn't exactly have the best of times in that lane. The early game, a disadvantage, definitely put him in to that deficit, but now he's going up against Cole again with this Ringo.
Yeah, and this time around, though, it's going to be really interesting to see. Will Iraqi Zoro be able to pressure Holbeek a little bit, or will the exact same thing happen?
So, what do you build with a roaming Gabe Vizzle Kroll?
All he has to do, honestly, is build a standard roam build. Like, he can get the Fountain, he can get the Crucible, he can get Shiver Steel, whatever he wants. And as long as he has a little bit of attack speed, maybe a Swift Shooter or a Blazing Salvo, he's going to be completely fine.
So this very much reminds me of what Hardek has been playing. It's just he gets that attack speed and then everything else is defensive. He's going to be that kind of like that tank, that frontliner.
Right. All he has to do is get into the front, stick on top of Kolomik, and shut down his damage, and it's going to be a very, very tough game for Team Solo Mid.
And Kroll does have that unique ability to bring weakness stacks into it. So even with Cole, with all that weapon damage, which is very likely what he is going to be going into, I can't imagine for whatever reason he'll go into a CP, not with an Adagio there. You look for those weaknesses. He might be buffing out this Ringo, but you bring that down a heck of a bunch with that weakness stacks.
Yeah, one thing I just want to point out, this is a really smart play coming out from the side of Gangstar Sirius. Even though they saw Team Solo Mid walk into their jungle, they still threw a flare into the bush to pretend that they didn't know where Team Solo Mid was.
It's the mind games, man. Gabe Vizzle can use from the shadows. He will find Cole, but Cole's not having any of it. He is just going to be A-OK, and the lane gank not happening. The rest of the TSM here as well. It's going to be into this lane, but, I mean, remember, that's a support Kroll. He's looking for that Iron Guard gold right now. That's why he's not off in the jungle.
Yeah, all they really want to do right now is get Gabe Vizzle just a little bit of gold, make sure he gets a little bit of tankiness, and just jump on Kolomik over and over, and right here they're in a lot of danger.
And here comes Fuji as well from behind. Kolomik didn't see that one coming, and that's now first blood for Gangstar Sirius. Flash X will make an exit. He's going to try to freeze out that lane. Adagio might actually come up to claim it. It's going to be a while until that Ringo comes back into it, but at least there's going to be a heal. They're going to jump on top of Gabe Vizzle. A little bit of fire, and wow, that is going to absolutely work. Could they go for the double? One more. No, they can't actually grab Arakizoro, but, I mean, Mixi coming in, he's making his presence known.
Yeah, Arakizoro just barely dodging out of that last base attack from Mixi. And right now, we do have Fuji. He is level 4 right now. So the highest level in the game on that Koshka, things are looking pretty okay for him.
He's been left to himself in the jungle. He did some countering. He does have a good few last hits under, about 16 to the same as Mixi. But as you said, level 4, that solo experience, doing him just a little bit better. But now TSM is on the hunt.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting because TSM is going to waste a lot of time trying to chase Fuji down unless he runs right into him.
Yeah, unless he runs right into him. Might have been able to pounce to Cole had he known it was there, but the collapse is good, and Solo Mid gets themselves a kill.
Yeah, I find that a little bit of a questionable move coming out from Fuji. If he went to the left, he could have actually bought a little bit more time for his teammates, but right now, Kolomiki is on his own in the lane, and see if Gabe Vizzle can set anything up.
All right, so Gabe Vizzle, I mean, a lot of this time rushing down on top of that Ringo, especially after he's used a twirling silver to be clearing out some of these lanes. It's going to be a good opportunity to use that movement speed and get on top of him, but there's not really an opportunity presenting itself. Even when they do go forward, it's this 3-man rotation, and TSM, they're looking to put Arakizoro down.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of damage to Arakizoro. However, he's doing a much better job farming this game against Kolomik. He's at 29 CS up to Kolomik's 27.
Definitely a lot more even than that factor of 2 or so that we saw last round. Now Fuji is going to come in from the right, but there's not much to do saving out that jungle minion. So instead, it looks like we're going to be pushing this lane. Arakizoro actually hasn't left lane. He has 1,000 gold now to go do something with it.
I feel like this is the story of Arakizoro. He just stays in the lane, gets a lot of farm, and hopes to carry the game. However, he's going to have to buy very soon. He's not going to be able to help his teammates in any of these fights.
Yeah, he kind of takes a detour and waits for it. Fuji took a little bit of damage there, and it looks like everything's going to be all right. In terms of those Iron Guard contract golds, something you do like to look at, it's pretty even.
So something interesting, Arakizoro is actually going Weapon Vox. This is actually a pretty good adaptation because they do have the Koshka on their team, and Koshka, she has pretty high crystal damage with the Aftershock. She's going to be able to spam all those abilities, and Arakizoro really has to put down her with the weapon.
Yeah, if you did go into the double crystal, it'll almost like putting a time limit on the match.
Yeah, one interesting thing about Weapon Vox, though, is the burst damage that comes out of him is absolutely immense. So if he's able to get on the Kolomik, if Kolomik is actually just shut down by Gabe Vizzle, it doesn't even matter what happens to Arakizoro and Fuji, because Team Solo Mid, they'll have no damage.
So going to be looking for Fountains to go with the heal there for Mixi. Of course, he is going to be getting quite a bit of that crystal power to go with it. Gabe Vizzle, though, he's going to be going deep and right into a death right there. Could have been a martyr situation. He just stalls them out. His team then does rotate back, and they will be spared that flame. But 3-1 for TSM, and they are still starting to come ahead there in the goal.
Yeah, and one thing we do want to see is what will Gangstar Sirius do? If they stall this game out a little bit, I think they'll be completely fine because they have so many opportunities to lock down Kolomik. They have the Koshka, they have the Cool, they have stuns for days, and as long as Arakizoro is able to get farm, I think Gangstar Sirius has a huge advantage in the mid to late.
Would you expect to see a Crucible then from Flash?
I am expecting to see a Crucible coming out of Flash, but I'd rather see Reflex Block coming out from every single member of the side of Team Solo Mid. It's just going to be extremely helpful against both Koshka and Kroll.
Well, right now at the 5-minute mark, we are looking to actually complete those tier 3 items first. Both Koldamik and Mixi, no reflexes in sight, but it is still early. Once they get that item, would you say go for that then, or would you even cut right into your item build now?
I would probably wait a little bit because Gavizzle and Fuji's level 6, but honestly, I don't really expect TSM to be so out of position that it will be got.
Yummy Catnip Frenzy there from Fuji, but I don't even know who actually took more damage there. Fuji was definitely dropping low. They've already lost now at 1 and 2. They do trade out evenly on 2 sides of 2 different fights right there. Araki Zoro thinking maybe he's going to bring down Flash, but that's going to be a heck of a push. But oh, he does actually have a Scout Trap, and now Flash, he's going to jump there to that minion. But Araki has these Sonic Zooms. Problem is he's running low on energy.
Yeah, that was such a good fight coming out from Gangstar Sirius, and especially against a team composition that is so strong in the early game, that such as the one TSM has. Gangstar Sirius, they're holding out so well. The gold is almost even, and they are looking really, really strong right now.
So conversely then, Team Solo Mid not really finding that early game advantage that they had in the last game. And now if they do actually trade out even until that mid-game situation, is that where Gangstars is really going to start finding their stride?
I definitely expect Gangstars to be able to pick it up in the mid-game, because as soon as Gavizzle is able to stick onto Cole without worrying about himself, then Gangstar Sirius is free to do whatever they want in these fights. It's going to be absolutely terrifying for Team Solo Mid.
All right, so a little bit more shopping going down. Still looking for those tier 3s, but they do find Flash a little bit. That's some good damage. Here comes the Hellfire, though. The puppies are out and about. Silences are going to be going down, and Araki gets a race. Fuji is now going to be right there into the mix of it. The Yummy Cat in Frenzy, but he dies during it, and now it's a 3v1 situation. Gabe gets none for his trouble. That is going to be the triple and the ace.
And that right there was Iraqi Zoro just being completely caught out. That cannot happen in these fights. He has to be able to sit in the back line. He has to be able to do the damage consistently, because even though Gabriel was jumping on Cole, if Araki Zoro goes down, there's not the damage to follow up anything for Gangstar Sirius.
Immense gold payout. Koldamik's doing a good number here on top of this turret. I think the minions plus him might have it, and that's a heck of a gold swing now going to Team Solo Mid. So much for that even trading back and forth. They take nearly 3,000 gold from it.
Yeah, right now Araki Zoro is kind of clear away as much as he can, and this is going to be so dangerous from Gangstar Sirius. If they were able to keep the gold even, if Team Solo Mid was not able to capitalize on such a big misplay by Gangstar Sirius, this would have been a much different game.
Look at those pickups immediately. Shattered Glass and Reflex on Cole. Sorrow Blade, Oakheart, but you know that's going to go into a Reflex.
Most certainly, and right now Gavizzle, I do expect him to pick up an Atlas Pauldron fairly soon. He's definitely going to need it against both Mixi and Kolamik, just dropping their damage significantly. In fact, Atlas Pauldron on both Fuji and Gavizzle is not something I would be surprised by.
All right, so 8-3, Team Solo Mid. They did win one game, but Gangstars came into this with a 1-0 lead. Still, Solo Mid is taking this game so far with a 3,000 lead, 8 kills to 3. Their last hits have been pretty on par as well, not really falling behind in kind of any aspects. I say that, but Koldamik is actually down 5, but Mixi is now leading Fuji by 10.
Yeah, right now Mixi is doing so well for himself. Level 9 already, and here's another fight.
Possibly, yeah. Araki Zoro is just going to get out of dodge out of that one. I mean, he, as you said, he doesn't want to be the one on the front line. He doesn't want to be the one caught out. He needs to stay in the back and get that damage. Now, the only real appeal that we have here is Gabe in those weakness stacks and then Fuji with that stun. Everything else, Araki Zoro is just, you know, he's going to have to fend for himself a lot.
Yeah, right now, I don't expect his team to peel for him. What his team is trying to do is take down the primary carry of Kolamik. However, Mixi is starting to do some serious damage on his own with that Shatter Glass, with that Reflex block. He's going to be a huge threat, too.
All right, so as we do just continue starting to push in inch by inch up against the Gangstar Sirius territory, you can see they're going to be in this push. Are they looking for a fight right now? Level 8 compared to the 9. 6s, a few there, but that's going to be stuns. They're looking to bring down Mixi as quick as they can, but the fountain, it nearly actually worked out that time. Now, Fuji is a big focus. Koldamik, he's going to be chasing him down. He has a puppy on him as well. You can't really outrun these guys, but now Cole, he gets collapsed upon, and Crow actually gets that kill right there. So 2-1. Gangstars is going to be looking good in that fight, and now Gavizzle will find Flash. Who wins this fight?
Honestly, it doesn't matter because neither of them will be able to kill each other. Gavizzle will eventually win this fight, but it's not going to matter at all. They're just going to walk away from each other. But that fight, that was so well played by Gavizzle. He completely ignored the front line of Team Solo Mid, went directly for Kolamik, and completely shut him down.
Flash X saying, talk to the tail, gets out, no problem. But as you say, I mean, that's what we need to see more of Gabe Vizzle doing. Getting into that back. Look, he has that Shiver Steel there as well. So that if he can get, 2 to 3 man's Shiver Steel, plus the stun there of Fuji with the Yummy Catnip Frenzy, that's a really good intro into these kind of fights.
Yeah, however, here TSM is taking the gold mine. It's going to be completely free for them. 186 gold for each of their members. Not too bad for their pockets. And right now, about 3,000 gold lead coming out for a side Team Solo mid. However, things are getting a little bit dicey for them.
Yeah, they're going to hold that 3,000 gold lead. And 10 minutes in, it's not quite Kraken time yet, but that's going to be in the back of these guys' mind. We haven't really done a lot of turret pressure from Gangstar Series because they're not really winning these fights. Yeah, they might be able to trade out evenly, but they're not getting a ton of value outside.
Yeah, right now TSM is not willing to push too far up because they're really scared of Gangstar Sears. However, the longer they wait, the more dangerous it gets for them. Even if Kolami gets really powerful, even if Mixi gets a ton of crystal power, if Gabe Vizzle gets tanky enough, it's not going to matter at all.
And we've seen actually Hardak on Kroll, for example, this entire weekend. He's been really showing us the power of these sustained, these survivable Krolls. And now coming into this one, this could be a good position. Gangstars, are they going to be going right into that back? Yummy Cat and Frenzy does get blocked out, but the damage is still there. Mixi will get off a verse just before going down, and now Araki, he's the focus target. He's going to drop, but Cole as well is going to go down. Fuji, will he live through this? He's not bleeding. He's going to be scot-free, and Gabe Vizzle is just going to deter any kind of more chase. That's a 2-1 for Gangstars.
And another fantastic fight coming out from us at Gangstar Sears. This is exactly what they need to do. Just take these fights, make sure that Gabe Vizzle gets onto Kolomik, and as another, support battle comes, nothing's gonna happen.
Punt, get out. All
yeah,
right.
It's like shoo.
Flash X, second time he's been in that situation. They got a Warhorn now, and I'm not entirely too sure Warhorn would have mattered that fight because they're the ones that got engaged, but it's a powerful tool to get Flash into that back line.
Yeah, one of the main things is Flash is not the one that needs to be using the Warhorn for himself. If Mixi gets into the middle of the Gangstar Series team, great. However, the main thing that it's going to be used for is to get Kolomik away from Gabe Vizzle. That is the primary use for it. I would be really interested to see, will Flash X pick up a Shiver Steel? Because if he can slow down Gabe Vizzle, prevent him from getting those stacks on Kolomik, it's going to be a huge benefit to his team.
Now, Gangstars are doing some damage to the gold lead accrued by Team Solo Mid, but still looking like 2,500 or so between these guys. And every time that there's a fight, it looks like TSM's able to pick up these free gold mines.
Yeah, these gold mines, they are getting taken. However, it's not going to matter too much if they do not close the gold lead. If they are not able to push down these turrets, as long as Gangstars is able to defend, things are going to look really, really rough for Team Solo Mid very soon.
All right, Araki Zoro has now put 3 kills on the board, 2 there to Gabe and another 2 there to Fuji. And there's been a lot of talk about Koshkas. We'll talk about that later, though. Fuji's going to go in. The Yummy Catnip Frenzy again. Mixi's a big target. Will he get the verse off? Nope, he's just going to drop, and Fuji now gets into that back. Araki Zoro lived right through that whole thing, and finally we might have an opportunity for an ace here as Gabe and Fuji. Can they bring down the pup? We got the minion miner now involved in this as well, but Flash is taking his time. There it is, the first ace for Gangstar Series.
And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Team Solo Mid, they are in a very, very tough position right now because Gangstar Series, they have such a good team composition to counter the entire team of Team Solo Mid, and it's going to look very dangerous for them. The Atlas, as soon as Gabe Vizzle picks up his Atlas Paladin, as soon as Fuji gets an Atlas Paladin, Team Solo Mid is basically going to lose every single fight.
All right, so we'll have to see if the Prophet Zekant will come true on that one. But during that fight, you just saw them. They had to defend out against that lane push, and that turret is down to half. There hasn't been any hero pressure on top of it at all. It's just simply because the lanes keep pushing and pushing, and Team Solo Mid, they keep pushing that and looking for these fights. So even with them losing now some of these fights, there was no gold mine going over to Gangstars. The jungle finally has just gotten cleared, and you still can't advance to the turret areas of Solo Mid when these fights are so deep against Gangstars.
Yeah, right now Gangstar Series is trying to pick up another fight. Let's see if anything happens.
Now, the big question is Fuji and Koshka. We've another gold mine to TSM for free, but Fuji and Koshka, this has not been a very popular hero this weekend because a lot of people say that she does fall off. Are you not seeing that kind of situation here?
I would not be too worried about it in this match because his damage is not really reliant on those catnip stacks. Instead, he's just relying on the aftershock, he's relying on the stun, and he's just buying time for Gabe Vizzle to get stacks onto Cole.
So he's just literally for the peel and everything's on Araki.
Yep, pretty much.
All right, so coming in from behind, Gabe Vizzle's going to drop low. Another Yummy Catnip Frenzy. No verse here, but the Crow is down. There goes the Adagio. Fuji is going to take so many shots to the face, but Araki gets one. Can he pick up there for Flash for that ace? He's looking for it. The Sonic Zoom, the stutter steps. It's going to be good.
with the zoom and another race for Gangstars.
And Gangstar Serious coming out with an innovative team composition, coming out extremely strong come the mid to late game, and this is exactly where their team comp is on the power spike.
I think I heard Rome eating crow a little bit. He said it was all TSM at this draft. It didn't matter what that last pickup was, but this is working.
Yeah, against any other team other than Gangstar Serious, teams that do not prepare such interesting roam picks, it could definitely work. However, against Gangstar Serious, against Gavizzle, who basically has every single hero under his belt, it's just not going to work.
It's been a while, but Gangstars have finally taken that gold lead. They finally pushed up that lane as well, got themselves a turret for their trouble, and this could be an opportunity. If a good team fight goes their way, they might serve the TSM special to TSM. There's 4 turrets up in a Kraken, and with this momentum, Gangstars is actually in a good spot to take game 2.
Yeah, we do.
Well, 3.
We do see FlashX picking up a Crucible for himself. However, I do want to see him adapt. I want to see that Shiver Steal. It's going to prevent Gavizzle from sticking onto Cole so easily. And right now, Gavizzle, there's nothing preventing him from just getting those stacks on. The weakness is coming out, and it's just completely destroying Team Solo Mid's team composition.
All right, so we're going to be trying to push out that lane. We're not going to go for the minion mine, and it's going to be just okay for now. So many free gold mines went to TSM. Could this be a free Kraken for Gangstars?
I'm really interested to see this because Team Solo Mid, their team comp does not really take down Kraken too well. However, they're going to have to do something about this very soon.
It's just not happening, man. They're all showing themselves on map. They're all up in that lane. Kraken unleashed. We have those infusions, and this could be a game-winning push right now from Gangstars.
I don't expect it to be the game-ending push. However, I expect them to take quite a few turrets. This is going to be a very, very difficult Kraken to stop by Team Slow Mid, especially because Gangstar Serious, they're not too tanky. However, Fuji and Gavizzle, as long as he uses Atlas Pauldrons, it can just completely prevent Team Slow Mid from doing any damage to this Kraken.
TSM's infusion count is just not as terrifying as it has been in the past. They got the double on Cole, and then, well, they got a Crystal for Mixi, but right past the turret, they're going to go for this. The Crucible is actually good. The Reflex is there as well. Are we too deep? Cole the Meek is still going down rather low, but there goes the Adagio, and Cole is just not going to get the damage. The turret and the puppies will pick up Kroll, but now with this turret pushing up, it's only Flash here for the defense.
And this is just so incredibly well played by Gangstar Serious. I cannot emphasize this enough. They have the perfect team composition to counter everything Team Solo Mid is trying to do, and they're playing it out to perfection.
All right, they take 2 turrets. I don't expect this next one to fall, but 2 more kills. The Kraken, she's going to be off the board for the next 3 minutes or so. Kill lead going to Gangstars. They're maintaining at 3,000 over TSM, and now they're doing some counter jungling, a little bit of farming. Those infusions, I think, paid off.
Oh, certainly. And right here, we do see the breaking point coming out on Iraqi Zoro. He is going to be an absolute mess in these fights if they cannot take him down. And I don't think there's any possible way for Team Solo Mid to kill him. Flash X, he doesn't really do that much damage. Mixi, he can, but he's trying to buff up Kolomeek, and it's just not going to work out for them.
Gabe just picked up a Reflex block. Could we be going for the last item, Crucible?
Yeah, it's almost certainly going to be a Crucible at this point. There's not really any other options to build it with that Reflex block, unless he's trying to defend himself, which I don't really think he needs to.
He's pretty tanky at this point. He might have the 6 deaths, but a lot of those were from those earlier fights. He's been an instrumental part of this late game, bringing those weakness stacks, making this setup happen. And Iraqi Zoro, I mean, every hit that he does with that weapon, Vox, there's no limit to his skill.
Yeah, right now Gavizzle actually picks up a weapon fusion for himself. He looks like he might be going for a Bone Saw with that Blazing Salvo. However, his team doesn't need the defense, so as long as he is able to shut down anyone he touches, it doesn't matter how defensive they are, because they just won't, Team Solo Mid just won't do any damage.
I can definitely say that we've been doing a good job of keeping that damage at bay. Gangstars now again with that kill lead. They're going to pick up this minion mine, so they show themselves on map. This is where TSM is now going to counter. They're actually pushing up this lane. This turret has been sitting at half. Are they going to go for this little bit of gold? Well, they're definitely going to take the pot shots, but now From Hell's Heart goes out. That's a stun. Wait for it's there as well, but the verse actually hits, but it's all blocked. There is no shutdown, no stun right there, and that's it for Vox, would you believe? Fuji's actually dropping now as well. This engage has not gone well for Gangstars, and they lose out Kroll for the ace.
Wow, just Team Solo Mid, just absolutely dominating that fight. Iraqi Zoro getting a little bit too far ahead of himself. He got completely caught out of position. He was completely taken down. And as soon as Iraqi Zoro drops, even if Gavizzle shuts down Kolomeek's damage, Mixi is there to heal. Kolomeek is there to do damage. And that just went horribly south for Gangstar Serious.
We've turned the tables. Team Solo Mid, they're actually now going to come ahead in turrets. They have the map presence. Now with those death timers reduced per turret down, Gangstars is back here for the defense, and TSM's making their exit. But could they go for
this Kraken and look to end.
I definitely don't expect them to go for the Kraken right now. Gangstar Sirius, though, it's going to be a very interesting battle. Can Team Solo Mid prevent Gangstar Sirius from taking that Kraken? If they can, they might be able to stall a game out. However, I don't really think that benefits them too much.
Now you see Mixie's coming back into this one, fresh infusions on top of him. He's not even bothering with the Broken Myth at this point. He's just really focusing on getting that fighting power. A lot of infusions for Evan. Look at this chase. It's going cross map. Yummy Catnip Frenzy. They find it on top of Flash, but Fuji's out. He gets evaporated, and now Iraqi's making the exit, and Gabe is going to, well, very likely drop. I cannot imagine Colamic's going to let him go. This is disastrous for Gangstars.
And I was just seeing praises about Gangstar just a few minutes ago, and right there, Fuji getting too far ahead of his team, jumping onto Flash X. That is not the target you want to lock down.
So Vox has no choice. He has to defend. There's no way that a backdoor will happen. He can't solo out that Kraken in any good time. And TSM pushing in with these minions. There's only one turret between them and victory, and taking this into a 2-1 situation. And I think it's just going to happen right here and now. That is going to be 4 seconds till Fuji, but that's now going to be, again, the tie-up. Iraqi just cannot hit these guys, and the crystal goes down. Team Solo Mid flips it on the set.
Yeah, and that absolutely should not have happened. That's a complete misplay coming out from Gangstar Sirius. They had the game in the bag. They had TSM on the back foot. However, TSM able to turn around, able to take the victory. I'm very excited to see the next game.
Well, I could definitely see the happiness there with Flash. I think Cole was just more relieved than anything. He just ran a marathon into that one, but they brought it back, and they take this into a 2-1 situation for what looked like what is going to be a 2-1 for Gangstars. One fight, a few different missed positions. Man, just absolutely amazing how they turned that around.
Yeah, and TSM right there just staying very, very calm. They looked like they were in a little bit of panic come to mid-game. However, once they got to late game, they're able to take down Raxo every single fight. They're able to lock down Fuji, and the side of Gangstars, they just weren't able to do what they were doing so well in the past few minutes.
So we said, a little bit earlier, support Vox, support Glaive, now support Kroll. I don't know how many other tricks we can pull out of this one, but this is a 2-1 situation for TSM. They're going to be looking for a 3-1 to advance into those finals. Gangstars, even though they came in a game ahead, haven't been able to put a point up.
Yeah, Gangstars, they looked very, very strong in the second match, in the second half of the second match. But at the very end, they fell just short. I'm wondering if that's weighing on them at all.
Well, we're going to have to see. They're going to take a quick break, and so are we. We're going to give it back to Rome and Playoff Beer to take a few look at the highlights of that match.
All right. Thank you, Forecourt Jester. And Z Kent, once again, it's Gabe Bizzle going to an innovative Rome. It sure made things interesting for TSM in that game.
Yeah, I really liked it, especially at the beginning, just because with Kroll and Koshka, they have that very strong early jungle dominance where they can just keep trying and engaging. And it really helped them out there where we saw Gangstar Sirius having that mid-game lead. But the thing that we have to give the MVP here out to the infusions coming out of the TSM side. Pretty much this was what really changed the tide in that late game team fights, where we saw Gangstar Sirius, they pretty much had this game in the bag, but with TSM, just being able to coordinate themselves, making sure that their fights were always double infused across the board, that made a big difference on their half.
That certainly is their signature. They hold 1,000 gold and double infuse when they need it. Reflex blocks also seem to play a big factor in those fights when you got a Koshka trying for a 2.2 second lockdown.
Yeah, and I'm amazed by all the reflex blocks, not just coming out of this game, but all the previous games earlier today. And this is one of the things that a lot of these professional organizations have been working on, is pretty much securing, as long as you're able to reflex block right, you pretty much negate a lot of the incoming initiations coming from the opponents.
All right, this is the TSM squad that we expected to see and expected to advance to the finals. But Flash X, talk to me a little bit about his play. Clearly more comfortable on the Arden than the Fortress, but he did get the job done.
Yeah, overall they did really strong. They pretty much came into this, they didn't expect that Rome Kroll played by Gabe Bizzle this last match, where pretty much after the 12 minute mark, he pretty much showed up and he was pretty much a carry now. And with Kroll grabbing a bunch of defensive items and auto attack speed just to pretty much land those weakness stacks and prevent Ringo from doing as much damage as he possibly could.
Now you talked about the infusions, of course. Gangstars, they had the more late game scaling comp where it looked like they were going to be able to win fight after fight. Was that basically the whole story? Was that how TSM was able to win those fights late when they needed to?
What they did really well on the TSM side was they waited for Fuji on that Koshka to initiate with that Yummy Catnip Frenzy. And the thing that they did really strong here was they reflex blocked it. Flash X came in and just Mixie came in actually and threw off that Verse of Judgment, and the fights just started really turning in their favor.
All right, so Looking ahead now, of course, the Gangstars analysts and coaches are up there talking with their players in between these games, trying to figure out what do we do now that our backs are against the wall, our tournament lives are at stake. If you were up there with Owens or Viox, what would you be telling them?
For Gangstar Series, overall they've been playing very strongly. I think I would really look at their compositions right now, and I think they have to look at TSM. They know TSM do tend to get those early game aggression compositions where they're very strong right from the start, and I would try and build a composition around that. We noticed in the last game and in this game that Gangstar Series, they opted out and grabbed more to that mid to late game scaling, and they got punished for it.
Do you expect to see an Arden ban again on Flash X?
To be honest, I wouldn't pick Arden just for that. I would actually leave it open and try to prioritize grabbing other counters.
All right, we'll have to see. And any other adjustments you would want to see out of the Team Solo Mid side going into this game where they could close out?
They had a very rough start in that last match, mainly due to them not knowing exactly when to rotate. True, they had that Ringo and Adagio for that buff composition, but with Ringo always trying to pretty much prioritize his time in lane, grabbing CS and putting pressure on that Vox, he never had time to rotate down. In this game, gave Vizzle on that crew a lot of free roaming time where he pretty much just started building very tanky to get towards that hyper carry roam position.
All right, there is a chance that when Gabe showed the Vox, that was the thing that they were holding back, for when it counts. But if they have any other cards to play, now is the time. Is there anything else you expect to see Gangstars showing up with another unusual comp in this situation?
Well, so far, I haven't seen them prioritize too much of the drafting to pretty much counter against the TSM draft. They've been grabbing a lot of different composition, and they've been playing it out well, but there was nothing really approachable to directing it against the compositions coming out of the TSM side.
Do you think there's any chance of seeing any more Ozos? Was that just purely a day one misdirection?
Going to this last match, there is a chance that we will be seeing Ozo, but it also depends. Adagio has been a heavy ban or a heavy first pick, and a lot of teams do opt out to build a buff composition using Adagio, but this is where Ozo really fits in well. And if they do grab an Adagio, they do have the opportunity to pretty much finish off and pick up that Ozo.
All right, we're getting ready for a match that Gangstars must win or their tournament lives are over. We're going to take a quick break, hear from our sponsors, and when we come back, we're going to have this big match.
Welcome to the Academy.
Yep.
With a powerful quad-core processor and 7-inch screen, all for just 50 bucks, kind of makes you wonder, why buy just one? The $49.99 Amazon Fire Tablet.
Welcome everyone to the esports arena here in Santa Ana for the 2015 Vainglory Autumn Season Live Finals!
deal here at 2-0, or will they? They take down the Kraken, one hit from Win. Remember that there are no Vayne turrets available. They might look to try and end the game themselves. That's it. They've done it! Is game 3 from Liberation X.
Liberation X! Oh man, what a fantastic game. I just can't believe it, I'm lost for words. What an amazing series we have.
2016 North America Winter Championships live from the Red Bull Esports studio in Santa Monica, California. I am Playoff Beard here with Rome. It is 2-1 in this pivotal best-of-5 semifinals. Gangstar Sirius, their tournament lives are on the line now in Rome. What can they do? Can they perhaps switch up the draft? We've seen them have success when they counterpick in the draft using heroes like Petal, but they've been more focusing on building whole comps so far.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you have analysts for. They have to look towards the compositions coming out of the TSM side, where you see them going very strong into that early game, and you have to approach that really well. I found out so far with Gangstar CS, all their compositions tend to lean really deep into that mid to late game, where they had nothing there to help them relieve that pressure from them in that early game.
All right, so understanding that, what type of adjustments would you like to see?
Overall, I love the picks coming out from Gangstar Series the other day when either they picked up those adagios or they picked up that pedal and played them really well. Even with Rhyme, especially going up against melee composition, it works out very dominantly for them. And so far, I haven't seen too much of that.
Fuji certainly probably more experience on Rhyme than anyone, a hero that hasn't been out very often. He was on that hero right away. We're ready for this pivotal match. It is 2-1. Let's go to the draft and see what Gangstar Sirius can pull out of their pocket now. All right, we're getting ready to jump in. The draft does begin. Thank you very much, announcer. And we're going to see Gangstar Sirius take TSM off that Ringo. That's worked out well today.
Yeah, and with this Adagio ban coming out of Team Solo Mid, they want to make sure that they don't run into that Rome Vox again, where they had so much damage done coming out of that Sonic Zoom.
Wow, Rome, this is going like clockwork. Both these teams know what they want to do here.
Yeah, and they come into this with a plan, but what Gangstar Sirius has to do here is make sure that they're securing this last pick to have that early jungle pressure, just to make sure that it relieves the time that Iraqi Zoro needs for that late game scaling.
How good does TSM feel knowing that Flash X is going to be on Arden once again?
And I like the position here that Team Solo Mid have, where they have this Black Feather ready just to secure them that late game team fight. They're going to be using this last pick just to get through that early game, and most likely they're going to grab somebody that's able to dive deep down and burst down the enemy team really quickly.
This is going to be interesting. Sky, very elusive. Black Feather can cancel out any CC, has a lot of escape. Fortress, more of a going in initiator. We'll have to see what happens with this last pick coming out of TSM. It's going to be a Scarf real quick.
Yeah, so with this one, TSM has a very late game composition, and I feel like with the compositions coming out against our Sirius, they can be aggressive in that early game, and they have a great chance to actually maintain that pressure instead of having TSM constantly invade.
Let's see what happens for the call. It's Forecourt Jester and Z-Kent.
As we're going to be jumping into it, ladies and gentlemen, again, not really that roaming Vox. They do actually look like they're going to be putting that roaming Fortress into it here from Gangstars, but possible match point for them. I hope that this is the draft they were looking for.
Yeah, and right now Gangstar Sirius is playing for their tournament life. I'm really excited to see, will this team composition work out? The Sky, the Vox, the Fortress, they can be so aggressive early on, especially against that Scarf, Blackfeather, and Arden combo.
And Cold Meek is going to be out in that lane with that Black Feather. And at the same time, I mean, Fuji's the jungler, so we're going to be seeing that jungle Sky, right?
Yeah, so jungle Sky coming out. Most likely, Iraqi Zoro is going to lane with that light armor. He's trying to prevent a little bit of damage coming out from Kolamik on point. And right now, what's going to happen is Fuji and Gavizzle, they're going to play extremely aggressively. They need to be able to shut down Mikshi in the jungle. That Scarf, just not so powerful in those early engagements.
So I really wanted to see what Iraqi Zoro and what Fuji, which one's going to go weapon, which one's going to go crystal, maybe a little bit of both, but we already do got some crystal bits, some early crystal bits, double now for Fuji. So Iraqi Zoro at this point, is that going to be that weapon?
Yeah, it's most likely to be that weapon, Vox, once again. However, Let's see what Gangstar Series do. They do manage to steal the 2 minion camps away. And right now, TSM, they are on the invade.
Yeah, and Fuji's going to dance around there with that target lock. He picks up one and the other as well. So Mixi, a little bit of wasted effort. But still, I mean, with this 3-man, with that pressure there, you can see that, they're not willing to dance with TSM this early.
Yeah, and right there, they do have to have the 3 men down there because if they go in 2v2, Gangstar Series has a huge advantage. That Fortress, that Sky, such powerful early game heroes. And right now, Kolamik, he's doing what he can in lane, but Iraqi Zoro is just going to be able to farm as much as he wants.
8-7 going back and forth. There has been a good track record with these melee laners, especially with Book of Eulogies as their first items. And Kolamik on that Black Feather especially, tends to really do very well in these laning phases.
Yeah, however, the interesting thing is, Mixi, if he gets to late game with the Frostburn, with the amount of damage that he can do at the range that he has, he's going to be a huge threat for Gangstar Series. However, on the other side, Sky, Vox, both incredibly mobile. If Kolamik tries to jump in, both of them can just completely dance around him.
And remember, they're going to have Gabe Vizzle there to kind of just be side by side with him, use that movement speed from his passives and his teammates. And they're also going to have a little bit of a vision control when it comes to that level 6 when we do got Attack of the Pack going.
Yeah, and right now I do see a couple scout traps coming out from the side of Gangstar Series. However, TSM still opting not to go with too many scout traps of their own.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a passive early game, just a little bit more vision, a little bit more farming going back and forth. Spitfire not going to hit Gabe, but Gabe is noticing that he's going to be right there. It's just not going to be a fight.
Yeah, and right now, TSM is doing what they can in the lane. They're grouping as 3. However, they really do need to stop Fuji from farming as much as he wants because he's going to be a huge threat later on.
I think the doll of Iraqi Zoro moved. That's why a lot of people are just saying, all right, maybe he's actually here in person, or at least in spirit.
Yeah, that would be really, really interesting to see. His mind might not be here, or his mind might be here, but his body definitely is not.
Oh, we know that he's not full of hot air at this point. So, Team Solo mid 2-1. As we said, a little bit more passive. You said that Gangstars has this really big early game, fighting capability, but they're not going for invades.
Yeah, TSM is moving very, very well together as a team. Because Kolamik is not a Black Feather, he is able to push Iraqi Zoro into lane, and that means that Gangstar Series won't be able to do too much.
All right, so a little bit of a fight, 3v3, but as we just kind of bounce off each other, Mixi's actually going to be the one that takes a lot of that forward barrage, and now Mixi is going to go down to that last hit from Iraqi Zoro. Still, 2,000 gold to his name, not entirely too sure which way he wants to go, but if he is going to go more weapon, you're going to see probably a lot more kills going his way.
Yeah, and Flashback's going in very, very aggressively. He's not going to be able to do too much right there on his own, and right there, Team Solomon is going a little bit over aggressive. They should not be fighting Gangstar Sirius as a 3v3 unit.
All right, 600 gold or so. Sirius, not so bad. They're just going to go right back to their farming ways. And Gabe Vizzle is less in lane, more in jungle here with Fuji. And Fuji has done really well with that. Right now, Mixi's level 4, but we're getting pretty close to that level 6 range here for Fuji.
Yeah, and the really telling thing right here is Fuji, 27 CS, to Mixi's 21. He's getting a little bit further ahead, and as soon as Fuji hits level 6, I think Gangstar Sirius will go for a fight.
Yeah, they definitely should. If they're going to have that power spike and that advantage of a heroic or an ultimate to their name, it's definitely a good power advantage to use. Now, we do got that flare down. Does notice TSM. They're going to be hitting that shop a little bit. Iraqi has finally gone off and shopped. He does pick up the double weapon blade, so finally it will be the finality of that question. It is going to be weapon Iraqi.
Yeah, and right now Fuji doing a lot of damage to the side of TSM. However, it makes you dropping a lot of damage back on his own. That goop pile definitely hurting quite a bit.
Yeah, you really shouldn't try to do any kind of big fighting within those goop puddles. I mean, Mixi's just going to get more and more powerful as time goes on, and that just means more and more damage, plus fan the flames. Both sides actually rocking the percentage damage with Gabe Vizzle on that Fortress as well.
Yeah, and right now Fuji does hit level 6, so he does have that Death from Above ultimate. However, one thing to watch out for is Flash X, he's going to be picking up a very early fountain compared to Gabe Vizzle.
Well, we'll have to see actually who can actually finish that one first. They are just life springs right now. But 1-0 in 5 minutes, definitely a little bit more of a toned down pace for these teams.
Yeah, I'm definitely expecting Flash X to pick his up first because he did not buy so many scout traps. He has 1,000 gold in his pocket and gave his only thing on 500.
It's curious, you'd say the scout traps and Flash, but there's the Death from Above trying to just cut off this escape route. Flash is just going to go right through it, but he's not the target, so he's very confident that he's going to live right through it. And, well, the peel, it was enough. Cole the Meek, not going to go down from that gank.
Yeah, and this is going to give Gangstars a little bit of an opportunity to invade onto the side of Team Soul Mid. However, there are no jungle camps up, and on the other side, Mixi's just taking camps away off his own.
Yeah, you can see him sneaking around at the bottom of the map right there, and just like, all right, where's this scarf? Doesn't really matter too much, but there is a first item Frostburn there for Fuji at the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, and right now Flash X sitting on quite a bit of gold for himself. 1.2k, gave his little thing on 900 of his own. How the gold mine might be going for the way of Gangstar Sirius.
We don't actually use the Death from Above to finish off this gold mine. We're using it as that, so close. Use that as a zoning tool instead, and it looks like they got the job done. The gold mine will go over to Gangstar Series despite the guest appearance there from the Arden. Now, we're not actually going to go check out the jungle. They would find a Scarf over there, but he does clean up the backs. Mixi's just going to get out of town, and, well, he's going to find TSM actually just, farming up, so he's likely, is he going to go to lane? Is he going to come down here? Are they going to look for a rotation?
I'm definitely expecting Colmeek to go back to lane after this. Mixi might come down to the jungle, but I think all members of TSM have to go to lane. They have to defend their turret. It's going to take quite a bit of damage if they don't go there immediately. Yeah,
pushing up here. You can see Gangstar trying to force their hand. Now, we do got a few level 6s now as well. We got the Wait For It. We got the Death from Above. We only have that Dragon Fire ready to go, the Dragon Breath from Mixi.
Yeah,
Colmeek just hit 6 now, too.
Right, I'm not really sure Mixi needs that Dragon's Breath at this point. It's going to do a good amount of damage, however, I think he's better off just lobbing Spitfires from the back.
And lobbing Spitfires to kind of poke down these waves, I mean, that is a big signature Scarf move, especially with Crystal Power, especially with laning. Now, I know he's in the jungle, but again, the more powerful he gets, the longer this match goes on, the wave clear is going to be phenomenal from Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, one of the big things to watch out for is Team Solo Mid. When that Black Feather and that Scarf become mid-game powerhouses, it's going to be very dangerous for the side of Gangstar Series. However, right now, Gangstar Series also has a very late-game team composition, so it'll be very interesting to see how do these fights play out, how is the positioning, and can these players stay alive?
Still 1,000 gold, less than 1,000 gold between these guys. 1 kill on the board in 7 minutes. Both sides have now finished off those fountains. Colmeek there does have a Serpent Mask ready to go, compared to the Frostburn of Fuji, and a Sorrow Blade now for Iraqi.
Yeah, right now Iraqi Zoro, as long as he's farming, I don't really think he's too worried about himself. As long as he stays in good positioning in these fights, he won't get caught out. Because last game, that was a turning point. The moment Iraqi Zoro got himself too far into a fight, the moment he got himself caught out, Team Solo Mid started to make a comeback. However, right now, Colmeek, he has Serpent's Mask. He's going to be very hard to take down, and this might be an opportunity for Team Solo Mid to start fighting.
Well, I mean, I'd definitely like to see them start fighting, and I think a lot of people here would too. But when there's so much on the line, you can't rush these things. These guys have this plan. They're going to farm up. They're going to go for those lates. Now you can see Gangstar's finally exploring the other side of the map here, but nothing really to find. You got those minion mines now taken from both sides, and the 3-man rotation. TSM, they got to be at the shop. That's what Gangstars is saying. We just went through the jungle. They're not in lane. They're going to go for this gold mine. Gavizzle jumps in. Here goes that gauntlet there as well. Death from above, but a stun for Fuji. Colmeek's going to be dropping low. Here comes that Dragon's Breath, and that is it for that Black Feather. The Ardent to be dropping as well, and Gangstars takes the first fight of the game. 3-0 for the ace. They can pick up a gold mine and go straight to that turret as well.
And that right there is the exact importance of those scout traps. Gangstar Series, they saw everywhere at Team Solo Mid win. They had traps in both those bushes. The gold mine goes over to the side of Gangstar Series, and that brings them to a 2,000 gold advantage.
Yeah, that's finally the first break in this matchup, but this is very similar to what we saw in the last game. Gangstars, as soon as they started getting some kills, they started looking good. They got to maintain focus this round.
Yeah, and this time around, it looks like they're doing very, very well for themselves. About 3,000 gold, they bring down a turret. They're doing quite well for themselves. And right now, the main thing to look out for is, will Gangstar Series be able to engage? Will Team Solo Mid be able to just stay back and poke with that Scarf?
Well, Fuji has now that reflex block, same there with the Iraqi Zoro. We have some minion candies for Gavizzle. We've actually seen this a few times in the tournament. It's not a lot, but wow, a nice double stun there with that Death from Above. Gavizzle can't go too much farther into this, though. He is going to be dropping low. You do not want to be kited into Colmeek or Mixi with those Spitfires, but, again, looks like Gangstars is going to be able to push up forward a little bit. We stopped the back there from Flash. Fuji going to swag a little bit there, but ultimately the teams will just bounce, and looks like an invade now.
Yeah, this is a really good opportunity for Gangstars right now. They know that Team Solo Mid, all the members are fairly low. Colmeek is going to be able to heal up quite quickly with that Serpent's Mask. However, this gives an opportunity for Gangstar Series to just walk all over the side of Team Solo Mid's jungle.
All right, now this is a decision that I've actually seen on Scarf at least one more time here in this tournament. It's not going to be a Frostburn first. Oh, Flash, he's going to have actually that escape cut off, but he does seem to eke out right there at that turret. Doesn't get stunned, doesn't go down. Okay, I thought that might have been a gauntlet for a moment. That would have been a little bit scary here for Gangstars, but Gavizzle again, he's looking a little bit low. Fuji does get hit by that gauntlet. Wait for it goes out. Colmeek, he's looking for that kill, but the Dragon's Breath is enough. That's it for 1 and 2. Gavizzle has to just run his little tush off because he could be the ace, and now he gets slowed down. Mixi there is looking for that cutoff. They don't even need it. That is now the reverse ace with Team Solo Mid taking it.
And that was some serious overextension coming out from the side Gangstar Series. They stayed around a little bit too long. They allowed Team Solo Mid to go back. They allowed them to shop. They allowed them to heal up. And that means that even though Gangstar Series looked like they were ahead in gold, they had not bought any time recently, and that just completely changed the fight.
I'd rather have 2,000 gold worth of items rather than 2,000 gold in my pocket. And, you know, it goes a long way. A lot of damage now on top of this turret. And Fuji, he's looking for Mixi. He does have that Frostburn. Remember, death from above, not quite hitting the mark. But Fuji, with that Suri Strike, he's looking to bring down Mixi right into the middle of those minions. Doesn't matter. He will get a little bit of vengeance, but at the same time, the space created. Team Solomon takes a decent gold payout. TSM still come out ahead on that one.
And this is exactly what Mixi is just saying, completely worth, because even though he went down, his team was able to get so much gold for themselves, and right now, though, Flash X is getting caught.
Looking for those target locks, get that movement speed here from Fuji, but you know, Flash is a bit of a slippery character with that Arden. Instead, they're going to settle now to take away the farm here and come out a little bit farther ahead, and they need every coin that they can. They're only 500 gold in the lead.
And right now, Team Solomon is taking advantage of the double minion mine. They are able to push down a turret, and right now, Gangstar Serious, they are on the chase, but I don't know if they're going to be able to catch anyone.
They're only 400 gold in the lead. That turret putting a little bit more cash in their pockets. Now these back spawning up as well. If Cole takes them both, takes one, looks, gets the other as well. Well, okay, I lied. Rakizora picks up one, but now could we have actually waited a little bit too long? A good silence, the reflex block though. And Cole, they're actually playing Ring Around the Rosie here. Death from above says you gotta come back and invade. And now Cole, he is finally gonna drop in Flash. He's gonna go over the wall with the gauntlet. He is really just tying these guys up.
Yeah, and right now he's just buying time for Mixi to push to lane just in a little bit more. And though that means Mixi's not going to be able to take the turret, Fuji's taking quite a bit of damage. Flaxnest is almost certainly going to drop anytime soon. Come on, anytime now. There you go. All right, Fuji, his team picks up the kill. All right, Rakizo gets another one on the board for himself. Mixi, in the meantime, just picking up some farm. Scaling into that late game Scarf is going to be very, very dangerous.
That's something to be said about Arden players. We've actually seen this VIPL, VGLs, anytime that Sky will run out of energy, he has a heck of a time, especially Crystal Skies. Weapon Skies, not so much, but Crystal Skies have a hard time taking down Ardens. And at the same time, Gabe Vizzle doesn't have any damage either. That's why he lasted so long. If Iraqi was there from the start and he didn't kind of just go off on his own, would have been a faster kill for sure.
Yeah, and right now Fuji is about to push up the lane just a little bit with his teammates trailing right behind him. Let's see if another fight breaks up pretty soon. Looks like both teams are looking to do something on the map.
So again, something I wanted to bring up earlier, Mixi, not a Frostburn first. He does have, you know, now Eve of Harvest, but he did go for the Broken Myth first. This is not Frostburn. This is not a little bit more control that we do typically see on these dragons.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to take a lot of damage to the side Gangstar Serious, and right now we see another engage.
Yeah, another silence. Cole the Meek, though, he's trying to block it. Oh, that's going to be the stun. Well played there from Fuji with that death from above. Now they're going to be in that coop, but this is not enough to keep Mixi going. Or is it? Well, no, it's definitely not. He just gets rushed under that turret. Dragon's Breath or no. This is a team that knows how to go under those turrets and juggle that aggro.
Yeah, another great team fight coming out from the side. Gangstar Serious, even though they went down a little bit in the last one, now they are turning things around there. They're going to be able to pick up this gold mine, and the minion candy is coming out to help push a little bit more.
Again, we've seen it like 1 or 2 games here this entire weekend. It's not something that we see a lot of anymore. We don't really see a lot of candies since the changes to the gold mine back in, what was it, 113, that you cannot take ownership anymore?
Right. And right here, we do see Gabriel. He has the Eyes Pauldron. It's going to be very, very effective against Kolomeek. Kolomeek will jump in. He's going to try to get those Heartthrob stacks. And if he is not able to get the 5 of them, he's not going to be able to go for those executes. However, Mixi from the back line, he has a Broken Myth. He has Eve of Forest. However, if he gets jumped on, he is going to die extremely quickly.
Which we did see there. It wasn't enough with the Dragon's Breath with that Eve of the Harvest. And, well, all right, so where do we stand then? 9 kills to 3. It's really not that different of a game, though. 1,500 between the teams. There's a lot of momentum here for Gangstar Serious, but we saw that before. TSM could still very well come back into this.
Yeah, look at Flash X's inventory. He has 6 flares guns for himself. He's going to be able to check every single bush. However, he can just face check. Just, you know, he's Arden. He can do whatever he wants.
You can face check, you can flare. He's going to use that flare. He has that Warhorn there as well. There's a lot of options for that front line. And checking it with your face, he used the Warhorn just to make sure he could do that. But he does put it into a ward. So again, Gangstars, they're really trying to make sure that they're the ones that get the favorable engage.
Yeah, right now Gangstar Serious might be outmaneuvering TSM, taking a little bit of damage. Kolomeek uses the Rose Fence to get out of there. And that means one charge of ultimate is down.
Yeah, but that's all they did get out of it. Now, Forward Barrage comes up extremely quick, but still, TSM, they're going to make their exit. Again, not a huge difference when it comes to some of this gold. That's an infusion on Arden.
And this is the exact play that TSM almost always goes for. Hit the 15-minute mark, buy the infusions on a ton of members of your team, and go for a fight. Because if you win it, you get Kraken, you get some turrets, and it just completely helps you snowball a game.
Well, actually, all 3 members of their team do have infusions. We don't have any right now for Gankstars. It's actually double, I believe, on that Black Feather. We do got the crystal there on top of Mixi, and now Flash with that weapon. Kraken is here, 43 seconds in, and Gankstars, are they actually going to be able to get into this one? We put up that barrier, but it is going to be good for TSM. Now, can they live through this fight? Gabe Fizzle is there and trying to keep that Flash from going anywhere, but still, we're trying to jump on top of Fuji. Still, Mixi into the back. He gets off the breath. Fuji's going to burn, and now Gabe and Araki are not looking so hot. Kolamik is right there, and Gabe is going to drop. Araki jumps into the puddle. This is a TSM ace and a Kraken.
And will this be a TSM special? They have gotten the ace, they have gotten the Kraken, and that was such a good fight coming out from their entire team. How many turrets will they all take down? I'm expecting 2 or 3, and that's going to swing the gold completely inside of Team Solo Mid.
Again and again, we see the very big importance of infusions, especially when it comes to these mid games, especially with these Krakens. It wasn't quite the special since they already had those level 11 fusions that you can see on Kolamik. He's had them for a while, but they do pay off.
Yeah, and once again, the Kraken will give out 500 gold to each member of the Gangstar Series side, so the gold lead will still go to Gangstar Series. However, Team Solo Mid just doing extremely well for themselves, bringing this to a mid to late game. Scarf is going to become a huge threat. Kolamik is already a huge threat, and right now, Gangstar Series, they need to figure out something to do right now.
All right, 10-6 for the score. Sirius is, I mean, they're still into this. With that Kraken going down, gold is basically dead even, and a ton of infusions are coming out from both sides now. Everybody is getting those level 12s ready to go. Gabe, unfortunately, is a little bit behind the curve. He's still 11, but still, he does have the double.
Yeah, and right now, it looks like the next fight may determine the series. The next fight might determine the game, and right now, it looks like TSM is waiting in a bush.
All right, TSM, as you said, Bush Party could be commencing right here and now. Gabe Fizzle gets the puppies out, but he's already down half. The puppies are down, but still, wait for it. It's going to be good. Death from above, not going to hit, but Cole is really low. Flash now is taking up a lot of this forward barrage, and now Araki, he's getting focused down. Flash is trying to, with Mixi, and they get him, but they do trade out. Cole won the 1v1 in the back, and now Gabe, he can't bring him down. Mixi will be the big survivor, but Cole, from the brink of death, gets the ace.
And this is almost certainly at least one turret. It might be a game. Let's see. How far will TSM push this ace?
Well, I mean, they're really going to go for it. And the damage from this Scarf, again, the more powerful he gets, the longer this game goes, he can absolutely clear these waves. And that does apply to turrets. They get the one. We got 8 seconds or so they got to make this exit now. But Mixi's also going to take out this wave. And that will be a heck of a push now coming in up against Gangstars. It's going to keep them in their base.
And this has got to be weighing on Gangstars' minds. They were doing so well for themselves. They're taking fights. They are taking gold mines, and now TSM is on the front foot.
All right, Araki has to clean up those ace-buffed minions. You just cannot let them go right to that last standing turret, and that Kraken is not going to be far off from spawn. Another one for TSM could actually bring this from a 1-0 to a 3-1 win.
Yeah, it would be really awesome to see if TSM can do a clean sweep, the 3-1, starting one game down in this series, and still taking it to a 3-game sweep.
Still, score is 11-9, and now, again, there's the Kraken. Gold is even. This is still anybody's game. These fights are going fast and furious. Now, the last two, the momentum is building. Solomid's got to be feeling good. Maybe they're going to pick up, Mixi refreshes that infusion. Doesn't have enough for a weapon, but everybody, you can see these 12s across the board, and again, 11s for Gabe.
Yeah, and right now the main thing is Ash X, he still has a ton of flares in his inventory. There's absolutely no threat from the side of Gangstar Series of doing the Kraken, because Flash X, he just constantly throws flares out, make sure he casts vision on the side of Gangstar Series, and Gangstar Series, they have to fight.
All the ultimates are ready to go. Is Gabe going to be looking for this engage? It's kind of gone a little bit more unfavorable for him now, so it's going to back off. The team's going to regroup. Remember, Gabe, if he wants to go for this next fight, he has to get some cash. There we go, a little bit of that Iron God coming into it. He can get one infusion for this one, but he is a little bit low on funds to pick up the double.
Yeah, and right now...
He's not even getting it. He's getting the ward. He's getting the flares.
Yeah, flares is going to be extremely important, making sure they keep track of the side of Team Solo Mid. However, Mixi, he picks up a weapon fusion for himself on that Scarf. He's going to do a little bit more damage. He's going to be a little bit tankier. And right now, the main threat, though, is Cole. Cole is doing so much damage to the backline of Gangstar Series. And here we go.
The Warhorn from nowhere, and coming into that is going to be that Gauntlet. Here's the Dragon's Breath as well, but as their damage going down, you bet there is. Gangstars is looking low. All three of them are on the verge of death. Can they bring down Cole? No, yes, finally. Fuji could actually even take that Flash. He will get the double, but can he outrun against Mixi? Mixi gets stunned up, and Fuji is trying his best, but it's not going to be enough. Mixi will take that ace, but a 2 for 3. He can't solo Kraken with that, can he?
He might be able to, and right there, that was such a good engage coming out from the side of Team Summit. He is going for the Kraken. He's almost certainly going to take this up. He has the Eve of Hearts. He will be tanky enough, or will he? We'll see. We'll see very, very soon. He's doing a good amount of damage. It's going to be very, very close.
He has that Eve.
But the great thing in that fight, Flash X coming out of nowhere with that Warhorn, they get the perfect engage. They catch almost every single member of Gangstar Sirius off guard, but still, trading 3 for 2, not too bad for the side of Gangstar Sirius.
I'm not entirely confident that Mixi has this.
Mixi?
It's a bit heartbreaking, but he doesn't have it. He's just going to take the consolation prizes into this jungle. No Kraken for Sirius to deal with yet, but again, you know, a lot of emphasis on these infusions. Gabe Vizzle now has it this round. Lots of level 12s. Everybody's refreshing. A lot of people here are at kind of, you know, their full power, their final form. And these fights, again, it's very hard to tell who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing, will Gangstar Sirius be able to catch TSM off guard next time around? Because I think this comes down to who engages first. The team that engages is the team that will win.
You never really expect, you know, you're up in that lane, it's a big, wide open expanse, and just all of a sudden Flash X comes charging out with a gauntlet on top of it. Can they use that shock factor again? Flash X is by himself, they do get the gauntlet out, and that is a big cooldown now wasted for these next set of fights.
And this is really, really good for us at Gangstar Sirius. They might be able to bring this to a last game, and this is going to be huge because that gauntlet is a huge part of TSM's engagement tools.
Is TSM rushing for base?
They very well may be. This is the best opportunity for them to go for it. Right now, Gangstar Sirius, they might be going for the Kraken. However, this is going to be interesting because Gangstar Sirius, they can actually finish off the Kraken, or they might go cut him off.
They did so much damage to it. Now, TSM's actually going to force their hand.
That was amazingly played by TSM. They call the bluff, and Gangstar Sirius, they are going in. They are going into the base. How the gauntlet is still down.
They got the stun on top of Cole. Fuji's going into the back. Flash is kind of left to his own devices. He does have a fountain ticking. Cole is actually really low. Fuji comes across the wall with that Suri strike. Flash is now separated from Mixi, and Gangstar's take a 2-0. Looking for a third death from above. It's overdriven. It's ready to go again. They get the 3-0. Now they could actually finally win a game in this series.
And this could very well be the game. They can take a turret. They can make 2 turrets. They can, after they take the 2, they can back off, get the Kraken, and go for the game-ending push.
It's not quite the TSM special with a Kraken into 4, but yeah, if you can take down these turrets and set yourself up, this is a lot of momentum for Gangstars. The gold at this point is irrelevant. It's pretty much just straight up infusions, but the pressure and the power of a Kraken at 23 minutes in could still put a point on the board.
All right, not going for the 3rd turret. However, they will be able to take down this Kraken very, very easily. Team Soul Mid will not be able to spawn in time, and this can completely swing the tide of this game.
I gotta say, Fuji on this guy had a little bit of reservation in the beginning, but he's ended up 8-4-8, and he has been making some of these plays. He's been a big focus target. He's danced around the battlefield very nicely, and as we saw in that last fight, he made that ace happen.
Yeah, and right now it looks like this might be the ending push for Gangstar Sirius. How many turrets can they take? Will TSM be able to defend? We'll find out very, very soon. And right now, Gabe he has a ton of flares. He has the Warhorn. He has all his activatables up. And on the other side, so does Flash. So it's going to be a very, very interesting battle.
Now remember, the big difference between this upcoming battle and the last one was there was no gauntlet for Flash X. He already used it for an escape when that 1v3 did happen. This time, it's everything is at full power. All the ultimates are ready to go. Flash is ready to go. Everybody has the double infusions.
However, one thing to watch out for is Gabe Vizzle, he has the Crucible. Flash X does not.
It's going to be a big opportunity, especially timed well, but that turret just gets absolutely melted. Look at the power of Mixi, though. He has really brought down this Kraken. Kraken gets a Warhorn. Here comes the puppies. The gauntlet is up. They are going to try to take down this Kraken before it can do irreversible damage. Now we got a double stun from Fuji and Gabe as they try to engage off of that, but the turret is still going down. Kraken is done, though. Flash, he's going to be a little bit low, but now Mixi, he's going forward. The Dragon's back. Lots of reflex blocks coming in. You can see the damage starting to mount up, but TSM's getting turned on. The death from above, you can't go that way, and now Flash, could he actually drop? Fuji will do it with the Suri strike. He doesn't quite find Cole, but now Gabe is going to be jumping in. They're juggling this at turret aggro, and you can see the Suri strikes. Fuji really wants a kill.
And right now, Gangstars, they have to get out of here. If they stay too long, TSM can completely turn this fight
hit
around.
Fuji hasn't used that, has to use the reflex, but it's in Cole to make for a double.
This is absolutely crazy. Team Solo Mid, they might not be able to end the game, but they will go for it. They're able to push this lane down. They might be able to take down another turret before Gangstar spawns.
You got 45 seconds to make this happen. Iraqi is the lone defender, still has those infusions, but as you said, they had to get out of dodge. Fuji just perhaps a little bit too greedy at the end there. They had that turret. They had already pushed off TSM, and the damage they took was immense.
Yeah, the bloodlust was definitely in their eyes. They had the turret down. They wanted the kills. They wanted to close the game and take it to another game 5. However, going a little bit over aggressive, and they may pay for it.
Now they're going to keep Iraqi in the bag. I think I saw minion candies on those.
Yeah, this should be really interesting. We do not actually have a minion candy right quite yet. Iraqi Zoro doing what he can. He's trying to stall again out, pulling the minion wave away from his turret. So a really, really smart defense by Iraqi Zoro.
And he's going to pay for it with about half of his life, but still the turret will stand. 1 second, there we go. The rest of everyone is up. Everybody is back into the fold, and this game is going to continue for now. 17-14, and the 26-minute mark. I think this is now our VGL Championship longest game.
Yeah, and right here, the Kraken will completely determine the outcome of this game. Whoever gets the Kraken, if they don't get ace, if they are able to push alongside Kraken, will definitely take the game.
Mixi actually just picks up an Aegis as well as a ton of infusions. We'll have to see if that little bit of extra shield goes into the difference between life and death. But Gangstars, they're setting up. There's still a lot of flares. Kraken back onto the fold. Whoever gets it is very likely to take the game at this point. And Gabe Fizzle, he's going to be jumping in. There's the one stun on Fuji with that gauntlet. Gabe Fizzle, however, is not dropping that low yet. He's down to about half, but Flash is faring just a bit better. They're still looking for that kill. Here comes the Dragon Breath. The game is dropping. Fuji, the area of effect damage is going to take Iraqi as well. And Fuji, he still might be able to run for it, but he is going to drop. And TSM take this series 3-0 after coming into it down 1.
And so well played by side TSM. They were down for so much of that game, but Gangstar Series making a crucial mistake at the very last moment. TSM gonna take down this last turret. They are going to take down the Vein Crystal, and they are going to take this series 3-0.
No wonder these teams are world class. That is one of the closest games I have ever witnessed, and TSM has got to be feeling good about overcoming their journey through the lower bracket into the semifinals. 3-0, their longtime opponents and rivals, and now it's the rematch, them versus Velocity in the finals.
Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting one to see again. They brought it to a third game last time around, and Velocity, they came out on top that time. However, will TSM, they put in a lot of practice over the night, and it could be very, very interesting to see.
I cannot imagine what's going through the head right now of Gangstars. I mean, just such close games. And, I mean, Iraqi Zoro looks pretty happy.
Yeah, Iraqi Zoro always happy. He's got his fist up out in the air, waiting for that fist bump. Hopefully someone gives it to him.
There's a lesson to take away about that one. It's always be humble and sportsmanlike. And he is, you know, he might not be going to the finals, but he's happy that he had this experience. He's still the number 2 seed when it came to this. And they're still going to, you know, go home into the 3rd, 4th spot.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see because right now, Gangstar Series, they have fought against TSM so many times in the past. They have almost never come out on top. They won the first qualifier. The second one, they went down in 3 straight games, and it happened once again.
Well, definitely an emotional roller coaster for these teams. TSM with their newly acquired team have got to be definitely feeling good about this because now into the finals, the rematch, but the monster of Dienzio has been waiting there with them with Halcyon Hammer's Velocity. Quite the story for those guys to get all the way into the top 8 and now into a top 2 spot.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Dienzio, Aloha, and Veins. They did so well. Their drafts are perfect. Their play in game is just absolutely immense. And I want to see, can TSM take them down, or will it be another win for Halcyon Hammers?
Well, that is the question that we will answer in just a bit. But for now, once more, back to Playoff Beard and Rome to get their thoughts about this incredible series.
Wow, congratulations to TSM. They fight all the way through, make it into the best of 5 finals, and will get a chance to get revenge against Halcyon Hammer's Velocity. But before we talk about that, Rome, those fights were so close. It was almost the length of 2 games put together, 17-17 in kills in the end, and it could not have gotten any closer.
Yeah, definitely like one of the best matches to finish off a series. And coming to this, like, Gangstar Series had a really good chance to come out with the win, but I felt like they got a little cautious when they were fully into the enemy base, just pretty much hanging out. And this is exactly when Call the Meeks just spawns up again and just engaged, killing Gabe Vizzle and Fuji.
The fights were so interesting. Gabe Vizzle with some really excellent Warhorns, catching Team Solo Mid out of position a couple of times. On the other side, Flash X with a Warhorn as well, trying to accelerate the Scarp, trying to create distance. All sorts of different dynamics going on here. Break down some of these fights for me.
Yeah, so a lot of the times that we see is like pretty much every time that Gabe Vizel on this Fortress would just jump in and engage, they would get followed up by both Vox and Sky. But the thing here is, we have to notice, Iraqi Zoro was farming very well into this game. He finished off with a full build, but going weapon, he didn't have as much power in terms of being able to take out both Arden and Blackfeather at the same time.
A very promising showing ultimately for Gangstar Sirius. It's easy to remember, or it's easy to forget, that this is the first season, winter season, the first time Fuji has been part of this team. They got tighter and tighter, better and better as the tournament went along, and I'm sure they're disappointed right now, but it does bode well for the future.
Yeah, and just going down to like playstyles in general, I feel like TSM does have Gangstar Sirius's number, but the same can't be said going up against Velocity. So it was, in my mind, like it was a very much like a triangle. So heading to this final matchup, it is going to be very interesting to watch.
Let's take a look at Team Solo Mid. They make it through. They do what they need to do. They have to have some relief, but then they're going to need to refocus and find a way to beat Halcyon Hammer's Velocity team that took them out in the group stage.
Yeah, and we just spoke about this yesterday where we were like, the match between Halcyon Hammer's Velocity and TSM is going to be the preview. And heading up today, this is the finals match coming up, and it will be exciting to watch. The compositions coming out of TSM today have been very interesting in terms of, I feel like they got back down to their core, playing a lot of compositions they feel comfortable with in terms of gameplay and how they pretty much engage the opponent team.
And quickly, we're going to get into everything with Halcyon Hammer's Velocity, but first, I'd like to know which player at the end of the day stood out most for you from this Team Solo Mid squad.
So for this series in general, I have to give the MVP out to Call the Meek. Playing Ringo both in the first and second match, he made that big of a difference. And him stepping up, rolling up to that lane against his former partner, Iraqi Zoro, highly interesting to watch as both of them duke it out.
And he played in that swagger pose. He had his flannel on as well, making sure everything is comfortable for him as possible. And he really showed his quality today.
Yeah, and with Vainglory, like being a mobile sport, they're able to play in any position they want. Like yesterday, we saw 12 Tacos 12 just putting his knees up on the table, getting to that comfy position, making sure that they like to play in that perfect environment.
And of course, with you, when you were in the competitive scene, playing in bed with a pillow on your chest, that's a story for a whole nother day. Much more importantly, right now, we have Yuma Rankin with a couple members of Team Solo Mid. They made it to the finals.
Thank you, Playoff Beard and Rome. And here I am with TSM, Team Solo Mid, Flash X, and Cull the Meek. Let's start off with a question for Cull. You were on point this game, and your whole team was incredible during those final matches. How did you prepare for this match? What were you doing to practice for this Gangstar Series match?
I think for this set of matches, we had a lot more preparation than day one and day two. We went to the TSM headquarters, we made draft plans, and we prepared them specifically for Gangstars, and it worked out really well.
And I'm guessing since you worked so closely with Iraqi Zoro and with Gabe Vizel, you you knew them very well, is that correct?
Yeah, I was with them for a really long time.
Awesome. Now my next question is for Flash. You actually managed to get your signature pick, Arden, with your one-punch flash, always taking the Kraken with that last hit. How did that feel?
It felt awesome. I love Arden. He's an incredibly strong hero, so I just felt really comfortable playing him.
Do you feel like there were any changes from the previous patch to this one that maybe influenced your decision?
His damage definitely fell off a little bit, so less about picking Arden, but more how you build him. I think you get a lot more building utility and defensive items out of him, so I just focused on counter-building Gangstars, and it worked out really well.
Awesome. Now, Cull the Meek, you have been on the winning side, whether it's Gangstar Series or on TSM, playing in these winter qualifiers, playing during the championships now as well. How does that, well, what changes or what is it about you, I guess, that makes you able to come out on top during these matches?
I'd have to say it's just coincidence. It's just the way that it worked out.
So humble, so humble. All right, Flash, now you're going into these finals against Halcyon Hammer's Velocity, who you've played in the qualifiers, who you've had very close matches with, and also they knocked you guys into the losers bracket during the championships. What are your thoughts going into this kind of grudge match, this amazing final?
We definitely made a critical mistake in our preparation the first time we faced them. I think that those mistakes have been corrected. We also had a huge breakdown in communication that we have also remedied, and hopefully it showed in our gameplay and in the matches against Gangstars. So we're definitely very ready to take revenge on Halcyon Hammer's Velocity.
Awesome, you heard it here, folks. Let's give it up again for Team Solo Mid. Let's head it back to you, Playoff Beard and Rome.
Thank you very much, Yuma Rankin. I gotta bring in Z-Kent now because as we switch our attention soon to the finals, I need that extra firepower on my side. Here, of course, with Rome as well. I am Playoff Beard, and as Yuma Rankin mentioned, Call the Meek now is now 9-0, regardless of whether he's playing on Alliance/TSM or playing on Gangstars in these major tournaments. Every single time he plays, he wins. Super clutch.
Yeah, and extreme performance coming out of him today. And I especially like just the way he's bringing that confidence level, especially against his former team.
All right. Z-Kent, you got to call the action. Some incredible games there. What really stood out for you that made the difference?
Honestly, I really enjoyed watching Gangstar Sirius' team compositions. They built extremely smart team compositions. However, they just fell short right at the end. But TSM, they capitalized on every single last mistake that Gangstar Sirius was making.
All right, so with that, let's bring up a graphic of TSM, look at these players one more time, and Rome heading into the finals now. They say they've addressed everything they need to. What do you think might be different this time around?
Just looking at their average KDA overall as a team here, we do see it's very high in balance. This means that they get into a lot of team fights, and it fairly goes both ways. And this is something that they really have to focus on versus Halcyon Hammer's Velocity in this finals, where they can't just trade back and forth too much. They have to make sure that they're coming out and strategizing for each and every single battle.
Before we completely turn the page to the finals, let's take one last look at the items. It was a very interesting, very calculated game. Z-Kent, you called the action. What, in terms of those items, really stood out for you?
I think the Atlas Pauldrons were very, very effective, especially against that weapon Vox, building them extremely intelligent, just completely shutting down Iraqi Zoro's damage. Even though he has a Sonic Zoom, he's unable to do as much as he would like, and it was really up to Fuji to do most of the work for Gangstars.
Rome, your thoughts?
To be honest, like looking at the Gangstar series composition, it worked out really well. I just have a little thing to think about in terms of I would rather put this guy onto a weapon build and Vox onto that crystal build for that late game. Due to the fact that combining with Fortress, you have the extra range over that Vox, you're able to actually initiate a lot more and control that early game jungle.
Let's bring up the schedule. It is all going to come down to this, a best of 5 final. And in this match, there is no advantage. It will start off 0-0. The best team will win and be crowned the North American Winter Champions live from here at the Red Bull Esports studio. So we're going to take a very, very quick breather. And when we come back, we will get into all the action. Thank you to NVIDIA Shield, your K1 tablet, for sponsoring this event. Thank you to SteelSeries for supplying the headsets for all the players and sponsoring this event. And thank you to Amazon Coins as well. Do not go away. Well, maybe take that. You need to get a snack. You need to run to the bathroom. Now's the time, because when we come back, it will be the world champions, the number 1 seed TSM versus the number 3 seed Halcyon Hammer's Velocity in a rematch, in a grudge match. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Academy.
Yep.
With a powerful quad-core processor and 7-inch screen, all for just $50, kinda makes you wonder, why buy just one? The $49.99 Amazon Fire tablet.
He might go for Donna Clip. He's gonna get one. He's got to get two. Welcome everyone to the esports arena here in Santa Ana for the 2015 Vainglory Autumn Season Live Final.
Going to seal the deal here at 2-0, or will they? They take down the Kraken, one hit from win.
Remember that there are no Vayne turrets available. They might look to try and end the game themselves.
That's it. That is game 3 from Liberation X.
Liberation X! Oh man, what a fantastic game. I just can't believe it, I'm lost for words. What an amazing series we have.
All right, we are back at the 2016 North America Winter Championships live from the Red Bull Esports studio in Santa Monica, California. I am Playoff Beard here with Zekent and Rome. I couldn't have better analysts for this big finals. You got a chance to see there briefly the North America Winter Championship trophy that will be going to one of these teams. You know, it has been a long road to get here. It started out with the winter season, the beginning of the winter season, 2 grueling qualifiers, 64 team brackets, hundreds of teams, even an amateur series where the unknowns could make their way into the top bracket. Coming out of that, the 8 best teams in North America qualified for the Winter Live Championships. And from that, we have whittled our way down with incredible matches until we got down to this. The world champions, the number 1 seed, Team Solomid, versus the number 3 seed, Halcyon Hammers Velocity, a team that managed to knock Team Solomid into the elimination bracket during the group stages. Rome, so you've had a chance, obviously, to review the film of their group stage encounter. What does that portend for the finals?
Well, pretty much like we know that Halcyon Hammers Velocity, a new and up-and-coming team, especially during this season, and they have no fear. Going up against TSM during the semifinals, they made a big difference. Like, they made those game-changing plays that actually really put TSM on their toes.
And Zekent, the play of D'Enzio, boy, that was really something to behold.
Yeah, one of the great things about the team of Halcyon Hammers Velocity is D'Enzio. The moment he gets that Ringo, holy cow, he just completely demolished everyone he was up against.
And it's scary that you would lead with Ringo, because you could say how scary he was on Vox, how scary he was on Sky, and it just illustrates how difficult it's going to be for Team Solomid to prepare for this moment. On the Team Solomid Sky, though, we know how clutch Coldamic is, and what do you think's going to happen here?
To be honest, like the first and second day, I did have some hesitations when looking at the drafts coming out of the TSM side, but they seem to have fixed it today. Today, especially going up against Gangstar Series, they came in very prepared, and we saw a lot of compositions based on their strengths.
And if they bring that same preparation and that same success to the draft against Halcyon Hammers Velocity, what are the types of things we could look for there?
Well, definitely, I do hope that this does go to like the 5th and final match, based on the fact that both of these teams, they're so back and forth with each other, and they're so balanced that for sure one of these ones we're gonna have a base race.
All right, so with that, let's take a quick look at TSM, at their story, how they got here. It's really something, a dream come true for them, and when we get back, we'll get ready for this match.
So we recently got some pretty big news. Alliance has now been acquired by Team Solomid. We are now paid professionals playing Vainglory full-time. It is our jobs now. We were absolutely incredibly stunned that we were getting this opportunity and incredibly grateful.
TSM is a really big deal, and it's a big deal for us to be acquired by them. When I find out that Alliance would be switching over to TSM, It was so super exciting. Like, I know TSM because I was a League of Legends player for a while, so TSM is a really big name for me. So just the idea of being acquired by such a great team and such a great organization, it just really let me know that I was on the right path.
Some people would definitely take it on as a lot of pressure. I think it's something that is actually motivating us as a team. Now we have someone that we can represent who's well known on a global status, and we really look forward to playing our best on behalf of Team Solo Mid, and we're going to take an incredible amount of pride in that.
It's really important winning this tournament. We want to make kind of a new name for ourselves under TSM.
If we win this tournament, it's going to mean a ton for Team Solo Mid. Vainglory as an esport is still incredibly young. I think TSM has taken a leap of faith with us, but if we're able to win this tournament, my smile will be enormous. It is hard to express in words how I feel in moments of that. I still can't express how I felt after we won VIPL, but winning under the TSM banner will be incredible.
All right, there's a look at TSM. That, of course, Kuldameek, Mixi, and FlashX acquired by Team Solo Mid. Very cool to see their story. Also very cool that NVIDIA Shield is sponsoring this event. It's time now to give away a K1 tablet. I like your Vanna White you're doing there. It's time to give away the K1 tablet. So use hashtag NVIDIA Shield, all caps, in chat, and we'll randomly select one winner. Maybe it will be you. You'll get to play on this great device for Vainglory, really any game there. So with that, Rome, Halcyon Hammer's velocity, they have grown so much throughout the entire winter season. You know, when the winter season started, we're not, on the radar in this way. And just every time they've played, the buzz has grown, the story has grown, and the legend of the very, very young Dienzio has grown.
Yeah, and looking at back at this season, they didn't do too well in that first qualifier. And this was when a lot of the people from the community were speculating that these guys are too young, they don't have what's necessary to actually bring it up on top. But breaking it down, I judged them based on their mechanical skills alone, and I felt that as long as they had that guidance, pretty much moving on and being a professional organization, a professional team, they can have that support, and as long as they mature through it, they have the most potential to actually make it to that top and win the trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. And Vane and Aloha, good friends and great teammates there. It's really been the growth of their play that has unlocked the potential of this team, because if you have to worry about them, especially Aloha, throughout the course of this tournament, it makes it more difficult to deal with Dienzio. Let's take a closer look at this Halcyon Hammer's velocity team.
I think my teammates are really, really good and passionate on how they play. Like, they really do like playing their roles. Like Aloha, he's really good at what he does. When he's playing a hero and he plays it good, he almost never messes up. And Vanes, he's just such a great support. Like, if he's on Catherine, we would just win.
Dienzio has no limit. I've seen him grow into a player that's tilted after one death. Then we go into play a top 4 team in Nemesis, and he goes 1-5 in the first couple minutes. Then he goes and carries the rest of the game.
In the first qualifier, we lost to Vega in the round of 16, and that was our first qualifier together. And then we really wanted to go to the live championships, and we knew we had to pull off a winning streak in the qualifier, and that's what we did.
In the second qualifier, we came very close to beating TSM, and this was huge for us mentally, because we're showing ourselves, not only everybody else, that we can compete at this level.
When we tied the series with TSM, we kind of didn't focus at that point. We thought it was over. There's no way we can mess up. And then we choked and messed it up. We had it. We had the game. It was ours. And then when we lost, I was so disappointed. They didn't deserve that win. I want my revenge. We're not going to make that mistake again, and we're going to keep our minds focused for our matches and make sure we take it home and then celebrate.
Great to look at the very young Dienzio and the rest of that Halcyon Hammers team. They did get their initial revenge, managing to knock Team Solo Mid into the elimination part of the bracket, and it just goes to show, Rome, that this is anyone's game.
Yeah, and it's pretty much looking back at the second qualifier, they had that chance to pretty much dominate the other team. And I felt there that TSM didn't really look at these guys at that level in terms of just getting surprised and just constantly playing over that saw again. But yesterday, pretty much Velocity, they showed up and they punished TSM on every single corner, especially during that drafting phase.
Z-Kent, now, having called a lot of these games, as we head into the draft, are there any particular heroes that you think would help to be able to see coming out for either team?
Honestly, it's going to be the exact same thing that we've seen all tournament long. A Dodger is going to be a priority pick. And especially for a side of Velocity, a Ringo would be an absolutely huge monster for them on the NZIO.
All right, so we'll have to see if that happens. Now, Rome, on the other side, we've seen much more in this final day. Draft strategy coming in, looking to ban away a priority pick for the enemy team, and then picking away a second choice even. Is it even possible to do that type of thing with these two elite squads that have such deep hero pools?
Well, coming to this, we have to look at the teams before the drafting phase. And mechanically, they're all very similar in terms of you have Mixi up in that lane versus Dienzio, Aloha versus Call the Meek. What a matchup to see. Vains pretty much going up against Flash X. And just because they're so similar, it comes down to how they rotate as a group, how they actually lead their voice before the team engagement. But what's going to make the biggest difference here is who gets the advantage during the draft.
Yeah, and what does that advantage look like? Does it have to be something very specific, very distinct, like we know if we take Flash X off of Arden that he's less comfortable, or is it more about building comps or even counterpicking?
It's overall the compositions that do come up for the TSM side, and I feel like today they made a lot of adjustments looking at the losses coming out from yesterday's match. But what we have to see here is how well can they execute it out, because they know going up against Velocity, they have lost against them before. And this could play a big role in terms of how they approach this game mentally.
Talk to me about the strengths and weaknesses, if there are any, of each team, and when they clash, how that plays itself out.
Well, there are a couple heroes and composition styles that I prefer that TSM don't run this next match, and we have to keep that a little bit quiet. Other than saying simple things like the buff comp, where I feel like it doesn't make use of most of their strengths. Where you have Call the Meek, you have Mixi, who are extremely talented individual carries. You have to make most use of that. You have to be very approaching, be very engaging, and just put up that aggression from the start to control the pace of the game for their side.
And Z-Kent, is there anything you're looking for in the early game that would be an indicator to you that this is going to be a good day for one team or the other?
I imagine if Halcyon Hammers Velocity takes Glaive in particular, we have seen time and time again, TSM, they have a very, very rough time against that Glaive pick. And if they do manage to take that onto their side, they can easily catch the TSM laner out of position.
That is so interesting. We did see that Aloha getting to Mixi and really making his life miserable. If it played out again, what adjustments would TSM have to make?
TSM definitely has to make sure to get an early reflex block, or just make sure they play much safer in the lane, or even get vision out early on.
All right, so with this TSM squad, what are the keys to success for you in this best-of-5 final starting 0-0 now?
For TSM, honestly, if they play their game, I think they will be very, very closely matched with Halcyon Hammers Velocity. The main thing is, will they get their comfort picks? Will they play to their strengths? Will they not take a Dodger? I don't think a Dodger worked out too well for them. We had Mixi on a couple times, and it sort of went their way, but it's definitely not their priority pick.
And that's interesting, because what do you do, Z-Kent, when the meta heroes don't match perfectly with your priority picks or your comfort heroes, really? I know that Flash X has gone on the record in the past saying that he prioritizes meta over comfort. But is that the way you would approach this draft?
Sometimes meta over comfort is definitely the way to go. However, for a side TSM, we have seen every time they pick a Dojo, it's going to be a very, very close matchup. And if the main reason they take it is to prevent their opponents from taking it, I don't know if that's the best method to approach this draft.
All right, so as we get into the game, on the other side of the equation, Halcyon Hammers Velocity, what are the early indicators for them that they might have a shocking North American championship here?
Pretty much, if they're able to put a lot of priority, pretty much making that laning phase for the TSM side very hard. They have the greatest chance to snowball due to the fact that Velocity is one of those teams that's able to execute a lot of different gameplay styles, and they've been doing it so well. I love seeing like the different hero compositions coming out of them, especially like comps where they use that last pick to pretty much counter and pick up the Rhyme, or pretty much Glaive in general, like Z-Kent just mentioned before.
All right, I'm going to put these two gentlemen on the spot. Who wins the finals?
Honestly, I have to say Velocity is going to come out here because I haven't seen the TSM side do too well against them in the drafting phase, although they did make a lot of adjustments just for today, and it's just going to come down straight to that. But I have to cheer for the underdog.
Z-Kent, I'm going to ask you the same question. Who will be holding the trophy when all is said and done?
I'm calling it TSM 3-2.
3-2, so it is a best of 5. Z-Kent says that it's going to go the distance. We are only moments away from the draft of Game 1 in this best of 5, and it is starting 0-0. There is no advantage here, and TSM as the higher seed in the finals would get to choose if they wanted to be Team A or Team B. It looks like they've opted for Team B, and it's now Halcyon Hammer's Velocity on the clock with the first pick and ban. There will be no Sky. That's an interesting decision, especially when Dienzio is such a good Sky.
Yeah, so looking at this composition, like Velocity is probably leaning towards a composition they have in mind, especially one that gets heavily damaged by the AoE damage coming out of Sky.
And it is going to be Vox. Dienzio on Vox. He's got to be feeling good right now.
Yeah, and with the Vox coming out of them, we can again see the possibility of Glaive being picked up by Aloha like yesterday.
All right, and you called the Ringo, and there it is, Z-Kent.
Yeah, however, I was expecting Dienzio to be the one on that Ringo. On the side of Kolomik, Kolomik has been playing an extremely strong Ringo in the past few matches, and it's really interesting to see, will Dienzio or Kolomik come out on top with this?
All right, in Rome with an Arden and a Ringo, this has been the recipe of success.
Yeah, and I have a feeling that they're going to finish this up with the Glaive for their last pick due to the fact that they're going to keep trying to put as much focus onto that lane, making Ringo's life as hard as possible.
And Z-Kent, Kolomik, that is his signature pick. That is where he made his original name for himself on that Glaive. Glaive has suffered a little bit in the 115 meta, but still, you know, as we saw with Status Baked, when you get a player who is that elite and that strong, it's sometimes worth, but Velocity might take them off of it, and they do, Rome.
Yeah, and this is especially something that I really want to see come out of the Velocity side. They played this exact same composition against TSM yesterday, and it did so well. What we have to really focus on this match here is, whoever is playing this Ringo, they will have a hard time making sure that there is a Crucible coming out of Flash X and a Reflex block ahead of time.
Wow, it's a Rhyme as the last pick. Let's get to this first game with the call. It's Action Jackson and Vedius.
Thank you very much, guys. We are so excited to be getting into this final series of the Winter Championships. Vedius, it's going to be a rematch of a game that you and I cast yesterday. That one was absolutely crazy. It's going to be awesome.
It certainly will be, and we are dressed for the occasion. As you can see, we have decided to match shirts just because we are so much in synergy. But it should certainly be a cracker of a game. I'm really looking forward to it. 1 HP was the tweet that we saw from TSM last time, and they ended up losing that game. Let's see if TSM can get themselves some revenge in the final.
All right, well, we are into the fold. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for these teams.
Halcyon Hammer's Velocity are going to be on the blue side with Team Solo Mid on the red side. And to kick things off, both teams just going to be playing it pretty safe for the time being.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect to be seeing anything too crazy right off the bat in this all-important final series. So far, everything looks standard. We've got Cole the Meek up in the lane, up against Dienzio. Fox versus Ringo, a matchup we see all the time.
So, Mixi is actually going to be playing this Rhyme, so we should have a little bit of a chat about this. Very good against melee heroes in particular, so every time Glaive is going to be using that afterburn to close the gap, he's actually going to be walking into the range of Mixi, which isn't necessarily ideal, but we'll have to see how well Aloha can play around that Rhyme. It's definitely going to be an interesting matchup, and notice how Halcyon Hammers moved up to the lane because they knew TSM would get to the shop first.
Yeah, and actually Cole the Meek had headed straight down to the shop after shoving up his first wave so that he could get a 3 versus 2 advantage if they found an opportunity. Does mean that he's able to pick up a quick buy over Dienzio as well, so it's going to be a little bit of an edge for TSM in the early game.
Now, though, we're seeing the members of Halcyon Hammer's Velocity moving in, trying to steal away some back camps.
Well, the same is going for both sides right now. You can see Mixi stealing away some of the back camps on Velocity's half of the jungle, while you have both Aloha and Vayne stealing away some on solo mid side. So these back camps very important in the early game, and you have to make sure that you can get as much farm and experience as possible without being denied some yourself. So very safe stuff from both teams, and this is somewhat what we would expect. But of course, this is a best-of-5 series. This is the first game, so we are going to see a minimum of 3 games between these two teams. And what a pairing to have that best-of-5 series in.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we actually said it yesterday when these guys faced up against one another. This is a finals caliber matchup. Well, turns out we're actually going to have them in the finals as well. I have to admit, Velocity's play in that game was amazing. Right now, though, Vayne's might be in a bit of a tough spot, caught out by Mixi and FlashX.
Look at the collapse.
DMZO coming back from the lane. He wants to go for the fight. Afterburn on to Mixi. Vayne's is very low, but who's going to go first? It's going to be Mixi falling down. First blood in the finals to Halcyon Hammer's Velocity. FlashX in a bad spot as well. I don't see him getting out of this one. That's picked up by Aloha. 2 quick kills for Velocity.
Perfect rotation from DMZO. He was in the better position to help his teammates out, and because it was the 3 versus 2 very early on into this game, there was very little that Team Solo Mid could do to try and turn that fight around. And massive credit to Aloha landing that afterburn into the stun just set DMZO up for success. And even though he doesn't get any kills, picking up those 2 assists is going to be valuable in this matchup against a Ringo.
Yeah, and actually it's worth talking about DMZO a little bit more here as well, because he's leading in the CS score as well. He didn't rotate down like Cole the Meek did early on, so that actually means that he's been able to farm up well and assist his team in actually getting some kills. Lots of gold on him. Mixi, got to be careful here. Afterburn, not quite knocking him into a DMZO, but it looks like the damage might be here anyway. FlashX wants to rotate down. He's just managed to get there in time. Vanguard keeps Mixi safe.
So 3-man rotation down from Velocity as they try and pick up some items in the shop. They try to catch Koldemeek out of position. Mixi out of position, but with the help of FlashX, he's going to be able to escape from that little gank, which is very smart from FlashX, recognizing the situation that Mixi was in and using that Vanguard to give him the speed boost as well as apply that slow, enabled him to escape to safety. So 2-0 in favor of Velocity right now, but the gold's still very even.
It is very even for the time being, but Velocity, I don't think they're too unhappy with that. I mean, against the Ringo, against maybe the arguably stronger early game of that, they might be expecting to come up with some losses. That said, Glaive and the Vayne's hero are actually very good in the early Fortress. I completely blanked.
It's all right. It happens to the best of us. Not a problem. And we can see now Aloha doing a couple of his back camps, and TSM going for a collapse onto DMZO.
Oh, DMZO is in a bit of a tough spot here, but Aloha has reinforced from behind the turret. That is going to stop TSM from overcommitting onto that one.
Yeah, so right now TSM grouping up in the lane, potentially setting up for a siege. They do know that DMZO has just gone back, so a lot of wave clear from Velocity has suddenly disappeared, and they are going to get a bit of damage down.
Yeah, they are. Aloha struggling to force them off of this one, but with the minions finally dying, TSM are going to have to back off anyway. Aloha taking a bit of ambient damage there as well as he tried to defend it. So far, not a lot of explosive action barring that first fight.
Mixi has actually hit level 6 already, currently sitting at 26 farm, so even with the 2-kill advantage that Aloha currently has, he's still behind in experience relative to Mixi, which is a great position for TSM to be in. You saw with the level advantage, they tried to force that fight, but Velocity weren't having any of it. They were just going to play very passive, just doing what they can to clear the wave out, and even though their turret takes a fair amount of damage, they're not going to lose anything off the back of it.
Yeah, and that's fairly good for both of these teams to have this passive early game. I think they are going to be doing a lot of damage later on. Rhyme, of course, scaling well, and DMZO's Vox. So Fountain picked up here. That's a fairly nice pickup this early in the game.
Yeah, definitely around the time that you do want to be getting that. FlashX has sacrificed not going for boots, and we can see Vayne's actually picking up some very early shield to try and deal with the damage coming out from Rhyme. So rather than rush that Fountain of Renewal, decided to go for a little bit more on the tanky side, and we're actually seeing a fair amount of shield coming out from Aloha as well as he picks up the tension bow, and this suggests he might be looking for a fight.
Yeah, DMZO is going to get hit by that Hellfire Brew. He's got to be careful here trying to defend the turret when he doesn't have too much back, but Aloha coming in. Cole the Meek knocked into the team. The Vanguard keeping him healthy for now. Fountain as well. There's the Valkyrie. Look at the damage. DMZO is going to be able to maybe get away from here, though. Vayne's Teams finds 1 kill. That's 2 for Velocity. They want more. Mixi in a tough spot here. Out of energy. Has the reflex block, but no more damage. It's an ace coming through from Velocity at only 6.5 minutes in.
So Team Solo Mid try to prioritize the turret and end up getting punished for it with a fantastic flank coming out from Aloha. He gets the stun down onto Call the Meek. That allows Dienzio to get so much free damage down onto him. And with Call the Meek down, Mixi, he does a fair amount of damage, but some beautiful positioning and kiting coming out from Dienzio enables Velocity to get themselves the ace and get a return turret.
Yeah, and the fact that they got that turret is huge, because had it just been the ace, I mean, that is great for your morale and also does give you a decent amount of gold. But the turret is the big ticket here. It's the all-important objective that you need to get. And the fact that they were able to trade that and have the ace is massive.
It certainly is. Have a look at the gold, though. Still very even in the early game. And it all comes down to this farm differential that we have between Call the Meek and Dienzio. You and I have talked a lot about how in Vainglory, farm tends to be the higher priority, especially in the early game because of how much experience it provides and the early gold. And speaking of gold, the gold miner is getting kicked off by TSM.
It is, but Vane's waiting in the wings. You can see the Velocity know that this one is coming. They're not going to be able to find the steal. Vane's is also taking a lot of damage. Now Aloha rotating down is going to be forcing Flash X and Mixi to back away a little bit here. Dienzio finally getting here for the reinforce. Can they find the kill? Look at the damage on the Flash X. Knocked back in by the Afterburn. Vainglory, it only hits Aloha, but he's very, very low. He's going to go down and trade. Mixi, he might fall. Dienzio trying to get onto the back line. He's going to go down. Call the Meek, the stunner stepping is beautiful. He finds the kills. Team Solo Mid with the return ace.
So that was so good in so many levels from Team Solo Mid. The Valkyrie getting the stun onto the Glaive. He tried to get that Afterburn to get the pick onto Flash X, which typically is not the target that you want to be prioritizing. So TSM losing Flash X, especially him being only level 5, is not going to be a massive issue for them because they can prioritize their damage down onto Aloha. With him gone, the big frontline presence of Velocity is no longer available. So that means that Dienzio, he tries to go for the 1 versus 1 against Call the Meek rather than just pick up the kill onto Mixi, which I feel was the big mistake there. Because this early on into the game, when you have the Sorrow Blade against the Alternating Current, you're always going to come out ahead on that Ringo. So Call the Meek definitely demonstrating his mechanical prowess on that hero, but also taking advantage of the fact that he is stronger in that 1v1.
Yeah, and this is something you'd expect a little bit in the early game anyway. Vox needs a while to scale up, so Call the Meek doing some serious work there. That is the first 3 kills for Team Solo Mid, to the 6 of Velocity, but it has netted them a nice gold advantage. Right now they're pushing down, looking to catch out maybe Aloha and Dienzio. The gauntlet flies from Flash X, but no one caught inside of it. Looks like Velocity should be able to back away. Hellfire Brew onto Aloha is not going to be enough. He's got the boots to just speed on out of there. Call the Meek tries to cut him off. Does have a lot of damage, but with an Afterburn, should be possible to get out. Dienzio tries to reinforce, but look at the damage that he's taking. He shields up a little bit. There's wait for it with the silence. Valkyrie does not land onto Dienzio, so he is going to be able to get out of there. Very close battle between these two teams. Flash X is getting a little bit of love tap off and backing away.
A lot of poke, but both back and forth between the two teams. You see Team Solo Mid using a lot of ultimates to try and force and engage, but Velocity do a great job of disengaging and preventing Team Solo Mid from really forcing that fight. But they are able to force Dienzio back, and Team Solo Mid feel this is a great opportunity for them to try and go for the gold mine. They are now being scared away from Velocity, so Velocity can now be the ones to pick up that objective.
Yeah, with Dienzio having the opportunity to go back to base, heal up a little bit, the fact that Team Solo Mid just needed to run away from that with no real regeneration means they got to be careful about fighting here. We are seeing a big item picked up for Call the Meek, though.
Flash X is renowned for stealing away that gold miner with the blood for blood. But it does look like both teams very tense around this neutral objective. If we're going to see a big fight, this could very well be it.
Yeah, it absolutely could. It's an important time for these teams. Velocity really don't want to give too much away right now after they were so strong in the early game and then over-aggressed just a little bit onto Flash X earlier on. TSM, they're feeling pretty happy just to go into the lane, shove it up, and then take jungle control.
Well, look at Call the Meek right now, 112 CS at 10 minutes and 45 seconds. That is 10 CS per minute, a little bit over that in fact, and they have the positional advantage. They're going to get this turret for free.
Yeah, Dienzio trying to run in here, get some early damage down. The turret has already fallen, but this could be a similar situation to earlier. Mixi, he reflex blocks the afterburn, but goes down. Now Coldmeek falls too. It's going to be another ace for Velocity. Team Solo Mid, they keep trading turrets for aces.
This is exactly what we saw earlier. Team Solo Mid hard commit onto the turret, and then Velocity just come in for the flank. They concentrate their damage down onto Coldmeek, but also because they were grouping up, the AoE damage coming out from Aloha was surprisingly strong, but he does have this tension bow, so you're going to be doing a lot of damage, especially at this mid-game portion. And it's a matter of Team Solo Mid not respecting that damage output. So off the back of that Velocity, they get themselves the ace, they get themselves the gold miner, but they're still behind in gold.
But they did manage to pick up 2 big items there. Fountain onto Aloha, Atlas Pauldron onto Veins. That's going to help out a lot in the next fight, because Flash X got his Fountain a pretty long time ago.
He certainly did, and we have to make sure that they don't stack them, because we know how Tasty Bacon feels about you stacking those Fountain of Renewals. So hopefully these teams have had a chat with him and that they are efficient in their use of that Fountain. But right now, both teams reset a little bit. You can see a big minion wave actually being pushed towards TSM, and Coldmeek, he does such a great job of setting up these freezes in the lane. You can see that with the ace, these empowered minions are actually shoving in. So Coldmeek, he's just waiting for those last hits and making sure that he can deny as much farm as possible from Dienzio. And now you're really starting to see a massive discrepancy. 126 on Coldmeek to 99 on Dienzio, which is a large part of where this gold lead is coming from for TSM.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we just had Flash X picking up a Crucible. That's going to be big in the next fight, potentially. If he can use it to save someone from an afterburn when they don't have their reflex block available or something like that, it will be extremely important. Still, Velocity, even though they're behind in gold by just under 1,000, they are doing a great job when it comes to these fights. And Team Solo Mid, they've got to be careful about picking so many of them. Past a certain point, when the death timers get longer, if you take a turret for an ace, the other team's going to take 2.
That could very well be the case. These death timers do get longer, as they get significantly longer as the game progresses. We saw in TSM's last game against Gangstar's 60-second death timers towards the end of the game, and those late game team fights really are very impactful. But we are still hanging around the mid game. Both minion miners in possession of both teams. Broken Myth now actually picked up for Mixi, which is going to be absolutely massive, his damage output. But the same has been done for Dienzio, so both... oh, hang on, Veins has found a fight.
Yeah, he's looking for an opportunity to go in here. Dienzio needs to reflex block and just get out of that gauntlet. Burning a big cooldown like that for the gauntlet is not terrible, but now they're going to be chased by Team Solo Mid. Dienzio is very far away. Coldmeek sitting over the wall, trying to just deal the damage from a distance. Flash X wants to get onto him, but look at Aloha. He's got Dienzio's back. Vainglory only a hit Aloha, but Dienzio is low on energy. He might be in a tough spot right now. Veins doesn't have the damage to kill anyone. Dienzio's kiting back into a turret. Can he find anyone? He gets 1 kill, but Team Solo Mid takes the trade. They get themselves an ace, and they're going to find a gold mine off the back.
Flash X does a great job of just sticking to Dienzio, preventing him from really getting involved in the fight. And because so much of Dienzio's attention was focused onto Flash X, he couldn't concentrate his damage onto the primary damage dealers of Team Solo Mid. Mixi was just free to run wild on the backline. That Broken Myth doing so much work in the mid game, and it was just Team Solo Mid having their carries focus the proper targets and come out ahead in that fight. Very well executed fight from Team Solo Mid, but still a very close game between the two teams.
It really is, and you would expect nothing less from these guys in the final series of the championships. Obviously, Velocity took this last time these guys played, but can they do it again? That is the question. Right now, the gold is super even. We've got 10 kills to 6 for Velocity. And it looks like Team Solo Mid are just posturing around the middle of the map. They know Kraken is about to spawn, and in fact, it has now spawned. And that's going to be the next big point of contention for the teams.
You know this game is all about Dienzio and Coldmeek when you just have a look at the kill contribution, and you can see both are at 100%. Kraken has been started.
Dienzio gets some nice poke down onto Flash X, but the Kraken is going to be forced back to its pit. Neither one of these teams wants to commit to an objective like that in this position. Mixi's got some great poke ability as well, just throwing out those Winter Spires, but Veins wants to turn this one around, maybe go for the engage. Dienzio looking at the damage, already half health onto Mixi. There's the damage out of Aloha.
Oh,
great
gone.
afterburn, but Dienzio, he's got to be careful. He silences Coldmeek.
No
he
way.
Gets a kill. He's not going to go down. It's an ace for Velocity. Big
plays coming out of these guys in the finals.
Mixi out of position. He gets slowed up by the resonance from Dienzio. That allows him to get so much damage as Mixi is trying to retreat. You then had the Warhorn from Vanes to just cut off Cole the Meek, so Aloha and Dienzio could just prioritize their damage down onto Mixi, and with him gone, it's simply a matter of cleanup for the rest of Halcyon Hammers. Phenomenally well played team fight and capitalizing on the mistakes of TSM.
Yeah, they are doing an excellent job right now. Picking up 2 turrets off the back of that has put them in a slight lead, at least in regards to the turret count. But they've got to be careful about maybe getting to this Kraken in time, as TSM are starting it off immediately. Look at how quickly the damage is coming through from Mixi, from Cole the Meek. I don't know if Velocity are actually going to be able to make it back here. In fact, we can see that Dienzio is still in base buying items. Kraken for free, going the way of TSM. What was going through Velocity's head right there?
Velocity, they just wanted to push the turret. They valued the turret over the Kraken. And because they had to go base and spend the gold that they had after that, they had no other choice. They realized that they had to give away the Kraken, and so they committed to just trying to defend against this. They had a great team fight before, and now the Metal Jacket is done for Dienzio. They're looking to do it again.
He is going to reflex block that Hellfire Brew, but now he's stuck inside of the gauntlet. Look at how low he is. He finds a silence, but it's only on a Cole the Meek. Big damage out of Mixi with that Valkyrie on the backside. Cole the Meek looking for more. Finds himself another 30-second death timers. Kraken whacking away on the turrets. TSM, they might go all the way here.
Unfortunate for Dienzio. He did what he could, but so much target focus was going down onto him. He tried so hard to kite, but he was the sole damage dealer for Velocity, and because he couldn't survive for long enough, it was simply a matter of cleanup for Team Solo Mid, and with the Kraken, with 2 turrets going down, they should be able to end the game.
Yeah, Dienzio trying to defend here. I don't think he's going to be able to do it. The Vein Crystal shatters. Team Solo Mid, after losing a series to these guys yesterday, come in swinging.
They certainly do. Team Solo Mid, great game 1 from them, but very close game.
It really was, yeah.
We really need to highlight how close that first game was between the 2 teams. Very back and forth, a lot of close exchanges, and it was very much about a single individual making one misplay, overextending just a little bit, or just maybe not being in the right place at the right time, certain spikes being picked up then and there. It was just such a close game, and it was simply a matter of TSM getting that final team fight with the Kraken that enabled them to end it.
Yeah, I have to admit, I mean, maybe just the decision-making from Velocity fell apart at the end there. If they had gone for the Kraken, played around it, played safely, they still could have taken maybe 1 turret, or maybe the 2 that they got anyway. But instead, going for the 2 turrets, giving up the Kraken, they didn't have the ability to pressure TSM into a fight at the end of that game, and TSM, as a result, just rolled through the base. Very interesting game 1. I can't wait to hear what our analysts have to say about that, because it is setting us up for an awesome series. Playoff Beard in Rome, I mean, how would you break that one down? Where did it fall apart for Velocity?
All right, thank you very much. That was a tremendous first game, obviously, and it looked like Halcyon Hammer's Velocity had it, but what did TSM do to turn that around?
Pretty much, they made a very big risk play in terms of grabbing up that Kraken, and they did it at the right time because the Velocity team was still in their base, just shopping up and healing.
All right, so with Flash X, some really, really superb use of Warhorn in that game, using Warhorn to accelerate to the turrets, using Warhorn to try to catch somebody out. It seemed to be a real factor in that match.
And this was the best choice for them because they needed Mixi playing that Rhyme to get deep into that backline without taking too much damage early on. As long as he's within melee range and he can grab onto that Vox, fortified health does such a big part in this area.
And let's talk about that comp again in Cole the Meek on that Ringo that worked out so well. That last pick of Rhyme coming in with Flash X on his signature pick, the Arden.
So they spaced out their composition so well in terms of having it really balanced, where you always see Flash X and Mixi always up in that front line. And look at their items, like you have that Fountain and that Crucible, which really helps them able to sustain themselves, while Cole the Meek just stands at the back, either cutting around and getting off as many auto attacks as possible.
There are obviously some bright spots for Halcyon Hammer's Velocity in that match. Aloha started out 6-1. Dienzio with some very flashy highlight reel plays. If if they can keep their mental game together and they do have an actual mental coach, then they have a lot they can build on for the next game.
Yeah, they just gotta keep doing what they're doing. Overall, this last game, Velocity played excellent in terms of just engaging, making sure that they're prioritizing, grabbing which hero they want down first. But the thing here is, like, they won't get to this mentally as long as they're able to prepare themselves and perhaps throw down a scout trap on that Kraken just to make sure that the opponents aren't stealing it.
All right, and on the other side, Team Solo Mid, they get that first win. It is a best of 5. What did they have to do to continue to build toward a championship?
Overall, like, they played a little shaky off the start coming to this match, and it was looking really good for Velocity. But the thing is, these guys have so much worldwide experience. They have so much knowledge going to this where they know we can make those risky plays. We can put out some of the bets, and they paid off for them really well.
All right, so at this point, do you think you have to take D'Enzio off of the Vox, or can you live with the type of comps you're getting?
Overall, I think with TSM, they're very happy with this last game, and they feel like they did squeeze away the win. For this next match coming up, they're going to have to prepare, make sure that they're minimizing those early game mistakes, not being too aggressive and getting punished.
All right, and on the Halcyon Hammers Velocity side, it's got to be one of those mixed feelings matches, right? Because you don't want to overcorrect when you had a game you could have won.
Yeah, and that's totally true coming to this match. I think having Vanes out there just leading the group for them, like, I walked off to the stage and I was listening. He is very vocal. He's pretty much making the calls for his team in terms of positioning, where to be aware of, and throwing out those scout traps helped them out so much.
All right, so as we get ready for the draft in this second match, who are the priority picks to you?
To be honest, like, if I was the Velocity team, I would be leaving Adagio open and Sky open, hoping that, you know, it baits out the TSM team to actually pick it up. And I think this gives them the advantage in terms of compositions overall.
Yeah, that is so interesting when those meta picks don't exactly match the play styles of these heroes. And that rhyme, it worked really well for Mixi, although that is, you know, very much a counter pick.
But Mixi has been doing very well in this rhyme, just yesterday and today. And it shows that TSM knows how to play around his kit, making sure that his mobility and his melee range are a big factor for them and make that big of a difference.
Now, I want to ask you, FlashX in the interview prior talked about how they went to the TSM headquarters, they worked on this all night, they made a lot of adjustments. What are the specific adjustments that you are now seeing play out for them?
And this just goes back to yesterday. They have that one loss, and it was actually more beneficial than them winning and continuing what they were doing. In terms of today, we saw a lot of adjustments based off of their drafting phase, and we don't see as many mistakes coming out of them. Yesterday, there was a couple instances where Flash was either caught off guard, overextending, and he was getting followed up by Mixi, who came in after dying, and then Kolomik coming in after dying. So the synergy was a little bit off, but it was mainly based on how uncomfortable they were running those compositions based off the meta.
All right, so Team Solo Mid, what do they learn from that first game, seeing how Halcyon Hammers played it, seeing what worked for them, and how close they got to taking game one?
Overall, they have to play their compositions a bit stronger in general. They had that Ringo in that first game, so they have to make the most use of it. Even though that they do put up a bunch of lane pressure in, going up against Vox, you can't really kill him due to his sonic zoom, so they have to transition that, rotate down into that jungle as a group of 3, and pretty much starve the enemy as much as they can.
I do want to ask you about something we haven't talked about much. This Team Solo Mid team, they have played in Korea on the big stage. They've won a world championship. This is second nature now, being at these live events. And on the other side, it's the first time that Halcyon Hammers Velocity has been on a stage like this at all, much less in the grand finals with the hot lights on them, with all the pressure on them. Does that play a big factor in this type of thing? Or, you know, is it just when when you enter the Halcyon fold, you just focus and do your thing?
Well, this is surprisingly shocking. We have seen some competitive teams, when they go play on stage, they play at a live tournament, they do get like very shaky off the start. But Velocity has come to this with full confidence. And looking at their experience, looking at their ages, this is something really astonishing due to the fact that they're very confident pulling this through. They're running a bunch of different comps where, you know, they're engaging very strong and they're always following up with each other. This is all comes down to, like I said earlier, Vanes has been doing an excellent job leading the way with terms of vocal communication and just calling out the plays for his team.
And for Kolomik, he has been Mr. Clutch. What are you looking for from him, in particular, understanding, you know, his strengths and his play style?
Well, looking at Meek, we do know that he's very strong in terms of his individual mechanics, and he knows exactly when to counter the jungle. Like, with having him there, he is able to control that early game pressure. But the thing is, going up against Velocity, they have that tendency to actually quickly do those rotations based off of what the roamer says. So to follow this up, they will need whoever is playing that, either Mixi or Roam, to actually, Mixi or Meek to actually make those quick rotations down to help them out, because they can't be fighting 3v2 in the opponent's jungle.
Team Solo Mid clearly was really prioritizing making smart decisions when it came to those crucial objectives. It was very, very calculated all match long. Sometimes it looked like they were starting an objective and were going to take it if they had the slightest opening. Other times it was clearly done to draw the other team in when they could get what they wanted. Is that going to play a big factor the rest of the way?
Yeah, so objectives is something that we have to put a lot of insight into, because this is where we can tell the big difference between both of these teams, where Halcyon Hammer's Velocity, they are very conservative and they don't want to take an objective unless it's really safe. But on the other hand, TSM, very bold, making those big risk plays, and it pays out really well for them. They're always either grabbing up that gold miner or grabbing up that Kraken. When their opponents are like nowhere to be seen, they could possibly be in that tribe rush.
We're getting very close to the draft for match 2. In the few minutes we have left, I want to talk about vision. So there's two very different philosophies in this game. Halcyon Hammer's Velocity, they prioritize early vision. They like to have lots of vision control. On the other side, Team Solo Mid, historically, Flash X has felt like he can get an advantage when he can get a tier 3 item. Not so much vision. Will that be a factor?
See, so with Flash X's approach to this, not grabbing vision and grabbing that early fountain, I think it actually gives the favor over to the Velocity side due to the fact they like those 3-man rotations and they do it very quick.
The picks are coming out fast and furious. Dienzio will not be on Vox. Meek will not be on Ringo, the two heroes they've had the most success with. Talk about the comps so far.
Overall, Team Solo Mid, they are going for this buff composition, and they will be banking everything onto that Black Feather. But most likely, what we're going to see here is Meek on that Black Feather. So Mixi has been doing a great job on Adagio. On the Velocity side, be sure to watch out this Crow, as he's always standing in that front line, making sure that nobody gets past him. And with Catherine stunned in silence, Scarf is sure to clear things up.
And one thing that's very important here, Meek, he's a menacing player. He likes to be in your face. He likes to be aggressive. You can do all that with Black Feather.
Yeah, and looking at TSM side, they will have to get those early reflex blocks, because you have stuns coming out of Cruel and Catherine.
Will it be TSM's comp, or will it be that EU meta-style comp? Let's find out with our casters, Action Jackson and Vedius.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm looking forward to this game, too, talking about the EU meta comps. We're from over the pond, and man, I'm excited to see if it can actually pull out a win here against TSM. Very surprising to see how quickly that draft went through, the Adagio being left open. Vedius, how do you feel about this game?
It looks like that Velocity came in with a plan. You heard it from Rome and Playoff Beard, and they were saying how I wouldn't be surprised if they left the Adagio open because they feel that Team Solo Mid maybe can't optimize it. It doesn't fit their playstyle, and Velocity clearly came in with a strategy, and they insta-locked this Kroll, and I'm super excited to see it. We are so used to seeing it, especially over in EU, and it should certainly be a good second game.
All right, well, we are now onto the fold, guys, for this second game between Team Solo Mid and Halcyon Hammer's Velocity. The first one was explosive, very close between these two teams. We'll have to see which one of these guys can pull off the second win.
So something that we're used to seeing over in EU on Kroll is you clear your jungle, you rotate up into the lane, and then you use his ridiculous mobility, his perk, to just set up a gank up in the lane. And when you combine that with a Catherine, it sets up so well for an early lane gank. And you can already see it happening from Vains. Meek expected this, and he's immediately going to disengage. So Team Solo Mid, they were prepared for this sort of a setup. They know about the Kroll's early game prowess up in the lane, and they've adapted to it very nicely.
Yeah, I mean, that was basically exactly what you would expect from a Kroll-Catherine combination. It's such a strong gank opportunity right off the back of doing your first few camps. Right now, Aloha and Meek sitting pretty even up in the lane. Aloha.
Velocity.
Yeah, we might be seeing them go for a bit of a kill here. Mixi is going to have to be careful. Dienzio's starting to stack up those weaknesses, but with the Vanguard coming out from Flash X, he's going to be able to speed up and just get back a little bit more. Dienzio actually needs to be very careful right now. He's going to be taking a lot of damage from the camp as well as the 3 members of TSM. Dienzio is going to go down. Big overstay coming through from Velocity.
So Dienzio realized that with the collapse from Meek, he had to go for those back camps. That was the best opportunity he could get to really get any benefit out of that situation. And even though he had the smite, even though he got so many stacks of weaknesses off onto those back cams, Flash X was still able to secure that back cam. So very big misplay coming out from Dienzio in the early game, and to be honest, I'm a little bit surprised to see him move it into the jungle. I guess Velocity feel that he is the stronger Kroll player between him and Aloha.
Yeah, we've seen his Kroll before. It was very effective, but regardless of that, it is still a little bit strange seeing him. Aloha had a great game on Scarf earlier too, sitting at one point, I believe it's 6-0. He does do a lot of damage, but now the pressure coming in from Team Solo mid towards the lane, making sure he's not necessarily going to be able to snowball out of control. Velocity, you know they need to back him up, and they're sending all 3 members to the lane as well. So no one's even doing jungle camps right now, and only just shy of 3 minutes into the game.
Yeah, so TSM currently have early control over all of the map. They're able to get a nice shove up in the lane, as well as Koldomik is able to get a fair amount of farm down here in the jungle. And Velocity are actually spending a lot of time up here in the lane. They want to try and set some kind of pickup, but they are going to get spotted out by a flare. Vaynes needs to be careful.
Yeah, Dienzio, he's going to try and start this fight off, but look at the burst damage on the Vaynes. He's actually burning away here. Might go down just to that. Dienzio obliterated on the front line. Vaynes just barely able to recall out of there, but now Aloha slowed up. Still has to get back to that turret, get back to safety. Man, Velocity, they're struggling to make this early game work.
They're trying their best to punish the weak early game that TSM's composition has.
Look at the damage coming through from Mixi. Big burst onto Aloha, takes him down. Mixi now is collapsed onto, though. Gonna fall to the smite. Vaynes and Dienzio in the 2 versus 2 with Koldomik and Flash X on point, not going to land. Koldomik without Rose offensive as well is not going to be able to close the gap for that kill. And this Vaynes comes back in, can't steal that one away. So Team Solo mid really pulling ahead here.
They really are. Wow. Mixi with the surprising amount of damage. You can see that he has decided to max Agent of Wrath, which is typically what you do on the Adagio, and it gives you a surprising amount of damage in the 1 versus 1, which Aloha clearly did not respect. And it just comes back to, hang on a second, Dienzio has found Mixi.
He has, but I don't know if he's going to fight. Look at the smite damage, 417, but it's not going to be enough to take down the kill. Mixi lives for now. Up in the lane, Koldomik is taking a bit of harassment from Vaynes and Aloha, but now the turnaround is here. Aloha needs to try and get back to his turret. Look at the Heartbreak stacks on top of him. Koldomik does find the kill with on point. Vaynes should be able to get away, but it's the 4th one going the way of Team Solo mid. Now with Mixi rotating towards the lane, they might try and find some more. Vaynes taking a lot of damage. Dienzio trying desperately to sprint back to his turret. The auto attacks from Mixi are just so hard right now.
Velocity, for some reason, are determined to try and force these fights, even though they've been going wrong so many times. It comes back to what I was saying earlier, where Velocity, in terms of the early game, both compositions are actually relatively weak, but Velocity do have the slight advantage with the weakness stacks, with the Scarf, and they've been trying to force these engagements, but the way in which they force them just has not been optimal. They haven't been prioritizing the right targets, their setups haven't really been ideal, and it's just Velocity making a couple of misplays, which really we're not used to seeing from this team.
Yeah, I mean, when you said earlier that Dienzio was having a tough early game, it kind of took me by surprise for a second, because it's just so abnormal. Right now, he is getting caught out yet again, though, and with no mobility to get away, he goes down. Koldomik finds that kill. We also saw recently Flash X picking up the Fountain of Renewal. Feels like everything is going right for Team Solo mid.
Just look at the farm. Koldomik, 2-0-2. Just about to hit 50 farm, up in the lane, is doing a phenomenal job in this Black Feather. He is getting to a perfect position to basically play with this buff comp. Wouldn't be surprised to see him just go really heavy on the damage, rely on Flash X to provide that support, and then use the buff from the Agent of Wrath to just shred through this Velocity lineup. The weakness stacks are only going to do so much against...
Wow, Koldomik actually does take a lot of damage there. He goes down. I believe that was a turret shot that finally took the kill. Vaynes with the Stormguard banner. You got to be careful of him. Stormguard shield, rather.
You know, I was just looking at the player cams, and you could see some of the players from Velocity just seem a little bit, you know, out of sorts, maybe a little bit stressed, maybe a little bit tired, and that is starting to affect their play just a tad. 2,500 gold difference this early on. Remember, Velocity were the team that had this sort of a kill lead in the last game, and the gold was even. The difference with Team Solo mid is when they have the lead, they're all about taking those objectives. They guarantee themselves the back camps. They guarantee themselves a way to build an advantage every time they get a small lead.
Yeah, that is very true. I mean, maybe it's the nerves of the finals getting to these guys a little bit, but Velocity, they're by no means out of this one yet. 2.7K is a lead that you can pull back from, and I'm sure Velocity have what it takes to do so. Right now, Vane's just getting some vision around that gold mine, knows that in the mid game it's going to be an extremely important objective between the two teams, but here comes the fight. 3 versus 3 up in the lane. Dienzio going to just sprint back to the turret with his heroic perk. Stay safe for now. TSM really forcing the hand of Velocity with all of these aggressive plays.
Certainly are. Dienzio only level 6 right now to the level 7 Koldamik and level 8 Mixi. Dienzio really not having a great game so far as TSM set up for the gold mine.
Yeah, they're doing it pretty fast. Vanes wants to come in and maybe steal it. Here comes Dienzio as well, but the gold mine goes the way of Team Solo mid. Now with Vanes, big ultimate comes out of him. Scarf, that's going to be the Dragon's Breath. Lots of damage going across Team Solo mid, but it's not going to be enough. Koldamik dives onto the back line, finds Vanes with a huge chase coming out of Team Solo mid. Aloha wants to get to the safety of the bush. He's trying to throw down those Spitfires. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. The target swap onto him takes the kill. Koldamik, he eats another turret shot before swapping it onto Flash X. They're not going to be able to hunt down Vanes for the ace, but they do get themselves the first turret of the game.
That looked like such a great fight for Velocity. They got so much damage down onto Koldamik. They were able to interrupt the Verse of Judgment, but Dienzio just isn't having any impact, and now he's trying to get some return damage, but he's only level 6. He's only got the Shiver Steel. Dienzio is just really struggling to do anything in this second game.
I've got to admit, this is not the Dienzio we're used to seeing. This is also not the Aloha we're used to seeing, as he typically plays that jungle role and is very high pressure throughout most stages of the game. At the moment, just trying to farm up. 49 to Koldamik's 80. Not a great spot for him to be in. Now, seeing as we mentioned that this composition is from EU, we should talk a little bit more about it, because one thing that you got to realize is that late game, it does become extremely strong. Scarf can just kite all over the place with the Spitfires and the Frostburn. It's very irritating trying to dive onto the members of Velocity that matter. So the question is, can Team Solo mid keep up the pressure?
Well, Aloha, he's now picked up the Frostburn, so as you rightly said, the kiting potential available to him is going to be very strong, and the fact that Dienzio's gone for this very tanky itemization suggests that Aloha is going to be the main damage dealer, so all Velocity have to do is buy time. They need to wait for Aloha to complete that Broken Myth, and that is where he's going to start really doing damage from a distance, while Dienzio and Vanes just tank up the front line. We've seen it earlier in the day, how powerful this mid to late game Scarf can be, but while he is trying to get to that spot, Team Solo mid have built up such a massive advantage, and all they need to do is continue forcing fights, continue forcing objectives, and that is how they close out the game.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a great position to keep snowballing this one, now sitting at about a 6,000 gold lead over Halcyon Hammer's Velocity. That is a substantial amount of money at only 10 minutes into the game. Team Solo mid, they're also leading this series. If they can take home the win here, they're going to be sitting 1 game away from the entire Winter Championships. It would be massive for these guys to get a win like that right off the back of being acquired by such a major organization. You know that they want this real bad. Velocity, on the other hand, they did kind of already get the revenge that Dienzio was talking about, but I'm sure they do not want to give up hope now. They want to win this championships. Dienzio, got to be careful about taking too much damage here, though.
He certainly does. Just look at this. Velocity just doing what they can to wave clear. You do have the Scarf, which means that you can buy a lot of time, but TSM, they are anxious to try and force a fight. And, you know, we really should talk about TSM a little bit more, because they are playing this game very well. The way in which they execute these team fights is completely different from what we saw from them yesterday. And clearly, as the gauntlet comes down...
Yeah, Aloha caught in that on the top side. No one else close enough to do the damage, though. Mixi, he's going to pop that ultimate, gets massive damage across all 3 members of Velocity. Koldamik diving the turret, too. But Vanes finds that stun, and now Dienzio is finally going to go down. Aloha still healthy enough to put down good poke. I imagine TSM are going to back away a little bit here, unless Mixi can bait Vanes in like that. The question is, does Aloha have the energy to keep the defense going? Koldamik just juking out from that Spitfire right towards the end. Heals coming through from Mixi. TSM find the turret in a very well-played fight.
They certainly do. TSM, things look super rough for them initially in the fight, because they choose to use the gauntlet right at the start, and then a silence comes out from Vanes to deny any kind of follow-up from the rest of TSM. So they get left underneath the turret without any damage coming out from the rest of their team, and Velocity are in a great position using the turret to just pound down onto the entire lineup of Team Solo Mid. But then Mixi, with the 3-man stun from his Burst of Judgment, is really what secured the team fight win for Team Solo Mid. It was just so well executed. The Fountain of Renewal doing so much work from Flash X, and then with Coldamik on this Blackfur, they're easily able to clean up. Just meant that Team Solo Mid were able to come out with another team fight victory. They get themselves a turret, they get themselves a gold miner, and now they're sitting at about a 7,500 gold lead.
And that is so substantial at this point in the game. Another thing you got to mention there, sort of the edge where maybe Velocity could have come back into the fight. Aloha was on the very end point of that Verse of Judgment, but he decided to stay within its range in order to fan the flames a little bit more with his auto attacks. It didn't pan out too well. He became too low health to then maybe chase down the low members of Team Solo Mid at the end. Velocity, their backs are against the wall right now. They need to come up with something soon.
The biggest problem for Velocity is this item differential that you can see. Shatter Glass completed for Mixi. He's going to be working towards that Broken Myth next. Flash X sitting on a Warhorn, Atlas Pauldron, Fountain of Renewal. He is so tanky. He's going to be providing so much utility for the rest of his team. And Coldamik, Tornado Trigger is finished. The Serpent's Mask is done. He's going to be applying those Heartbreak stacks so quickly. And it's just, compared to Velocity, who just have nothing. You haven't even completed the Broken Myth on your main damage dealer of Aloha. Yes, Vanes is pretty tanky, Dienzio is pretty tanky, but when it comes to drawn-out fights, it is always going to be Team Solo Mid that's coming out ahead.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you. Coldamik is just too big a deal for them, for Velocity to really deal with it. We've got a Crucible now picked up on top of everything else for Flash X. That is going to be massive. It can maybe block, if he times it well, the Blast Tremor out of Vanes, and that's pretty much the way I think that they win a fight. Dienzio actually caught out here, though, trying to take down the Minion Miner. He has no damage. Look at Coldamik. Even through a smite, he does not take a noticeable amount of damage on the health bar. Things are just falling apart for Velocity. They have been for a while, and it's this point in the game where you start thinking about maybe what you need to do different in the next one.
Yeah, they still have an opportunity, because it's only a matter of TSM doing one bad team fight, and this could very well be it.
Yeah, you can see the turret just getting dove with 2 members of Velocity next to it. They can't defend. Aloha barely making it back to the base. Dienzio with the stun wants to turn it around. There's the Blast Tremor, Dragon's Breath. Everyone is grouped. They're taking a decent chunk of damage, but here comes the Burst of Judgment. It lands onto all 3. It stuns up Dienzio. Flash X, he's on the front line. The first kill goes away of TSM, even though everything went right for Velocity. They couldn't have asked for a better combination of ultimates. That's got to be heartbreaking.
Even with the Broken Myth, it just isn't enough to deal with TSM right now. They just have such a massive advantage. 10,000 gold. In Vainglory, we so very rarely see that sort of an advantage accrued that when it happens, the fights just seem so one-sided. As you rightly said, the fight couldn't have gone any better for Velocity. The big mistake was Aloha. He still took the damage from the Verse of Judgment, but Aloha wasn't even the priority. All of the focus from TSM was going down onto Dienzio, which, for Velocity, that's who you want the target focus to be. You want to allow Aloha to do the damage from the backline, and even with a full channel Dragon's Breath, it just wasn't enough. So, Team Solo Mid, they're going to pick up the Kraken, and this is going to be a great siege for them.
And they're getting this right off the back of it spawning. It's only 15 minutes and 20 seconds into the game. They are snowballing this out of control right now. Team Solo Mid could be looking for the game-ending push, and they might be able to find it here. I don't know if Velocity has the ability to kill this Kraken even before it knocks onto the Vein Crystal. So, Vedius, what's the plan here? Do Velocity have an answer?
Well, they picked up infusions. They realized that this is going to be the game-ending fight. They have to force a fight here, but you've got double minion miners, you've got to deal with the Kraken, and you've got to deal with a super fed TSM lineup. So it's going to be a miracle if Velocity can turn this one around.
All right, well, they're surely crossing their fingers right now, praying for something to go right. But here comes the engagement. Flash X wants to jump right onto Dienzio, but Coldamik changing priority. He's going for the turrets at the moment. Dienzio jumps on top of him, wants to defend. Coldamik swaps. He's going for Aloha. There's a Burst of Judgment. It stuns Vanes and Dienzio. Aloha cannot deal with Coldamik. It's going to be the ace. It's going to be game 2 to Team Solo Mid. They are 1 win away from being your winner champions.
Team Solo Mid with a clean performance in Game 2. There was doubts about their ability to use the Adagio, and they shut those doubters up with that phenomenal performance. That Black Feather was doing so much work, but Flash X, for me, was really the standout player. His ability to just force these engages, stick to the primary targets, and just provide so much peel for his entire team was so on point, so crisp. So many times throughout that game, it was just phenomenal.
Yeah, and things started deteriorating very early on for Velocity. I mean, all of the invades they didn't really go too well. They were trying to play the EU meta with that composition. I mean, it was exactly the way that you do it over there.
Yeah.
The problem was that every single time they aggressed, they got repelled by TSM. The answers were there every single time.
Yeah, in the early game, we saw a lot of these early plays, these aggressive plays coming out from Velocity, and that is what we're used to seeing over in Europe, where you have this Kroll paired up with things like the Arden or the Catherine, just trying to force these fights, because especially in the early game, those weakness stacks are massive. The damage reduction that it applies is just insane. So if you can get that early advantage and you can just force those early game team fights, it propels you so nicely into the mid game, which is really where this Scarf and Kroll come into their own. But they never got to that point. They kept forcing these fights. Scarf got insanely far behind, didn't get Broken Myth until basically TSM were in their base. So it was just a matter of TSM realizing the power spike advantage that they had, basically straight up outplaying Velocity in the early game, and then they didn't let up the pressure from there.
All right, well, it's going to be a tough uphill battle for Velocity. We did see this in the last championships, though, the reverse sweep from Liberation X. It is possible. Velocity, they're going to be trying their hardest to make this one work. To talk us through maybe what they need to do differently and what happened there, we've got Playoff Beard and Rome. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Axon Jackson. A decisive win, a staggering gold advantage, Rome.
Yeah, and this was the goal that was coming in for the TSM side. They know that they have a buff composition, that they need to push it out really early, because Kroll and Scarf together into that late game makes a big difference. So an excellent job in terms of trying to put as much pressure as they can into starving the enemy jungle.
And Zekent, it was an interesting decision to put Dienzio back on Kroll, but maybe not the smartest one.
Right, we have seen Dienzio play that Kroll in the past. However, it definitely doesn't play to his strengths. He is extremely good on those hypermobile carries. That Vox, that Ringo, he is just so good on them. I would love to see him on one of those once again.
Now, Rome, you've been trying to kind of spy on these teams as we go through this critical tournament. What notes do you have from this?
Well, looking at this, like, we are at the analyst desk, so we have to crunch out those numbers. Right now, it's 100% for our North American Live Championships for the reverse sweep in the finals. So I gotta put my bets onto that one because it's sure to pay out.
That's true. I mean, of course, technically there is only been the autumn season to draw upon.
With the zero fail rate.
With the zero fail rate on Liberation X. Zekent, let's take a look at these items here. Anything that, I mean, it was kind of academic considering the gold advantage, but at least in terms of choices and priorities.
Yeah, one of the things that Colomic does have is that Shiver Steel. He has a tornado trigger, the Shiver Steel, and he's able to slow every single member of the Halcyon Hammer's squad. Once Scarf gets jumped on, he is just absolutely done. There's nothing Aloha can do, and he just drops every single time.
Let's take a look at some highlights from that match, and as we do, Rome, Colomic, he went back to Black Feather. This is a hero where he can play more aggressive, where his natural play tendencies can come out, and it looks so good.
Yeah, and I really wanted to mention that because Colomic is known for these type of heroes where he's able to really manipulate how a team fight goes, and that plays to his strengths so well. You see him always using that Rose offensive just to get onto the enemy backline, and this is where his mechanical skills really shine.
And Zekent, as a former professional in MOBAs, in League, you've been in that position before where you're surrounded by a support team that is taking you through and you're working together to figure out how to prepare for a huge match. This really seems like a different TSM squad after having spent time at the Solo Mid headquarters.
Yeah, and one of the great things about this is that TSM, especially after yesterday, they looked a little bit out of sorts in their matches. However, today, overnight, they look like a completely new team. They completely dominated in all their matches today.
And that is so interesting. Obviously, Halcyon Hammer's Velocity, that is a homegrown Vainglory professional organization facing Team Solo Mid. And, you know, they have lots of resources to bring to bear, lots of smart people there, and it has made a huge difference. Rome, as we approach this next match, Now, it's all on the line for Halcyon Hammer's Velocity. What can they learn and what can they adjust?
Well, the first thing they have to do is not let the 0-2 lead for TSM get to their minds. And this is probably the biggest part because this is a do or die match for them. So coming to this mentally prepared, pretty much just squashing everything from the start and playing from here is the first thing they have to adjust.
All right, what's the second thing?
Overall, I love the play style coming out of them so far. I just think they can get a composition that's more suited to them. Like Zken said earlier about that Kroll played by Dienzio, we feel that you throw him on a hyper carry, you make the most use out of his mechanical skills, and this is something that the team really excels at.
All right, Zken, let's assume for a moment that he does end up on a hyper carry, likely not going to get Vox, but if he does get a hero that's more like that, how does Team Solo Mid have to respond?
Team Solo Mid has a couple of options. So one thing that they did play extremely well in the first day was that Ozo. And against those hypermobile carries, Ozo is just such a fantastic pick. Alternatively, Kolomeek, he has not yet busted out his signature glaive in this tournament.
And obviously 115 not quite as favorable to glaive, but certainly still a viable option. And Rome, that Ozo is still sitting there, but maybe need to get the Adagio with it. It's going to be interesting to see how TSM approaches this and if Halcyon Hammer's Velocity tries to take anything specific away.
Yeah, and definitely, just mentioning Ozo, we see that you do have to match him with a specific roamer just to make the most use out of his kit. And pretty much, I would love to see Ozo, apart from having that Adagio band away, throwing him up with a Catherine and just following up with that CC works out really well for them. But coming into this third match, pretty much Velocity have to concentrate and make sure that they have a draft that they feel fully confident in running. And although they've been playing very smart, very efficiently, and making those conservative plays, this do or die for them. I really want them to actually make some bold moves, make some big risk, and just try and turn the tide around in their favor.
Okay, so as we look ahead to this next match, the early game, what should we pay attention to in the early game as an indicator of how this match is going to go?
Well, what we're going to see coming out of TSM is they're going to be very aggressive in that jungle, knowing either Kolomeek or Mixi, who's very independently strong, combined with the calls out of the roam in terms of Flash X. But the thing here is they do not have that much vision, and this is something that Velocity has to do really well. They have to make sure that they're doing a lot of three-man invades, even if they're neglecting the CS coming out of that lane.
And Zken, as a former pro, I want to ask you, so the mental aspect of this, on the TSM side first, so they went into the elimination bracket having lost to Halcyon Hammer's Velocity. They got pushed to the brink. They fought their way through, got pushed to the brink with Gangstar's Sirius. That looked like it could really go either way, but they found a way. And now they find themselves in a situation so different than the rest of this tournament where they're actually on the brink of winning the whole thing. How much of a difference does that make in their mental game approaching this match?
This is actually very interesting because for both sides, the main thing here is to stay calm. TSM, they cannot get ahead of themselves. If they overthink and they think we have this in the bag, that can completely turn the tides around for them. However, on the other side, Halcyon Hammer's Velocity, same thing. They just have to take a deep breath, calm down, and reset. This is basically, starting from the beginning.
Yeah, and that's certainly what they have to do. We're about a minute out of this draft, this pivotal third match. Team Solo Mid, they're up 2-0. It is a best of 5. If Team Solo Mid wins, they are the North America champions for 2016. If Halcyon Hammer's Velocity wins, the momentum starts to shift. The pressure starts to shift, and it's going to be a very interesting draft. Having seen everything we've seen so far, how do you expect the bans to go?
Well, overall, I think that they need to prioritize getting Adagio off the board, mainly due to the fact that being a big flex pick, they're opening up so many different compositions. And seeing, I didn't really like Kolomeek on Adagio yesterday, but Mixi has been doing an excellent job on this. And with him on Adagio, it throws Kolomeek back onto, his heroes that he excels so much in terms of him always being there to engage and making those manipulative skills.
Now, Halcyon Hammers, they are a large organization, and they have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. I'm sure they're communicating with their sister team, Kinetic, that plays a lot of off-meta comps, does a lot of interesting, unorthodox things in the draft, and if there was ever a time to bust out something unexpected, it might be now, Zkent. I think we're on the verge of this draft, and we will find out what that happened, if that's going to happen. And here we go with the draft. And it is no Vox, but that's a Dienzio, or that's a Vox band coming out of Halcyon Hammer's Velocity.
Yeah, and looking at this, like, they have a composition in mind that they already want to run, so we can expect something very out of the ordinary in terms of their play styles. We haven't seen too much Black Feather or Sky coming out of this team, and they definitely haven't been together too much.
Zekent Dienzio played a beautiful Sky when we saw that earlier in the tournament, but Koldemeek back on a Ringo that's worked quite well for him.
Right, and Ringo is extremely good against that Sky. However, that Black Feather on most likely Aloha is going to be very, very dangerous.
Yeah.
I have heard Aloha is actually an extremely good Black Feather player, and just no one knows it yet.
And that is a tough matchup, potentially. Flash X, he gets the Arden again, and that is going to help them quite a bit. They finish out the comp with Mixi back on this Scarf. It is going to be exciting if Team Solo Mid wins this game. They are your North American champions. Let's find out what happens with our casters, Action Jackson and Vedius.
Thank you very much, guys. I am so excited to get this game underway. This could be it, Vedius. This could be the end of the Winter Championships, at least in NA. We're going to be back in EU next week. But there is a tradition of one, which is the reverse
As
sweep.
you heard from Rome, 100%. Statistically, the reverse sweep has happened here in the finals, so...
As guaranteed as it could be.
They need to channel their inner Mato to turn this one around.
All right, well, you know they're going to be trying to do it. Guys, give them some fuel, make some noise. This could be your last game of the Winter Championships. Team Solo Mid versus Halcyon Hammer's Velocity.
And it's certainly going to be a good one. Black Feather being played by Aloha. You heard it from Ziken, the secret Black Feather god that nobody knows about. Going to be... something that we need to keep an eye on, and they're actually going to be putting it up in the lane. You can see he's picked up the Book of Eulogies. Going to be getting a bit more sustain as Koldemeek playing that Ringo that he's had such a phenomenal job on throughout this weekend. And it's going to be an interesting matchup for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Velocity, you've just got to imagine the pressure they're under right now. It's such a tough spot to be in. They are going to be hovering around the shop for the moment. Koldemeek doing exactly what he did previously, where he rotates down early. That's going to force Velocity back. Dienzio isn't actually going to get that front camp, so TSM already having a moderate amount of success with their pressure.
Yeah, it's actually quite surprising as well because Velocity were the first team to the base, and in that situation you want to try and force a fight, but because of the rotation that came down from Koldemeek, they realized that they wouldn't be able to win the 3 versus 3, and there was no point rotating Aloha down because he had the wave pushing towards him, so they just decided to back away from that one, and Velocity not going to be doing much, but Aloha...
Whoa, look at the damage coming out of Koldemeek already. This is exactly why Ringo is such a terrifying hero to play against. He is so strong in the early and mid stages of the game. Aloha's going to have to worry about that one moving forward. The energy changes to Twirling Silver has made a bit of a difference, but, you know, every auto attack you get in is pretty influential. We've got the rotate coming up, though. Dienzio wants to find Flash. This is a kill that would be so important for the morale of Velocity, but they just can't close the distance. Aloha can't get any damage down.
No, he cannot. So interesting stuff coming out so far. Mixi sitting here in the jungle on this jungle scarf. You know, the first time I believe we actually saw the jungle scarf was from Von Menace back in the Autumn VGL.
It was qualifiers too, it wasn't actually
during the
live
qualifiers. So it was something quite unique at the time, but it has had some pretty ridiculous success. And typically we do see the very early Frostburn come out for that utility, and very much in the early game you play around the Ringo, but then come to the mid game, the priority changes from that Ringo to the Scarf, and hopefully TSM can use that Scarf better than Velocity were able to in the game previously to this one.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be their goal, but this is not a good start to that Velocity. They might find themselves the first blood here. That's exactly the ticket for them in this third game where they have their backs against their wall. They could be eliminated. They're going to feel good about that one.
So this is exactly what happened in game 2, where Dienzio tried to set up an invade. He tried to steal away the back camps, fails, and gives away first blood. So Velocity able to punish the overaggression from Mixi, and what a phenomenal start for them.
Yeah, really well played by the guys on Velocity. They're sitting at about a 500 gold lead at the moment, which is nothing too tremendous. Aloha is actually doing a very nice job in the lane, and I want to point that out because 30 CS to 22 when you're that Black Feather up against a Ringo and you had so much pressure put on you earlier is very impressive.
It certainly is, and on top of that, he was able to get himself a kill. So he's going to be working towards that Serpent's Mask relatively soon, and once he hits that, that is a lot of damage that he's going to have available to him. So great start for a Black Feather, and it's going to set him up perfectly for that mid game. We need to keep an eye on how he decides to itemize, whether or not he goes for the Serpent's Mask into Shiver Steel, or whether or not he decides to prioritize a little bit more damage. So he has decided to pick up a little bit of shield. We actually see a lot of shield picked up to try and deal with the crystal power that you do get from that Ringo, but especially Mixi. They are really afraid of this Scarf.
Oh, and they have reason to be afraid of it. It can become so monstrous if it gets out of control. So far, though, Velocity are doing a good job of answering. You know, they got that early kill. They haven't really been allowing Mixi to, for example, take back camps from them. His farm is, you know, the bare minimum that you would expect from a jungler at this point. So, yeah, I mean, Velocity, they've got stuff going in their favor for the time being. That said, look at the damage coming out of Cole the Meek. It is tremendously big. It's still going to be a while before Velocity can just straight up fight that Ringo.
Yeah, it's going to take a while. Once Aloha hits level 6, Cole the Meek needs to be careful. But you will still always have the damage advantage on that Ringo during the early game, so it's not that bad. You know, it comes back to the saying, you know, why would you bring a sword to a gunfight? But Aloha, so far he's been making it work.
He has, you know, and this is one of the champions that he is very strong on. I'm looking forward to seeing if he can make plays similar to Cole the Meek later on, because, man, did that guy just go off on one last game.
We've seen some great Black Feather this tournament. Fuji,
oh yeah, definitely.
Yesterday, in fact, had a phenomenal Black Feather, and compared to the last qualifier where we saw absolutely zero Black Feather, it's nice to see how much the meta does adapt in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, but in exchange, we've seen no Rona whatsoever.
We have seen no Rona, and we've seen very little Taka, which is...
very little successful Taka.
Yeah, that's because I'm not playing it. That's the real
reason.
reason.
Okay.
I mean, I had Taka banned away from me last night. That's how talented I am.
That's because you can only play Taka. That's nothing to do with
No,
being
that's
good
not
on
the reason. It's because it's so good.
All right, well, stepping back into the game for a second, we're seeing the gold lead maintained at about 300, 400. Velocity not managing to pull any additional advantages out of this, but they're also not giving any of it up. We've seen the Fountain of Renewal picked up for Flash X. He's been rushing that item most of the games, and he is on Arden, which is a signature hero of his.
Thing is, this is fine for Velocity. You want that Black Feather to hit the 2-item spike with the Shiver Steel, with the Serpent's Mask. And you also want Sky to have completed that Frostburn as well as a Broken Myth, ideally. So you want to be buying time anyway, and as long as you can hold a gold advantage, when the fight comes, you will have that slight edge over your opponents that you can then try and force the fight with the Catherine, with the Death from above from Dienzio. And yeah, this is exactly how Velocity want to be playing. You can see TSM grouping up, trying to force something before Velocity can get to this point.
Yeah, I mean, one big thing that TSM has going for them is the wave clear that a Scarf offers.
Yeah.
You can just constantly throw out those Spitfires, ignite the goop, and watch the minions burn to a crisp. It's a very good way of getting an advantage early if you can, for example, put pressure in the lane, maybe take an early turret. So far, Mixi hasn't had the success of doing that, though, because he's in the jungle.
Flash X isn't level 6 yet, but they're going for a fight regardless.
Yeah, Vanes takes a lot of damage right off the back there. Dienzio and Aloha trying to cover his back. Dienzio is going to use that Surrey Strike into the team. Hellfire Brew gets blocked. He's already picked up that reflex block, so it's going to be all right for now. Aloha, the only full health member on the side of Velocity, but TSM, their aggression is checked there. Aloha going to have to use Rose Offensive. Yeah. Gotta play it very safe. Cole the Meek's auto attacks with the Sorrow Blade that he's now picked up just chunk through people's health. Aloha and Vanes, they want to defend this turret, starting to put the pressure onto Flash X. Aloha actually rose offensiving forwards, but now here comes the Dragon's Breath. Look at it burn them away. 2 quick kills for Mixi. Very nice ultimate coming out of this guy. And now they're going to be shoving up the lane a little bit more. Dienzio, he's stuck in the gauntlet. He doesn't have reflex block. Surrey Strike doesn't do enough. Cole the Meek nearly goes down, but just barely escapes. It's an ace at just about 8 minutes for Team Solo Mid. Velocity, they got to be running scared right now.
They certainly are. Team Solo Mid finally forced the fight that they were looking for, and what a way to do it as well. You get a lot of poke down onto Dienzio because he used that Surrey Strike very aggressively, which resulted in taking a lot of damage, and yes, he was able to reflex block the Hellfire Brew from Cole the Meek, but it forced him back, which meant that Velocity had to defend the turret with a 2 versus 3, and TSM saw that as an opportunity to get a lot of poke down. Both members of Velocity just sat in the goop, And when they were low enough, you just saw the Dragon's Breath clean up the rest of Velocity. Very well executed fight from Team Solo Mid, and all of a sudden we're seeing a massive gold advantage going in their favor once again.
This is one of the things with the new patch. Dragon's Breath did get a big buff. That was so much damage coming out of Mixi. Right now, though, Flash X stunned up, taking a bit of poke from Dienzio. Aloha is going to cover his retreat. But, you know, maybe this is a buff which actually helps out that jungle Scarf a little bit, because he typically is going to take his time getting those items. Having more base damage, always good.
Look at this early broken myth coming out from Mixi. He is all about that damage. He says, no, I don't need to worry about utility. I don't have to try and land those slows. I know I'm going to land my skill shots. I need damage right now. We have an early to mid game advantage, and we need to force it. So let's pick up the broken myth. Let's force as many fights as possible, and let's try and close this series out in a 3-0.
It would be very impressive if TSM did that, given the fact that they actually lost a series against Velocity yesterday. Here comes the fight. Maybe the Veins looking for the stun onto Flash X. Death from above is just going to zone out the remaining members, but the turnaround might happen here. Flash X, you can tell he's fishing for that gauntlet. Wow. He's got it up in about 1 second. There's a big goop. Blast Tremor. The silence is not followed up, and that's going to be the go signal for Flash X. There is the pressure cooker combo, but the damage. Oh, what is that? Mixi wipes out the Dienzio. Veins just barely alive, running to the safety of his turret. He might be able to get away. The Hellfire Brew keeping Aloha busy for the time being.
Aloha.
Yeah, he's going to be burning down a little bit, but not enough for the kill. Team Solo Mid, they're looking for the turret here. They got to be careful about biting off more than they can chew. And they are just going to back away. I can't believe how much damage Mixi is doing in these fights.
This is the early broken myth that we highlighted just a few minutes ago. TSM do so much damage, especially when you combine that gauntlet with the Dragon's Breath to create that pressure cooker that we've seen so many times in every region across the world. It forces the reflex block out so early to deal with the stun from the gauntlet. And if you don't burn the reflex block, then you're locked in there. So it's a lose-lose situation, and it just allows that Dragon's Breath to do so much damage because there are no shields that it has to hit through. Really strong combo, and TSM are using it phenomenally.
They are indeed. Now the gold still only 2.7k in their favor, but I'm pretty sure they can work with that. I mean, they are snowballing this game in a good way. The gold mine is going to go the way of Velocity there, so they get at least a little something back. But Team Solo Mid, super strong at the moment. Only just now is the Warhorn completed 4 Veins. It's an important part of that build, needs it to get any kind of engagement. Flash X actually popping his, just trying to find something in the jungle.
Yeah, right now, Velocity, they're just sitting on the back foot. They want to play this quite safe. Notice that both minion mines have actually now picked up for TSM. That means the minion wave is going to be pushing towards Velocity, but Velocity don't care. They want to force a fight.
Yeah, they're going to try and get right onto Coldmeek. Aloha diving on the back line, but look at the damage onto him. There's a Blast Tremor. Coldmeek silenced up.
Oh,
can't do much. Aloha finds the kill. Velocity, this is what they've been looking for. Dragon's Breath is not doing enough to Dienzio, but the Spitfires already goes down. Aloha coming back in. Mixi, he's kiting back. The Vanguard has him safe. It's a 2 versus 2 right now. Who is going to be able to pull this one off? Aloha finds the on-point shield, finds the slow. He's got Rose Offensive back up in just a short amount of time, but Mixi is out of energy. It's bad news for Team Solo Mid. They don't get Veins. Now they got to worry about Aloha. The Spitfire, the last one that Mixi had in his chamber, is going to fly wide, but Aloha doesn't want to bite off too much. A very elongated, intense fight between these teams.
Very tense. Things actually looking positive for Velocity for the first time throughout this game. They did so much damage to Coldmeek, and I was very concerned for them because I feel like at this point in time, Mixi is really the big damage dealer, but you cannot disrespect the Sorrow Blade and Tornado Trigger. And in the 1 versus 1 between Coldmeek and Aloha, I thought, oh no, Aloha, are you really making the best decision? But he gets 2 phenomenal Rose Offenses off, which allows him to get the solo kill down onto Coldmeek. Meanwhile, you see Dienzio trying to deal with Mixi, but thanks to the support from Flash X, he just didn't have enough damage. It ends up being a 2 for 2, and because the Rose Offensive didn't come back up in time, Team Solo Mid were able to escape. So it ends up being a 1 for 1 overall, but Team Solo Mid still hold the gold lead.
Yeah, and in that last fight, we saw Veins with a really nice Blast Tremor. Spoiler, Flash X just picked up a Crucible. It might be a lot, a bit more difficult to pull that off in the future. We're gonna have to see if Velocity can do it, though. Right now, Flash X moving forward. He's getting some vision for his team, trying to find an opportunity to go in. 10 seconds left on that gauntlet. So he's ideally going to be wanting to wait for that, such a big team fight spell, especially when you use that pressure cooker combo we've been talking about, along with the Dragon's Breath. TSM really playing out of enemy territory right now, out of the jungle of Velocity. But Vains and Dienzio, they don't want to let that happen.
Look at the lack of vision that's actually coming out from both teams. Both very reliant on this flare style of vision control, where they just use them to check as many brushes as possible before they walk into them. And you can see Velocity have spotted TSM out.
Yeah, and they're on the wrong side of the map right now. There's a blast tremor coming through.
No.
Gauntlet goes down. Aloha stunned up in it. That is bad news. Dienzio very low on the backside as well. Koldamik might go down, but the Dragon's Breath is just wiping Velocity out. Aloha falls. Koldamik is still alive. He's got the Hellfire Brew. He finds the damage. It's an ace coming through for TSM. They want this championship.
Oh no, Aloha with the Rose offensive into the Gauntlet stun was so unfortunate. It could have turned that fight around if he was able to get on top of Mixi. He should have been able to shut him down, and that could have swung the fight in Velocity's favor, but because of that slight misplay, it allowed Mixi to get the full channel of the Dragon's Breath off onto both Dienzio and Aloha, and without the damage dealers available on Velocity, it just resulted in cleanup for Team Solo Mid. Such a great team fight for TSM, and they are just propelling into the lead right now.
Look at all the infusions picked up on the right side. Everyone knows that one more fight could be so important.
They're going to rush the Kraken. That's why they picked up those infusions. 15-minute mark has just hit. TSM want to try and end the game now.
Oh, this is a bold decision. We've got Velocity members alive, but they're not checking it. This is exactly what we saw earlier on. Team Solo Mid might not have any contest for it. Velocity, you guys have got to have more vision. Team Solo Mid, if they find this, they might do the special that everyone's talking about. They might just go right in for the win. Velocity, this is really, really bad news. They need to defend this push or their tournament live is over. Solo Mid, they need to win this one to lock down the game. Vedius, it's so tense between these guys.
It certainly is. It's all going to be about Aloha in this final fight. If he can shut down Mixi, there might be a chance for Velocity to turn this around. But with only 2 turrets left, things are looking bleak for Velocity as Team Solo Mid have entered the base.
All right, we've got the minion wave here. Aloha is trying to clear that one up. Hellfire Brew goes right onto him.
Whoa.
It doesn't get blocked. He's going to have to go back to the fountain right now. That's a go signal for TSM. They want to go for the turrets. The Kraken still full health. Only 1 turret left alive. Can Velocity even do this? I don't know if they can find the fight. Aloha, he wants to get onto Mixi. He doesn't have the damage though. Koldamik's still alive. It's the game. Team Solo Mid are your winner championship winners. What a massive series from these guys. They lost against Velocity yesterday. They came back swinging and took a 3-0 victory. Huge performance for the Team Solo Mid organization.
Congratulations to Team Solo Mid taking the North American Winter Championships, and what a way to do it. Yes, we were hoping for a 5-game sweep, but Team Solo Mid, they are going to be ecstatic with that clean sweep. There was a little bit of doubt. Velocity, rising stars here in North America, put on such a performance yesterday, taking TSM to all 3 games and coming out ahead. But TSM, they went back to the drawing board. They identified their issues, they fixed them, and then coming back here today, they are claimed as North Americans champions.
Such a strong performance from these guys, and you got to admire them for bouncing back after yesterday. Velocity, there was that crazy game with the 1-hit Vein Crystal. I mean, really, you got to give them credit as well, though.
Yes.
Velocity have played such a strong tournament. It's been an amazing championships.
Velocity are a really young team. They only formed very recently in the last few months, and the amount of growth that they have achieved in such a short space of time really demonstrates their ability as a team. I'm expecting them to be top contenders in the future, and the fact that they gave Team Solo Mid a run for their money in the past is no reason why they can't do it again.
Oh, absolutely. Team Solo Mid, though, they're going to be taking home this win. It was such an incredible performance from them, and that's got to make them happy, having just been acquired by such a big organization, to do them proud, to show everyone that we're making a big entrance into Vainglory just as it is getting started.
Ladies and gentlemen, come on, give it up one more round of applause for both your teams, Halcyon Hammers Velocity and Team Solo Mid. Fantastic games from them, and once again, congratulations to Team Solo Mid for being your North American Winter Champion.
All right, I think we're going to have an interview with these guys very soon. They're going to be claiming their trophy. It's going to be so awesome for these guys. I'm sure, you know, we heard it in the interview, in fact, how big the smile is going to be on Flash X's face.
Yeah, let's just do a quick recap of TSM in this whole series, because when we look at game one, it was a very clean game from Team Solo Mid. Game two was a little bit closer. There was a bit more back and forth. And I do quite like what Velocity were trying to do, but it just wasn't quite enough to overcome the preparation that TSM had come in. You heard during the early interview that the mistakes that they had made were very much about communication and a lack of preparation. Yeah. But after they suffered that defeat, they went full Super Saiyan, and they turned things around in this final best of 5 series. Taking a very convincing 3-0 is really what you want from your North American champions.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, you know, for example, pulling out this jungle scarf, it's not something we see very frequently, and it shows that Team Solo Mid have a lot of strong things that they can do that might surprise people.
Yeah, it certainly is. We got some great highlights from that last game up on your screen, and look at the Dragon's Breath coming out from Mixie. Absolutely phenomenal. And this guy really does deserve a lot of praise because, well, the entire team deserves praise because the gauntlets that came down from Flash X were just so on point. And when you combine that with the Dragon's Breath from Mixie, it just made for such a powerful combo.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of surprised that Flash X got given that Arden. And we've heard it so many times that it is like his signature hero, and it combos so well with many of the heroes that are strong in the current meta. You can hear everyone cheering as Team Solo Mid take the stage, shake hands with Velocity. Very well fought series from these guys, and I believe Playoff Beard is about to have an interview with them as we present the trophy.
Yeah, it was a really phenomenal performance, and I had a great time here in North America. It was a fantastic tournament over the last 3 days, and we've seen some close matches, the 1 HP between Velocity and Team Solo Mid, and we've seen some very back and forth games, a couple of upsets here and there, but still, fantastic series overall.
All right, well, that's it from the caster desk, but to talk to the winning team, your champions, it is Playoff Beard with Team Solo Mid.
Thank you very much, Axe and Jackson. I am here with the new 2016 North America Winter Champions, Team Solo Mid. There come the chants out. All right, Flash X, I don't even know if you know yet, you've been named Tournament MVP. It was an interesting road for you. Talk me through this journey from your perspective.
I'm definitely very grateful for being named MVP, but I could not have done it without either of these guys. They are phenomenal teammates. We practice incredibly hard, and thankfully all that hard work has paid off.
Now, it wasn't that long ago that you were acquired by Team Solo Mid. Coming into this tournament, a lot of pressure. How does it feel to now walk away as you got both belts now? You're the world champions and you're the North American champions.
It really does feel awesome. We're incredibly grateful for this opportunity from TSM, and we're extremely glad we were able to represent them. I know after the game I was telling them this almost might feel better than our win in Korea, so we're definitely super stoked.
And for you, Call the Meek, it's been an interesting journey, obviously, getting acquired by then Alliance, now TSM, switching teams, and figuring out what heroes were going to work best in this tournament. Take me through your mindset as the group stage progressed into the single elimination playoffs.
I mean, it was all a learning experience. You know, as I went through the tournament, I began to realize, like, what heroes are strong in the meta, what works. And like in the finals and in the semifinals, those were the results of the experience.
And that is a very interesting point. Update 115 hasn't been out that long. How was it, Flash, having to go from not just focusing on preparing for these teams, but also figuring out what was going to work best for your team in the current meta?
We went through some major hurdles, especially in this tournament. We did fall into the losers bracket and have to climb our way out. We are quick learners. I think we learned incredibly well as we went. It was very hard at the beginning, but we felt prepared going into it.
We never get to hear from Mixie. I would love to. Will you do us the honor, sir? Tell us how you feel. Yeah, give it up for Mixie. Give it up for Mixie. What a superstar this player is. He can play just about anything. And it was interesting to see you going to that rhyme, and it really worked out.
We've been practicing that rhyme for a long time, But this scarf, it wasn't expected. We didn't plan it at all, but we did a good job and fit it right.
Yeah, and it was definitely, yes, it's good to hear from you. And the chemistry, obviously it worked out really well. You were on point with the war horns. He was trying to use the dragon's breath, and it felt like every single match you played, you kind of got tighter and tighter, and then you were able to win against, say, Gangstars when you had to, when everything was really on the line.
Yeah, so we just pressure mounts, and I think we perform incredibly well under pressure, and luckily I trust my teammates a ton, and I'm incredibly grateful for them.
All right. Thinking forward for just a second, what do you do now in terms of preparing now that you are the champions of pretty much everything that you can be in the North America scene, right? How do you think about moving forward as both an individual team and as part of this phenomenal organization?
There are definitely incredibly strong regions out there. I think Vainglory is growing as an esport. The talent in this pool was insane. I know EU is going to be incredibly strong next weekend for their tournament, and hopefully we'll be able to play them again someday.
That was an excellent plug. I do appreciate that. It's less than 7 days away until the Europe Live Championships, where we get to see Team Secret. We get to see probably some Finns. We didn't get any Finns here. Maybe Mowgli will help us do that. But make sure you watch the European Live Championships as well next weekend. But enough talk. It is time for Team Solo Mid to be presented with the 2016 North America Winter Championship trophy. Let's bring it out. Congratulations, Team Solo Mid! Give me a good one, Flash. Give me a good one. Yeah, there it is. There it is. What a long road. What an arduous journey it's been. I'd like to get all the teams, anyone who wants to come up on stage behind us. Community OP and Vainglory, we appreciate all of you. The best 8 teams in North America. They fought so hard. So many great games. Let's get some teams and some players on the stage. And while we do that, Flash, it was such a long road. It was a really interesting road for you, and you managed to pull it all together.
Yeah, it was awesome. Absolutely incredible experience. We had a blast meeting everyone here. This is our first North American Championship, so we're very grateful for the opportunity.
All right, as everyone comes up here, thank you to all of the teams that performed so admirably. Thank you to the Vainglory community, which is just phenomenal. They've been helping out here at the Red Bull Esports Studios in Santa Monica, California, all weekend long and for days and days before that. We are not done. We have the European Winter Live Championship coming up next weekend from London, and that is going to be an amazing show. Different meta, different heroes, different superstars. Do not miss that as well. For all of us here, thank you so much for watching. I am Playoff Beard. For all of our casters, for all of our community, for all of these amazing teams, we will see you next weekend for Europe. Give it up for Team Solo Mid!